Hello everybody. How is everyone today? Oh, I'm so big. Let me scale back. There we go. Hello. So, yesterday when on stream in a little bit of a weird circumstance, my audio glitched. It was so scary. I was like, "Oh no, my interface died. I will never be able to stream again. It's over for me." But no, it was actually just my it was just my PC overheating or overloading. I don't know. It had never happened to me before. Good evening, Sila. Hi, Jintai! I don't know if you saw the thumbnail, but I used your art. It was so cute. How are you feeling? I'm feeling better. I did spend the morning a little bit like hazy, I would say. I wasn't feeling the best, but I took the time and worked on some commissions meanwhile, so I would rest my voice. And yeah, I'm feeling better now, thankfully. Thank you for worrying. I'm still here. I'm still here hanging on. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Let's see. Did I save last time? I remember I did save. I auto case, save case 2, number 3 case 2. Or 2, 3. Maybe I didn't save. Promise to make ones. Thank you for using it. I promise to make better ones in the future. No, it's so good. I love it so much. It fits so perfectly. Like you see both of them being all detective like, and it looks so cute. I don't know. It genuinely looks like I'm gonna solve the case. Pets. How many cases are in this game, by the way? 5. Side story. Okay. So there are 5 cases and 2 side stories. And so far we're on the 3rd case. So from what I see, each case is featuring a specific character. So we know 2nd case was a lot of Thena's backstory, and we got to know her a lot better. We discovered she's really crazy. And I guess this time we're gonna see more of Brian Caucasus. I still think that it's so funny that his name is Brian White Guy, I guess. Then 4th is Pandora. And the fifth one's a mystery. Interesting. All right. So, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can. I suddenly heard talking and could not figure out where it was coming from. Now I know. Also, hi. Hi, did you just have Twitter Twitch open? Did I get you by surprise? Thank you for the follow as well, Joe. And hello, Detective Sila. Hi. When I started the starting soon screen, I was like, hey, I'm missing something. I'm really missing something. And then halfway through, I realized, oh no, my Detective Sila outfit. I haven't put it on. But I'm here. Detective Sila's back. I followed earlier when I saw that cooked spoon handle. Well, that's certainly that's one of the funniest reasons I guess someone has followed me. I burned the spatula to hell and beyond. No más pasaba a saludar. Cuídese, Sila. Bye. And just I had just left the page open. Sorry for scaring you. Sometimes I do the same and then I'm like, great, now I'm hearing voices. That's fun. Sila came to work wearing Crocs. Actually, I have a blanket, it's like 20 degrees Celsius outside, and I just have a blanket on because I like the sensation. But I'm also like feeling super hot. I know I am hot, but not in that way. And I also have warm tea, so I should probably take off some clothes, but I don't want to take my blanket off. Saludos desde el trabajo, Sila. Te quiero, Sila. No te preocupes, estos casos duran 4 horas. Aquí estaré por un buen rato. But yeah, the wizard's room is case number 3. Staff, tools that exist with mysterious powers. The body of a famous staff collector was found sliced in half vertically. Air conditioner plus blanket. I don't want to turn the air conditioner because then that's like... That raises the bills and I'm broke, so I'm just trying to make do with what I've got. I love drinking cold water. Like, I usually put my water bottles in the fridge, but right now, since I have the sinus issues, it's not a good idea, so I'm like, yay, warm water. How many cases are in this game? We have 5 cases and 2 side stories. I guess one is for young Thina, the other one is for young young Note, and then as I was saying, all of the cases feature a specific character. They're the central, like their backstory is the theme as well. So case number 2 was Thina, case number 3 is Brian, number 4 is Pandora, and then the 5th one I guess is for everyone. I'm not sure. We see Thina and Pandora here, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be all for them. So let's begin our case number 3. I'm gonna drink some tea before we begin, guys. Okay, Dartford Road. That case finished up faster than usual. Indeed, the fingerprints on the incinerator played a critical role. I'm glad you came with me. But it was your choice to bring me along. Weren't you certain you'd need my skill after one look at the case file? You tend to overestimate my abilities, Detective Brian. The sergeant was away, so I had to choose between you and Detective Thina. And I couldn't pick her, could I? I forgot how in this game everyone's so mean to each other. Like, I know they're just brutally honest, and I'm not sure if that's kind of like a localization thing. Or like a culture thing, because the game is Korean, so sometimes there are languages where people are naturally more blunt and it's not rude, but then if you translate that exactly into English, then by culture it will seem kind of, how do you say, off-putting, even if there's technically nothing wrong. That's the way I perceive it, at least, but I don't know if it's the intention that everyone sounds borderline rude to me, or it's just a translation kind of thing. For your information, your conversation is being broadcast live to a certain Detective Thina. Oh, after all, Detective Thina has so much more in her plate. Korean usually translates to a blunter tone. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Because every time I've seen some Korean reality shows, and besides the editing, which is completely different from an American or a Mexican reality show, they usually are very straightforward, or they're either very straightforward or incredibly passive aggressive, which is really hilarious to me. It's like the opposite, and you find both of them when they talk. So yeah, I love watching shows in other languages and see kind of the culture behind them. I know Germans are super blunt when they talk too. French people, my aunt works in an American company, but it's owned by French guys now. So she told me she once received an email from the French guy saying that you guys are gonna find us rude, but we like things to be done quickly, directly, and I don't care. So, oh, Raiders! Hi, Neon! Thank you for the raid! Oh, I finally get to see if my shout out toggle comes in. Fuck! I fucked it up! No! Hello! Hola, Panquecito! ¿Cómo estás? I think it's neon time. Okay, you good? Hola, hola! I still struggle with the shoutouts. Holy shit. It's... Maybe I need to write it exactly. Fuck. ¿Cómo está? Aquí bien. Estamos empezando un nuevo caso de detectives. Aquí estoy, lo siento si no ando haciendo nada en este momento. Estoy intentando luchar con mi vida con el Twitch para poder enviarle su shoutout a Neon. No puedo. Se ve interesante. Sí, está súper interesante. Cada caso es independiente, entonces no hay problema si no has visto los otros. Aquí todo jala. Don't worry about that. Yes, I've been trying for like 5 streams every time. I finally thought I'd had it with the Nightbot stuff, but it did not work. So, I'm gonna try. Maybe do you need... Let's see. Yes, I did it. Es que Twitch no quiere a Neon. No, pobre Neon. No es cierto. Aquí te amamos, Neon. ¿Cómo han estado? ¿Qué andaban haciendo? Oh, come on. Bueno, lo bueno es que tengo un Nightbot que al menos sí sirve para quitar los links, ¿verdad? Ahí está. Perfecto, pero muchas gracias por el raid. Espero que se diviertan si deciden quedarse aquí conmigo. Do shoutout instead of SO. Just got here. Yeah. I did finally manage to make the Twitch shoutout, but yesterday I put something into Nightbot and hoped it worked, but I don't know any coding, so it definitely just sends the shoutout to me instead, which is... It's a shame. Oh, but of course I do. Sorry I couldn't tag along, note. Good, I'm alive. Detective Brian... Gracias por el follow, Panquecito. Muchas gracias. Aquí me presento rapidín. Soy Sila, soy una muñeca gótica vtuber que streamea un poquito de todo. Hoy estamos haciendo algo de detectives. Ayer hicimos Frambau, que es un juego de horror. Y Magical Princess, que es un juego de simulación para criar hijas. Me retiro porque ando enfermo. Ay, espero que te recuperes pronto. Toma mucha agua calientita, un tecito. No sé lo que tengas... No sé de lo que estés enfermo, pero pues siempre sirve un poquito de tecito. Así yo también ando enferma, entonces pues igual ando. Ay, hola Francisco, gracias por el check-in también. Detective Brian, could you tell me in advance when you're radioing in? Did you beat Frambau last time? I did manage to finally beat Frambau. I did chapter 4.2 and then the final chapter. It was... I had played it once 10 years ago, but I didn't remember the final chapter to be so fast-paced. Like, things just kept happening, and it's like, explore, then horror. Somehow I didn't remember the ending part at all. Maybe I never actually finished the game, but yeah, it's a really good game. I do recommend it, but it's quite random at times. Sorry about that. I'm known to keep my spork turned over when I'm working. This spork's the bureau supplies to detectives. If you speak with the spork part facing down, you can transmit to any other spork in your set. So basically, if you didn't know, the spork works like a walkie-talkie. In this world, it's a supernatural kind of mystery adventure where people who have supernatural abilities are known as staffers. And there are also animals who have the special abilities, but they're mutants. And things that have special abilities, and they're called staffs. It's a little bit unclear, actually. I don't know why that last part of the game goes, like, really fast. Yeah, that's why I think they could have added more things, like not necessarily in a more fast-paced way, but trying to flesh out the motivations behind the villain at the end. I think it was just like, oh, here's the final boss. And then, okay, in 1 second I threw him over a cliff. Now everything's fine. Yay! Like, what? We only saw the guy like 5 seconds. How? I need more lore, more story. Like in JoJo parts 5 and 7. I have never seen JoJo, but I know it sometimes goes like really fast. And then you have Dragon Ball Z, where you have 40 episodes and nothing happens until the 41st. Or Naruto, that has like 90% feelings, so, you know? Animals and inanimate objects having stands. Oh, yeah. In that case, I get it. Good. Honestly, it looks ridiculous talking to an upside-down piece of cutlery, but the quality of the transmission is vastly superior to any existing walkie-talkie. It fits in one hand, and the sound is so crisp that you'd think the person was right next to you. It doesn't seem to have a limit on the range either, and the reason for that. Los personajes se ven lindos. Aquí está súper lindo. Esta es una novela visual coreana. Entonces, Scylla prefers the Rose and Maiden fights. Oh, I need to watch Rose and Maiden again. My design was partly based in Suginto. I don't know if that's a little bit obvious, but Jintai, when I saw your art of Dianko as, or I don't know if it's pronounced Dianko, or is it Dianko? But her as no way, Rose and Maiden is the OG anime of my childhood. But, well, one of them. Yeah, like my design is inspired in Rose and Maiden, Gothic, Mayu from Vocaloid, and some 90s anime as well. I'm back! Welcome back, Francisco! Hope your Wi-Fi is better now. These perks we use. You said they're a manifestation of staff, right? Oh my god, Gothic mention! It is my favorite anime ever! Dianko. Perfect. I got it. Yeah, Gothic's my favorite anime ever. I used to love Victorique so much, and her mom Cordelia. She was also really fun. My little sister, she didn't watch anime, but whenever I watched, sometimes she would come in yelling, Victorica! So that's what she got stuck. She unfortunately also came in one time when I was watching Akame ga Kill, and one of the guys died, and she just saw the whole death scene, so she was crying for half an hour, and I'm like, crap, I'm gonna get scolded tonight. Yeah, the MV you made the guide for has a Suginto-inspired design too. Yeah, I love Suginto. I think she's my favorite. So one day I want to cosplay, like, I want to get art cosplaying all the characters my design was influenced by. I would guess one of the most important for me is also Lisette from the game Pocket Mirror. It's a horror in the RPG. Like, my whole design, or my VTuber, was thought of with the branding of horror in the RPGs in mind. Yeah, like, I originally, when I first started streaming in 2022, I mostly only did horror in the RPGs. So my designer, she was like, okay, I'll do something like that. Pocket Fever? No, Pocket Mirror! It's a horror in the RPG where a girl loses her memory and she only has a pocket mirror left in her hand. So she needs to explore and discover how to go back home, and on the way she meets 3 girls. And then, yeah, she explores different areas, meets 3 girls, and then they all disappear and become shards. And it turns out that they were part of her soul. Pocket Mirror. Yeah, that one, Pocket Mirror. Fun fact, my design was actually made by the VA of Pocket Mirror, the VA for Goldia and then Lisette in the remake. Aru, also known as Yume Michaelestis VTuber. So yeah, she's pretty amazing. Definitely consider checking her out. I have her credits pinned on my panel, so yeah. I love my design so much. There's so much thoughts into it. Let's see. It doesn't work through any mechanical means, but by a skill that shares sounds, allowing for calls of such high quality. Skills, just like the staffers. Yet, unlike the staffers, staff needs a trigger. A trigger? Note, as you may know, Most staffers are able to wield their power forth whenever they wish to. It is cute! It is pretty cute! Look, this is our spork, aka our staff, aka our walkie-talkie. Since staff is inanimate, a certain condition must be met for the skill to happen. We call this condition a trigger. In the case of our sporks, the trigger is the fork prongs pointing to the ground. When that happens, it uses its skill to share sound. A trigger, like we're setting off a gun or something.
No, sometimes you ask rather obvious questions. Aren't you supposed to have learned all of this in school?
I couldn't go to school. Oh no! He's illiterate! No, just kidding.
Oh.
My hometown was a rundown backwoods town you only see in Western movies. There was no one else my age in the whole town, so it wouldn't have made sense for them to have a school. We had nothing resembling books either, so all I had to study was the local paper. Where is he from? Holy shit, he was the only kid in the whole town? That must have been so lonely. Just like us, for real. I know! But like, fun fact, nearby where I live, like an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours away, there's a little like Western themed town. It has a saloon and the buildings look so old and it's pretty fun to drive by. There's nothing much, it's like a whole block only, but there's also a very good coffee shop in there, so I like it there.
Oh, someone's come looking for me, so I have to end the call.
Oh, right, of course. I see. Then the information you had on phenomena was scant at best, since all you had to go on was what you were exposed to in your hometown.
Indeed, and that's why I decided to come here and get a crash course in everything.
Yet, if you think about it the opposite way, you were able to reach the level you currently reside at from the worst of upbringings. After all, you've been able to solve these mana affair cases after gaining a purely passable understanding of the phenomena in question. Again, don't overestimate my abilities. After all, I'm not even able to drive myself around yet. Oh, just like me, he can drive! Go Note! I think we can make some time for driving lessons, don't you agree? It's just, I feel bad asking the sergeant to drive me around all the time. And since I'm not a staffer, it's hard for me to solve cases by myself. I think you could manage, according to what I've heard at least. Heard from whom? Never mind that. But if you do think something to be difficult, do everything in your power. And then if you feel the help of your skill, simply call me in. You've got your own work, Detective Brian, so I feel bad calling you up all the time too. Think nothing of it. Consider me a handy tool you can call upon whenever you need. Huh? What exactly is that supposed to mean? You're right. That is a rather grandiose way of putting it. But if I might restate my point, I merely wish for you to trust me. Oh, Detective Brian, you have a habit of saying things in a rather unintelligible way at times. And you have a habit of speaking much too frankly at other times. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it sounds like they're borderline insulting each other, but they're just talking normally. So that's what I mean by cultural differences sometimes. Though it's not unnoticeable when I'm put beside Detective Tina and the sergeant. Detective Brian is far from ordinary. Might I ask you a question? Right, of course. Why is it that you don't have a driver's license, yet you have a license to operate heavy machinery? Oh, that's a bit of a long story. I guess I'm not too ordinary myself. Yeah, that's a really good question. What kind of person doesn't have a license to drive but can operate heavy machinery? Like, you think there's some overlap there so you could do both, but apparently not. We're back.
Hey, Brian, you have a visitor.
Oh, hello. You've arrived. I took everything you told me and organized it into this file. Wow, I had no idea you could do all that. Honestly, I was expecting to get nothing but a stern talking to. With this, you'll be able to go about your daily life. But if you wish to attend a festival or the sort, No, this is quite enough. The past 6 months have been difficult without this. Thanks to you, sir, I can get on with my life. You have my gratitude. I hope to see you again if I get the chance. Well then, shall I make us a spot of tea to make the paperwork easier to swallow? Detective Fina, who was that?
A staffer immigrant. No matter how hard life is here, there's no place with clearer regulations for staffers in London. Thus, it's quite common for staffers to immigrate here from abroad, and many staffers at cold threat level and above have no choice but to live here. I'm back again. Hello, Francisco. Welcome back. However, to engage in activities outside one's residence, it's required that the staffer acquires something like a bureau file first. And if an immigrant isn't top priority for approval, that can take quite a long time.
That's quite unfortunate, but processing those files isn't Detective Brian's job, is it? Es internet tan malo. Sí, momento lata. No.
Brian must have seen that woman causing a scene this morning at the front counter on the first floor.
Then what happened?
What do you mean? That was the end of it.
I'd wager Brian just offered to help out of the blue. Momento tornado. No, no mames, hay un tornado. El último que escuché es que al menos en México hay una ola de calor ahorita bien pitera. Número de internet satelital. No, pues sí se entiende. Yo también tenía internet satelital.
This may be my own twisted morals here, but don't you think the kindness Detective Brian shows to those around him is a bit much? I don't think it's a question of twisted morals. I think the Buddha himself would turn his nose up at Brian's meddling. No matter who's asking, that man will usually take on the favor.
Usually?
Usually.
Detective Brian, could you clap for me? Like this? No, with more fervor. Huh? Or could you go buy me some pastries? Note. What pastries would you like exactly? Oh my god, this guy's a complete pushover! No, Brian, have some self-respect, don't be like me! Aquí en Illinois hay bastantes tornados últimamente. Mi internet lo sufre, uy, como en Kansas en el Mago de Oz, ¿verdad? Qué brutal.
No way. I'll take a croissant.
You get it yourself. That didn't work. Huh? Why didn't he listen to you?
Call it karma.
Did something happen to you in a past life? Indeed, it was when we decided to break things off between us. After that, I refused to fulfill a single one of Tina's requests. Oh, I see. However, what do you mean by broke things off exactly? Those two were dating? I don't see them as I don't see them dating. They're so opposite. Did we not tell you before?
We were dating.
I guess opposites attract because, you know, I wouldn't have guessed that. I had no idea.
Huh? What was that? They were dating? These two? Is such a thing physically possible?
I'm extremely curious what happened between them, but since I can't be sure of all the circumstances, I shouldn't pry. New case. Suit up, everyone. What horrible timing. Are all four of us going on this one? What sort of case do you have? I've got a photo of the crime scene right here, but I must warn you, it's quite gruesome.
Come on, Poundy. It's not as though we don't see a body every day or two, and it's just a... Get away! Shoo!
In the picture, that body. Indeed, it was sliced in half. Vertically at that. The victim's name was Peter Miller. He lived out on Dartford Road, and he was a rather well-known staff collector. Oh, let's see. Oh, ow. Sorry about that. Let's see. Is this the intro of the case? I think so. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Memory survey, the witness statements. No entendí el contexto, profe. Miren, aquí está Brian. Bank, deposit box. Llegué tarde.
Todavía no hemos empezado, apenas vamos a empezar el caso, no te preocupes. Nada más nos enteramos que los otros dos detectives, Tina y Brian, estaban saliendo aparentemente y terminaron. London, Dartford Road. I hate how slow these screens are. That's the only bad thing I could think of right now about the game. Detective Brian, could you elaborate on what we were talking about before? Solo entendí que Brian es un papucho. Sí, sí lo es. What were we talking about before? Oh, about the case. You must not have heard the sergeant's explanation before. No, it's about... I understand. That photo did a number on me as well. I imagine you must have had a hard time focusing. I mean, you're not wrong. I see. If I had to summarize it all. Another very slow screen. Hello. Our victim's name was Peter Miller. Rumor... That's Arthur Weasley! You're not gonna lie to me. That's Arthur Weasley from Harry Potter. Am I wrong, though? Rumor has it that after retiring from the military, he amassed a considerable fortune by investing in an automobile company. However, the reason his name spread through certain circles was because of his unique collection. He collected staff, right? Indeed, he did. It seems that his collection contains a number of unauthorized staff that has not been inspected by the Bureau. Unauthorized? Only staff inspected by the Bureau and labeled with a threat level of Bowie or under may be purchased by private citizens. Owning staff... Oh, thank you for the pat. Owning staff with a threat level of cult or above is a crime. Thus, our victim may have had dangerous items in his collections that have never been inspected. It seems as though bribery was enough to keep it from the ears of the Bureau officials. Yet his name is famous among collectors. Also, the victim was found splayed out this morning, just as he was in that picture. He was in front of the storage shed he keeps his collection of staff in. The first on the scene discovering the body was none other than the victim's wife, Elle Miller. She's a staffer, but her threat level sits the lowest at unarmed. She doesn't have a skill capable of slicing a man in twain. Such a feat would be impossible with any ordinary object. However, the victim's collection, stored nearby the scene of the crime, is full of objects far from the ordinary. Considering the state of the victim's body, there is a high likelihood that the unauthorized staff from his collection played a part in this crime. Oh crap, did I forget to unmute the game again? Fuck! You guys didn't remind me, I forgot to unmute the game. No wonder you didn't get what was going on. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was actually trying to inquire about his relationship with Detective Tina. But he's correct in his claim that this is no ordinary case. It's clear that this is different from any case I've ever experienced. Let's get rid of these idle thoughts for now and focus on the case. After all, I am a detective. Only Sila, no! What a terrible fate awaited you guys. That's terrible. I'm so sorry you had to listen to me and only me. I'm so sorry, guys. Were you perhaps not asking about the case, but talking about my relationship with Tina that we mentioned before? If you're curious about that, it's not exactly a secret. Shall I fill you in? Sure! Alright, I'll tell you right after we've finished with our investigation. After all, we've arrived at the scene of the crime. Alright. To be perfectly frank, I had no idea you wanted to hear about it so badly. I imagined you wouldn't be all that interested. But I am! In fact, I found my interest to be growing recently. Let's see the scene of the crime.
庭がかなり広いですね。
Their front yard is quite
噂が
large.
本当かはわかりませんが、
We can't be
あ
sure
る
if all the
程度
rumors
財
are
力があっ
true,
たのは事実
but
み
it
たいです。
certainly seems as though the one about them having a considerable fortune is correct.
屋敷の方はそれほどでも
I
な
don't
い
think the
な。
size of the
なんだ
residence
か
is of
僕が
great
子供の頃に
importance.
住んでいた
In
家を
fact,
思い出
it
す。
reminds me of my childhood home. Oh, he was a rich kid? That makes so much sense.
お、ブリアン
Is
さん
that
は
so
裕福な
detective?
家庭で
Then
育
were
っ
you
たん
born
です
into
ね。
money?
それじゃあ、
Then his
あの過剰
overwhelming
とも言える
kindness
親切心は
starts from some
ノブ
sense
レ
of
ス・オブリー
noblesse
ジの影響なのか。
oblige.
まあ、今となっては何の関
Not
係も
that
な
any
い
of
こと
that
だが。
matters with the situation as it stands.
あそこに見える倉庫が
Perhaps
事
the
件現場
storage
か。
shadow where there is, is our crime scene?
チーム長とテナはもう
It
到
seems
着
as
して
though
い
the
るみたいだ。
sergeant Tina had
急ごう。
beat us to it. Step lightly.
はい。
After you. Ta-da-da-ta-da.
ああ、着いたのね。
Ah, you're here.
チーム長、
Sergeant,
こ
is
こ
this
が
our
現
crime
場です
scene?
か。
え
It
え、さっ
is.
き写真で
You
見た
saw
で
it
し
in
ょ
the。picture before, yes?
さっき見たもの
Yes,
は
though I'm
なるべく
trying
記
to
憶から
erase what I
消したい
saw
ん
from
です
my
が。
memory.
半分に分かれた
I've
死
seen
体は
mutilated
初
and
めてじゃないけ
dismembered
ど、
bodies before, but this is
こ
the
うして
first
縦
time
に
I've
分か
seen
れ
one
たのを
sliced
見る
through
のは
vertically.
私も初め
Ojos
て。
rojos, sí, tiene los ojos rojos la sargento. De aquí soy. Uy, si te digo que mi OC anterior tenía los ojos rojos y el pelo rosa,
横に分かれている
then
死
that
体
means
が見えたことがある。
she's seen one sawed in half horizontally. Yeah, that's creepy. Uf, luego te la enseño.
被害者をこんな姿
Even if
に
it
した
was a
のが
person
人
who
の
did
仕
this
業
to
だ
our
ったと
victim,
しても、
cutting a body in
体を
half
縦に
vertically
切
would
断
not
すると
have
いう
been
のは、
easy.
こう
My
しなければ
favorite.
いけない
Oh, sí, oh,
理由
sí.
があったと考えるのが
It's
妥
fair
当
to
で
say
しょ
that there must have been a reason for doing this to the body.
あの、さっきも気になったんで
There's
すが、
something that caught my eye
被害者
before.
が着ている
Maybe
この
this
風船
balloon-like
みたいな
outfit the
服は
victim
何で
was
すか。
wearing?
ブ
Y
ラ
las
ックに
albinas. Ah, sí, qué
被害
bonitas
者
las
がステッ
albinas.
プを保管した倉庫に
It's a
入るとき
protective
は
suit.
いつも着て
I
いた
heard
そう
he always wore when he always wore that when he entered the storage shed where he kept his staff. Estas que te mandan al psicólogo. ¡Ey, esa soy yo! Ah, no, no es cierto, no es cierto, no es cierto. Tengo sanidad mental, lo juro. Lo juro. ¿Me creen, verdad? ¿Verdad que sí?
それだけ
That
危険
shows
なものが
us
ここに
just
あ
how
るという
dangerous
こと
the
で
items
すね。
here are.
そうね。
That's
それを
right.
今
Let's
から
begin our
調査してみましょ
investigation
う。
here.
どう
Lol,
ぞ。
I don't know.
私は死体の周辺を調べるわ。
Brian and I will
記憶
take
調査書
we'll
と
take
痕
care of
跡写真
investigating
を
the
同
area
時に
around the
作成
body.
してほしいんだ。
I'd like to get a trace photo and complete the memory survey at the same time. You think you can handle that?
ええ、
Sure,
難しくは。
shouldn't be too difficult. Llevo 2 días conociéndote. Por muchos días más. Ah, wow. Vamos a tomar un tecito para de brindis. Perfecto. Scylla is mentally stable and can be trusted with the nuke button. Oh, if I see a button, I will press it. Oh, who checked in? Who checked in? Oh, Reeves, you forgot your check-in. What are we dating today? No, not dating. I'm not dating anyone today. Or ever, I guess. I forgot my check-in. It's okay, it's easy to forget. I know most people like do it as soon as they come into the stream so they won't forget later. But then again, if you already forgot by the time you came into the stream, that's fair. De aquí a un año te digo si mandas al psicólogo a alguien. Pero yo no dejo rastros. No, no es cierto, no es cierto. Sure, shouldn't be too difficult.
それじゃあ頼むよ。
Then we'll leave that to you. Hostia.
まだ調べなければいけないこと
Bro,
が
ya sé, si algún día decido hacer un personaje yandere ni quien se libre de mí, ¿verdad? Let's get right to it. We've got at least other 2 places to investigate waiting for us. Let's see, it's time for the memory survey. Clue time! Perfect. Se me cruzaron los cables y no entendí nada de lo que dijiste en inglés. No te preocupes, yo tampoco entiendo nada de lo que digo en inglés ni en español. TDA Pop, sí, soy yo también. Let's investigate the clothing on the ground.
この布の切れ端み
This
たいな
scrap
の
of
は
clothing.
防護服か。
It was his
被害
protective
者が着てい
suit.
たのと同
It
じもの
looks like he was wearing it.
お
Oh, now
確
that
か
you
に
say
結
it,
構
it
血が
does
つ
have
い
a
ています
quite
ね。
it does have quite a lot of bloodstains in it.
どうしてこれだけここ
I'm
にあ
not
る
sure
のかは
why
わ
this
から
one
ない
is lying here,
防護
but
服
this
は
must
普
be
段
where he
この
usually
場所に
stores
保
his
管されてい
protective
たよ
suit.
私が調べた記憶
That
も
lines up with the
似たよう
memories
に
I
感じ
read.
る。
Seems as though the
それに
victim
被害者
hated tidying up.
掃除
Soy
なんか
yo!
苦手だったみたい。
Aparte mi inglés es más unga, you know. Sí, no te preocupes, no te preocupes. A mí a veces se me va el inglés, se me va el español, todo se me va. It holds the memory of a jolt that feels as though it was tossed onto a chair or something.
なんとなく状況が
I
わ
feel
か
like I
る気
could
がして
imagine that. Sort of
少し目が
yeah.
痛いな
でも
何か気
Yet.
になること
The way this protective suit seems to have tossed away feels a bit unnatural. It's like the victim was in the middle of putting on the suit when he missed the step and it was thrown off. I know my explanation isn't doing much to help you understand.
チーム長が感じたことを
I must admit,
言葉だけで理
it's
解
hard
す
to
るの
wrap my
は
head
ちょっ
around
と
what you
難しい
felt.
ですね
Es como cuando llegas a México diciendo so y todos te toman de fresa, güey. Pero se te sale natural. Sí, a veces hay unas palabras que ya se me olvidan en español y luego las tengo que decir en inglés para que alguien me traduzca. Y es como de, no, te juro que no soy whitezica, no soy mamona. Nada más tengo déficit de atención, lo juro. For now, just write down that the movements felt unnatural.
わかりました
Alright. And also, what happened to this suit all of a sudden? Did he do something to it? From the memories I received, it was as if it blew up like a balloon. I imagine it must have inflated to absorb a shock and protect its wearer.
高い車につい
Sounds
てい
like
る
one of those
エアバ
airbags
ッ
you
グみ
find
たい
in
なものです
expensive
か
cars, no?
今は半分に
From the
分
look
か
of
れ
it,
ている
it's
の
been
で
ripped in
空
half,
気が抜ける
so
音
he'd
が
only
し
hear the sound of all that air escaping. Ahí es donde no entiendo nada de inglés. Ahí es
結局
donde
被
yo me
害者の体を
despierto
守るのには
y,
失敗した
y
みた
por
いです
ejemplo, salgo al camión en la mañana y es como de, güey, ¿por qué todos están hablando en inglés? Y luego me acuerdo de, ah, chingados, es que estoy en Canadá, sí es cierto. Even with such a... Notice Scylla has it because she rereads messages and takes a couple seconds for her to notice. Yes, it happens! Yeah, it happens to me that I'm replying to messages in Spanish and then I go back to reading in English and I'm like, ah! ¿Por qué todos son blancos? Porque son coreanos. Even with such a function, it's safe to say that it failed to protect the victim. Okay, let's see. Next one.
ひどいですね
This is horrible.
もう死体はないの
Even without the body?
残っている痕跡
Just the
を見
traces
ただ
left
けで
behind can help me ambition the scene.
さっき見た写真を
Probably
思
even
い
more
出すか
so
ら
because I got a good look at that picture before.
あ
Ah, no me refería a que dormida de pensar eso en el camión. No, hombre, ni son todos blancos. En donde vivo hay un chingo de hindús y filipinos, más que blancos.
あ悪かったわ
Sorry about that. I thought it unfair that I'd be the only one to see it.
恋だったんですか
Then it was intentional.
冗談はこのくらい
I'll
に
stop
し
with the
て
jokes.
被害
If
者
the
が最
victim
後
was
まで
wearing
この
this
防護
during
服
his
を着
final
ていたと
moments,
すれば
there's a good chance his
本
voice
人の
remains
声が
within
残
it.
っている記憶を読み取
If
れ
I
ば
read the
何か
memories
出
it
てくるでしょ
contains, I should get something.
どうですか何か残っ
And
ていまし
is
たか
there anything left?
どんなことを
I
言った
couldn't
の
tell
か
what the
正確
victim
には
was
わからない
saying. All I got
それか
was
被害者は死ぬ
the
前に
victim yelling at the top of
大きな
his
声で
lungs about
叫んでいた
something in his final moments.
それは
Does that mean
誰かと対
he
峙
got
してい
into
た
a
という
confrontation
こ
with
と
someone?
でしょうか
そうじゃなかった
Even
と
if
して
it
も
didn't, it
被害
hints
者は
that the
自分
victim
が
knew
死ぬ
his
と
death
いうことを
was coming
直
before
前
it
に
happened.
察知した可能性が
Rather
高そうだ
unfortunate, really. Donde yo vivo son full latinos, por eso se me olvida el inglés en parte. Ah, pero ¿hasta allá hay tantos latinos? ¿En serio? Interesante, no sabía. Creí que estaban todos ya más en el sur, como en California o Texas.
はっきりと聞き取れた言葉
There
が
is
一
one
つ
word I was able to
あ
make
るには
out
あっ
though.
たけど
何ですか
What's that?
そう
掃除
Clean. Clean?
え
Yes,
掃除
clean.
うん
What's that
なんで
supposed
掃
to
除なんだ
mean in all this? Interesante, parece México. Qué curioso, ¿no?
かなり古いドアですね
Pretty old door.
建
The
物が
house
立
looks
派なの
quite
に
nice.
もっ
So
と
why
いい
not
ド
get
ア
a
に
nicer
変えないん
door
でしょ
over
うか
here?
音が残っているわ
There's a sound here.
若い
The
女の
voice
声
of a younger woman.
女
A woman.
被害者
That
の
was
奥さんで
probably
あ
the
る可能性
victim's
が
wife.
高いですね
Can you make out
何
what
と言っ
she's
ている
saying?
かを聞き取っ
そうね
She's angry at someone.
怒っている
She said, "You can live in there for the rest of your
一生そこで暮ら
life."
しなさい
Then I heard a hard collision.
それから
一生そこで暮
You
らし
can live in
な
there
さい
for the rest of your
ど
life?
ういう意味でしょうか
What's that supposed to mean?
なんだかショーウィン
Sounds
ドウ
like
の前から
a
動かない
parent
子供
yelling at
を
a
叱る
child during
親
their
が
trip to the
言い
market.
そうな言葉だ
Don't you agree?
あそうなんですか
You think? I didn't
僕
have
に
any
は叱って
parents
くれ
to
る
yell
親
at
がいなか
me,
った
so
の
I
で
wouldn't
よく
know.
わかりません
Oh my god, this guy's life sounds like. It sounds super sad.
悪かった
En parte no me gusta porque los latinos somos muy sucios en general. Tienen las calles llenas de basura y todo. Sí, eso es muy cierto. En México siempre está todo lleno de basura, todos los perros de la calle.
El graffiti. Sorry, my mistake.
どうして謝るんだ
Why is he apologizing?
自覚してないところ
It's sadder that you aren't more mindful of what you're saying. He doesn't even care that he's an orphan.
被害者とその奥さん
The footprints left behind are from our victim and his wife. And also,
チーム長
there are
情報にない
footprints from
足跡があります。
someone we don't have any information on yet, Sarge.
身元不明ってことね
We have an unidentified person.
そうすると
What are we supposed to
ど
do
うなるん
with
ですか
that?
どうもこうもないわ
What do you think? We leave the name blank and figure out who's the owner of said footprints.
これはいい兆候
This is a
よ
good sign of things to
第
come.
一発見
We
者
have
の
a
他にも
suspect
容疑者
besides
が
our
いると
single
いうことが分
witness.
かった足跡ができた時
When
間
were the prints made?
午前0時です
Right at the stroke of midnight.
午前0時って
Midnight? They were up in the
完全に
middle
真
of
夜
the
中じゃない
night?
かそんな時間
People were out here that
こ
late?
こに来た人がいるということか
大体全部調べ
Is
た
that
かしら
everything?
ノート
No,
文
the
章は
documents? Okay, there we go, our first
こ
clue.
れです
Second clue, here you are. En fin, me pides hora de farmear 12 horitas metal en Ark. Buena suerte, si se puede, tú puedes farmear. Que te vaya todo bien, gracias.
ひとまず注目する
Bye
点は2つ
bye,
ですね
bye bye. For now, we have 2 items to focus on.
一つ目は
The
事件
first,
当社の
Peter
エルミラ
Miller, his
そ
wife,
してまだ身元がわから
Elle
ない
Miller,
ものが
and
一
one
人い
more
ます
person we have yet to identify.
それから二つ目は
The second
被
item
害
is
者
the
が着てい
protective
た防護
clothing.
服どうして
Somehow,
半分だけ死体から
y
離れ
chat,
て
take a
まし
shower, please. Sí, sí. Mañana todos nos bañamos juntos, digo. ¿Qué? Somehow, half of it came to lie a distance from the body.
ところで
But
そも
honestly,
そも被害者は
why did the
防
victim
護
need
服なん
to
て
wear a
ものを着る
protective
必
suit
要
in the
があった
first
んでしょうか
place? This
こ
is his
こは
home,
被害
isn't
者
it?
の自宅ですよね
多分倉庫
Perhaps
に入るためでしょ
entering the storage shed is dangerous. No, me da hueva. Entendido, entendido, entendido. Entendido.
自分の倉庫に入るために
Sila usually
防護服を着
showers.
るん
I
ですか
always shower every day, you know? I showered right before the stream because I usually shower like at 7 p.m. so my hair has enough time to dry and I have enough time to do things before I go to bed. But for example, if I'm streaming until 8 or 9 p.m. and I'm not going out anywhere during the day, I'll just maybe shower in the morning. ¿Te lavas el cabello todos los días? Cada 2 días por mi tipo de cabello. O sea, antes si me lo bañaba todos los días se secaba un chingo o se ponía súper grasoso fácilmente. Entonces si me lo lavo cada 2 días, jala bien para mí. I think women don't always wash hair every time I heard. Yeah, I do it every 2 days. That way it doesn't get greasy, but it also doesn't get super dry. It works for me.
そうじゃないわ
It's not
ノート
that mode. It's not the storage shed itself you should be paying attention to,
倉庫
but
に
the
中に
items contained within. Yo me baño una vez al mes. ¡Ah, no! Hasta aquí huele. No, no es cierto, no es cierto. Eso me funciona. Of course, the staff.
あの中にあるステップは
The staff
すべて
contained
非
within
認可
that
ステッ
room
プ
is
だ
all unauthorized,
どんなスキルを持っているのかはま
which
だ
means we
わから
have
な
no
いが
idea what skill each carries.
少なくとも一つ
We
以
do
上
know one thing though.
防護服を
At
着な
least
け
one
れ
of
ば
the
なら
staff in there
ない
is
危険
dangerous
な
enough
ス
to
テップ
warrant
があ
wearing
るという
protective clothing. Baños de tierra como las gallinas y también los puercoespines creo que se bañan así.
なるほど
I see.
そう
Then
ね
let's get there and start
死にたかっ
investigating.
たらね
Sure. If you have a death wish. Sí, los puercoespines no pueden absorber agua por su tipo de pelaje. Entonces se bañan con tierra.
はい
ブリアン
Huh?
説明
Right.
して
Explain it to him.
さっきも言ったと
I
思う
told
が
you before.
ステップにはスキ
A
ルを使う
chinchilla,
条
Beth.
件と
Yeah,
なる
chinchillas, no el
ト
puercoespín, el
僕たちが
chinchilla.
望
Esa
まな
mero,
くて
esa
も
mero. Gracias,
トリガー
Jintai.
の条件を満たした
Así no
瞬
me veo
間
tan idiota.
ステップのス
Me
キルが
confundí,
発
pero
動
los
する
dos tienen como espinitas, por eso me confundí. Every piece of staff has a certain condition, a trigger which activates its skill. The moment we activate that trigger, intentionally or otherwise, we invoke the staff to use its skill. Dato nuevo absorbido. Sí, así aquí en el stream sí siempre aprenden algo nuevo. Que sea útil, probablemente no, pero es algo nuevo aún así.
もしステップに近づくことがトリ
If
ガ
by
ーなら
chance
それ
the
だけで
trigger
ス
is
キルが
activated
発
by
動して
someone
負
or
傷する
something
可能性
approaching,
がある
the staff could use its skill and someone could get hurt.
あ
Oh,
So
I
this-
see. I
考え
didn't
もし
think
ません
about
で
it
した
like that.
ここは僕に任せて
Leave this next part to me.
僕のスキルは
My
近
skill
づかなくても痕
allows me
跡
to
を調べる
retrace
こと
from
が
a
できるから
distance. But what if a
So,
piece of stuff is
も
triggered
し
by
ステ
someone
ップを
staring at
長い
it?
間見つめる
Isn't
こ
that
とがトリガ
dangerous
ーだ
too?
ったらどうする
Luego
んで
les
すか
enseño cómo temear cada
¿Quién ya
uno
no
de
es
Art
esta?
Chat. ¡A huevo! Para que aprendan. Así, así.
ああ
Oh,
一理
you
あ
could
る
be
な
right.
そ
In
れ
that
な
case,
ら
休まず目を動かし
do you
続け
think
れ
you
ば
could keep
大丈夫じゃ
sweeping
ない
your gaze around?
いい考えで
Good
すね
idea.
やって
Bye
みます
bye! Bye bye!
さあノート
So,
調べ
no,
たいと
if
ころ
there's
があったら
anything
言
you'd
って
like
くれ
me to investigate, just let me know.
よくやったわノー
Well
ト
done, Note.
あなたのお
Thanks
か
to
げ
you,
で
Brian will be
ブ
safer
リア
than
ンの
before.
命拾い
いえ
No,
チーム
it's
長
all
のア
thanks
イ
to
デア
your
のおかげです
suggestion.
私たちのチームワ
Then
ー
we'll
クの
call
お
it
か
a
げ
team
ってこ
effort.
と
ブリアンさんに下手な冗談は言わない方が良さそうだ
I'd better leave poking fun at him for later. ¡Chinchila! ¡Una chinchila! ¡Una chinchila! ¡Ay, qué bonito! Imagínense a la Sila como chinchilla. ¡Qué bonito! ¡Qué bonito! Let's investigate. Clue time!
芸術とは何
What
でしょう
is art exactly?
それは
That is
かなり
quite
哲
a
学的な質
philosophical
問だな
question.
本格的に話し
But
出
if
すと
we
時
were
間
to
が
give
かか
such
り
a
そうだ
question
から
its due,
この議論は
that
ま
would
たの機
require
会
a
に
great deal of time. How about we hold off that discussion for the next time?
そこまで本格的に話し
I'd
たいわ
rather
けじゃなかったん
not
だ
open
け
that
ど
can of worms.
これは
Shall we
肖
call
像
this
と言って
thing a
いいんだろう
statue
か
then?
それ
And
にここに展示
since
され
it's
てい
on
ると
display
いうこ
here,
とは
it's
ステ
staff?
ップ金色に
The
光る
hand
何
is
かを
clutching a
握り
golden
しめる
object.
って
That could
い
be
ろんな意味に
interpreted a
解釈
number
で
of
きそうだ
ways.
な
あの赤いマーク
That red
この
pattern.
倉庫には
I see a
似
number
たよ
of
うなマ
similar
ークのものが
markings
い
in
くつか
here.
あります一体どんな意味な
What
ん
do
で
they
しょ
mean
うか
though?
黒いノートがあるな
There's a black
あれも
notebook
ステッ
over
プなんだ
there.
ろうか
Is that staff as well?
うん
Huh.
ノートは
That's on
あ
that
のノー
notebook
トに
note?
ついてる
そうですね
It's a death note!
して
A mí no me
展示してあ
engañan,
ると
that's
いう
the
ことは
death note!
やはりステップなんでしょ
Since it's on display, it's got to be staff.
それだけ
Is that all?
Eh?
Huh?
う 他のステップと違って
Unlike the
赤
other
いマー
stuff
ク
in
み
this
たいな
room,
も
there are
の
no
が書かれ
red
ていません
markings
ね
on it. Or
それと
maybe
も
there's
よく
somewhere
見え
we
ない位置
can't
に書い
see?
てあるんで
そう
Could
それ
be.
がノートに
So
対
that's
する
notes
ノート
notes
の
on
考
the
えなの
notebook for you. Oh wow, that was a tongue twister!
はい
我慢
Yeah.
強いわね
Aren't you holding back well?
何の話ですか
What do you mean?
指紋が残っている
There
な
are fingerprints on it.
これは被
But
害
they're
者と
different
夫
from the
人の指
victims
紋と
and
も違
his
う
wives.
チーム長が持って
I
きた
don't
資料
see
にも
anything that matches the
一致する指
documents you
紋は
brought
ない
along either. Sorry for the yawn.
さっきの足跡の主が残した
Perhaps
んで
they
しょ
were
う
made
か
by the same person who made those footprints.
そうとも考えられるが
We could
一
assume
つ気にな
so.
る点があ
But
る
there's something that concerns me about them.
この指紋は
These
深夜
prints
1
were
時
made
に
at
残さ
1
れている
a.m.
倉庫の外にあ
The
った謎の
footprints
足跡
outside were
は
left at
深夜
midnight.
0時にできたもので
If
し
the
た
owner of those footprints
も
touched
し
that
その足
notebook,
跡の主がノートを触ったのなら1時間もの
then our
間
suspect was in here
こ
for
の倉庫の
over
中
an
にい
hour?
たということか
What was the person doing all that time?
これは蓄
That's a
音機というも
phonograph,
のです
right?
よね
This is the first time I'm seeing one in a person's home.
この手のモデルは
That's because this
かなり
model
高価
comes
な
with quite the high
ただ
price
音
tag.
楽鑑賞のために置いてあるわけじゃなさそうだが
I doubt that it's just for listening to music.
こうして飾っているの
Since
は
it's on display
こ
here,
の蓄音
does
機
it
が
make
ステ
it
ップだ
stuff?
からか
It's an antique,
少
but
し
I see
古
the
いが
victim's
被害
handprints
者
on
の
it.
手の跡
わかりやすくていいです
Good
ね
you can see that so well.
肝心のステップ
Though
の
we
スキル
still
につい
don't
ては
know
わ
what
か
skill
り
it
ませんが
carries.
何か変わっ
Is
た
there no
痕跡
trace
みた
that
いなも
stands
のは
out to
ない
you?
ですか
うん
Huh.
一つ変わったの
I
があ
see
る
one
にはあ
thing
る
that
が
strikes me as
よ
unusual,
く見えないな
but I can't quite make it out.
どんなものですか
What's that?
蓄音機の木の部分
There's
に
a small gap in the
若干
wooden
隙
part
間
of
が
the
見える
phonograph.
そんなのがあるん
Oh
ですね
really? I can make that out
僕
with
の目
my
には
eyes.
全然
かなり小さな
It's
隙間だ
quite
から
small.
お
I
そらく
believe it would be hard for
僕の
anyone
ス
to
キル
make
がな
out
ければ
without
見え
my
ないだろ
skill.
だがあん
But
な
the
とこ
fact
ろ
that
に
it's
痕跡
traced
が残っているということは
might mean that
ま
you
る
can
であ
make
の
the
隙
gap
間が
bigger.
さらに広がりでもすまさか
Could it
箱のように
perhaps
開
be
ける
open
作
like
り
a
になっ
box?
ているんだろうか
Let's see what else.
床
Floor.
に残っている足跡は被
The
害者
only
のものだけ
footprints
だ
inside belong to the victim.
いや訂正
No,
しよ
that's not right. I
もう
see
一人
prints from
別の
one
が
more
あるな
person.
誰の足跡です
Whose
か
are they?
わからない
I don't know
だ
whose,
が
but
倉
they're
庫の
matched
前
to
に
the
残ってい
footprints we
た
saw
謎の足
outside
跡
at
と
the
一致す
storage
る
shed.
その謎の人物
Then our
は
suspect
倉庫の中
entered
ま
the
で入って
storage
き
area
た
as well.
というこ
Rather
とですね。
suspicious, don't you think?
なん
足跡ができた時間は
When were the footprints left?
真夜中
Midnight.
庫の前にある
Same
のと
time
同
as
じ
the
です
ones out front.
この足跡の
The
主
owner
は
of these
こ
footprints
こに
didn't
長く
stay
と
very
どまって
long.
いたわけではない
その時間に
So
倉
at
庫を
that
訪れ
time,
た
there
第
was a
三の
third
人物
person
が
on
い
the
るということ
premises.
か。 倉庫の後ろの方
The
は
lot
だい
behind
ぶ
the
草が
storage
生い
shed is
茂っています
overgrown
ね
with grass and weeds.
手入れが難しい場所だから
Must be a
放
hard
置さ
area
れて
to
いるんだ
maintain. If I were him,
そ
I'd
の
be
うち
worried that
雑草が
overgrowth
倉庫
might
の
somehow
中に
find
まで
its
入
way
ってこないか
inside.
心配だな。
まあ
Well,
僕たちが
that's
心
hardly
配
our
する問題では
problem.
ないですよ
Anything worth
何か
noting?
見えるもん
Hmm,
これは少し意
that
外
is
だ
rather
な。
surprising.
てっきり被
I
害者の
thought I
指
might
紋が
find
残
the
されてい
victim's
ると思ったん
fingerprints
だ
over
が、
here.
残っているのは配
The
偶
only
者のエルミ
prints
ラ
are
ーの
from the
指紋
victim's
だけだ。
wife, L. Miller.
被害者の妻も
Does
よ
that
く
mean
こ
the
こに来
victim's
ていたん
wife
でしょうか
frequents this building too?
それはわか
That
らな
I
い
can't
な。
tell you.
最近の
Only
指
the
紋しか
latest
残っていな
prints
い
of
から
her remain.
おそらく
The rest,
一
it
度指
looks
紋
like
が
they
消
were
されたん
wiped
だ。
away.
窓枠が狭
That
い
window's so small.
ここから
It'd
人
be
が出入
hard
りす
for a
るのは
person to
難
sleep
し
in
そう
and
だ
out of it.
でも
Still,
Nanda
something
ga
about it
quinaru.
bothers me. What is left? We already saw this, the window.
このドアうまく閉まらないようにテープで
This
固
door
定
has
され
been
ていま
taped
すね
open so it won't close.
現場を見つけた時の
It
状
seems
態
it
を
was
維
taped
持してい
open to
るん
keep
だ
the
ろ
scene how it was found.
う。ドアに残ってい
The
る
most
指紋は
recent prints on
エ
the
ルミラ
door
ーのものが
were
一番
made by
新しい
L.
指紋の
Miller.
ようだ。
現場を見つけた
The
被害
person
者
who
の奥さ
discovered
んで
the
すね
body, right? Huh? This
このド
door.
ア何か
There's
赤
a
い
bit
も
of
のが書
red
かれ
on
てい
it.
るな。
Is it some sort of
Mark.
de
marking?
もステッ
Yes,
プに
but
書か
it's
れた
much
マ
more
ークに比
simple
べ
than the
て
markings on the
デザイン
staff.
がシンプルこのマークに
Are these
何
patterns
か意
supposed
味
to
があ
mean
るんだろう
something?
かここまでの調査では
Out of everything we've
最も
investigated
怪しい
thus
の
far,
は
the
身元
most
不明の
the
足
most
跡です
suspicious
ね
finding is the footprints of
他
our
に気になる手が
unidentified
かりはあり
suspect.
ませんでした
There's nothing else that particularly stands out.
それでも覚えておいた方がいいわ
There's
ね
one thing that bears remembering
トリ
though.
ガーのヒントになる
There
ような
may be
痕
hints
跡が
about the
残っていた
trigger
かもしれないから
somewhere.
万が一のため
Just
に
in case, I'll
普通の
take a
写真も
normal
一枚
picture of
撮っ
the
ておきます。
interior too.
マリ
Patty, help! I can't handle this by myself!
うんそうだと思ったわ
I had a feeling.
ひどい
You're such a meanie!
すぐにそっちに向
I'll
か
be
うか
right
ら
there,
待
Athena.
ってなさい
Hold on just a bit longer.
チーム長、と
Sarge,
ころでテナは
speaking
今
of
どこ
Tina.
にいるんですか？
Where is she exactly?
テナは違う現場に行っ
Tina's
ていたわ
investigating a different crime scene.
違う現場ですか
A different crime scene?
さっき言ったじゃない
Didn't I say before?
調べる場所
There were two
あと二
places
箇所
to
が
be
残ってる
investigated.
一つはこの倉庫
One
の
was the
中
interior of the
それから
shed,
もう一つが
and the other
違
is
う現場
elsewhere.
ですが、違
But
う
another
現場
crime
って
scene?
死体はこ
Isn't
こ
the
にある
body
じゃない
right
ですか。
here?
そうね
Well,
死体の半分は
half of it is.
もう半分は
Where do you think the other half of the corpse went? What the hell? Were there two halves of the corpse in different
2階
places?
まで行く必要があ
That
る
sounds
んですか？
insane!
倉庫から結構距離がありますね。
We have to climb up to the second floor? Wherever we're going, it's far from the shed.
チーム長こ
Sergeant,
こは
this
被
is the
害者の
victim's
邸宅
home.
じゃないですか
Are you telling us the
事
crime
件が
didn't
起きた
happen in
のは
front of the
倉庫
shed?
の前
あなたたちも見ればわかるわ
You two will see when we get there.
説明が面倒だ
It's
か
too
ら
much of a chore to
黙ってつい
explain,
てきて。
so just follow me.
さあこの部屋に
Okay, this is the room.
二つ目の現場
Our second crime scene.
いつからか
At
ド
some
アを開
point,
ける前から
I was able to imagine what was behind the door before it opened.
慣れたんだろう
I could smell that familiar scent. The scent of blood. Dun, dun. I don't know why I'm so sleepy right now.
ここは事件
Indeed,
現場
one
です
thing's for certain. This is a crime scene.
ここは被害者
Is
の寝
this
室
the
です
victim's
か
bedroom? And that on the bed
ベッドの上
is...
そう
Right, this is where the other half of the body was
ここで
found.
発見され
テナさん
Detective Fina.
た私なりにここ
I've
を調
been
べて
coming
み
the
たけど
area doing what I
何が
can,
どうなっ
but
てこう
I
なっ
have
た
no
のか
idea what happened here.
それでも
Imagine you two will see something else using your
何か違
skills,
うもの
right?
が見えるよね
ノート、準備を。
No, are you ready?
はい
Yes, let's start our
始めましょう。
investigation of the room. Let's see the other crime scene. Let's see the
ベッド
bed.
にあった死体が消えた
The
のは
half of the
2時間
corpse in
前
the
で
bed
す。
was moved 2 hours ago.
警察が死
That
体
was
を搬
probably
送
when
し
the
た時間
police
でし
came
た。
to cart away the body.
すみませんが、
I apologize, but I think that's all my skill can tell you.
それじゃあ
Then I
私が
shall
ベッ
read
ド
the
の記
memories
憶を
this
読み
bed
取
may
ってみる
have
わ
for us.
あら
Oh,
チーム長
oh,
何か分かった
Sergeant,
こと
did
が
you
あるんで
uncover
すか
something? No, she just read the memories of sex, it's obvious.
あるにはあるけ
I
ど
did, but
詳しく説
it
明するの
wouldn't be right to go into
Just
details
fine.
about it. See, I told you!
はい
Huh? Why is that?
私生活の問題
It's
だ
a
から
matter of privacy in
被害者
regards to the victim and his wife.
でも
Oh,
意外な収穫だったわ
it was an unexpectedly rich piece of information to harvest.
はい
Excuse me?
被害者夫婦
Now
の
that
関
we
係が
now
悪
we
くな
know
かった
there
と
were
いう
no
のは
bad feelings festering in the bedroom. So they got it on pretty often?
あ
Oh,
もしかして
I mean,
詳しく
I could
教
go
え
into
て
the
ほしい
dirty
ので
details if you insist. Yes, please! I wanna know!
あいいえ大丈夫
No,
です
thank you. I'll pass. Bummer. Let's see.
この引き出しの中に
Is
は
there anything in
何
this
があるんですか
あそ
Oh, that one? I checked it out earlier, but I only found an empty notebook
ノートしか
note.
なかったよ
そうですか
I see.
我慢強いわ
Again,
ね
knowing well at restraining yourself.
さっきから何を期待しているんです
How
か
have you been expecting me to react?
あらこ
Hold
のノー
up.
ト
This notebook.
前のページが
The
全部
first
破
page
かれ
was
てい
torn
る
out.
何か大事な
There
こと
may
が
have
書
been
かれてい
something
たかもしれま
important
せんね
written here.
ノートに何かが書かれた
Whatever
のは
was on that page.
記憶が
It's
残って
been
い
there
ない
long
ほ
enough
ど
that the
前の
notebook
こと
holds no memory of it.
だけど
However,
最後のページ
the
が破られ
page was
た
torn out quite
最近だ
recently.
これなら
If that's
私
the
のスキルで
case,
復元
I
でき
might
そう
be able to remake it with my skill.
紙にかかった筆
If
圧
I
を
read the
読み
impressions on this page and trace
そ
them
のま
out.
ま真似して書くこうすれば上
You're
にあっ
writing
た
from
ペ
the
ージに
page
書かれ
before
ていた文字が
reappears.
こういう風にもスキルが
So she
使え
can
るん
use
だ
her skill like that too.
できた
Done.
書
The
かれ
parts
ていた
written
のは
before.
お
I
金
see
の単位と
prices,
数字
people's names.
それか
So,
ら
a
人
receipt?
の名前
取引した金額は
How
い
much
くら
money
ですか
changed hands?
5000
5,000.
5000
5,000
ですか?
what? Pence?
いえ
No,
Pound.
pounds. What? You could buy a mansion for that much money.
家を取引した領収書でしょうか
Hmm. Was it a receipt for an estate sale or something?
そう考えるのが
You'd
妥
be
当でしょう
justified in
けど
thinking that.
こんな巨
But
額の
something
取
about
引
such a huge
ノ
sale
ート
being
の
written
中
out
に
in
書
a
いてるっ
notebook
ていうの
feels
が気にな
wrong.
るわね
少し見てもいいでしょうか
Could I have a quick look at that?
どうぞ
Here!
このノート
The
に残
only
っている
prints left on this receipt
被
belong
害
to
者
our
のもの
victim.
一つだけですね
They're over 5 months
それも
old at
5ヶ
that.
月前のです
少なくとも5ヶ月
So
前
over 5 months ago,
5000
someone made a
ポンド
sale
相当の
for
取引
something
が
worth
されたんですね
5,000 pounds.
そうね
That's
取引
right.
相手の名前
And our other
Jado
party in the sale was Sad Bearing. Sad Bearing? That's his name? Sad Bearing?
ジャドベリン
Sad Bearing.
覚えておい
I
た
should
方が良
remember
さ
the
そうだ
name.
これは
It's a
懐中
pocket
時計です
watch.
ね
Looks
かな
rather
り高そうで
expensive,
すけ
no?
ど
被害者の指
The
紋が
victim's
残っている
fingerprints are all over
時
it.
計の持ち主は
Was it
被害者
his?
の指紋は数時間前のもの
Considering the
だ
time of his
今
last
日も
prints,
使われていた
he
よう
used it in the morning too.
それじゃあ
Then
ど
why
う
is
し
it
てここに
here?
あるの
そうですね
True, a man
普通こう
normally
いうのは
keeps such a
懐
thing in
に
his
忍ばせておく
person.
ものですが
Hmm.
待てよ
Hold
時計
on a
の針
minute.
が
The
7
hour
時間ほど
hand.
遅れている
It's reading 7 hours too early.
壊れたんでしょうか
Is it
いや
broken?
そ
But
れ
you
にして
just
は
said it was
時間
used
の
this
ズレが
morning. Did
意図的
someone
に
mess
遅
up
らせた
mess with it on purpose?
いえ
No,
それは
that's
違
not
う
it.
と思う
It has no
手
memory
動
of
で
being
時間を
manually
操
wound.
作した記憶は感じられないわ
それならやはり故
Then
障したん
is
だ
it
ろう
really
か
broken? What
時
would
計
have
が故障
broken
す
it?
る理由ってなんだ
Let's see what else. The lamp, no. Oh, the floor.
床に残っているのは
There are
被害
footprints
者
on
の
the
奥
floor
さん
from
の
both
足
the
跡だ
victim
け
and
だ
his wife.
おかしいです
That's odd.
ここで殺
If
人
this
があっ
is
た
where the
のな
murder
ら
occurred,
犯人
you'd
の
find
足
the
跡が
killer's
残っているは
footprints
ずなの
too.
に
たとえ犯行現場が別の
Even
場
if
所だっ
this
たと
weren't
して
the
も
primary crime
死
scene,
体
you'd
を
see
ここまで
footprints from
運んだ
over
足
from
跡が
whoever
残っ
moved
て
the
いなけ
body.
れば犯人と奥さん
If
が
the
同一
wife were a
人物
criminal, that would make sense, but
まだ断定するには早
it's
いわ
still early to say for certain.
そうですね
Indeed,
この事件には
since
ステ
it's
ップ
quite
が関わ
likely
ってい
that
る可能
staff
性
played
が
a
高
part
い
in
ので
this murder,
普通じゃない
there's
手
also
段
the
で死体が
possibility that the
運ばれ
body
た
was
という
moved
こと
through
も考えら
unusual
れますが
means.
ブリオンさん意外と疑り
Detective
深いな
Brian's voicing his suspicious more
捜
than
査官だ
usual,
から当然ではある
though
か
such action is rather natural for a detective.
とりあえずこのく
Shall
らい
we
か
call it here?
どう
So, did you learn anything new?
気になるところは
There
多
are
いんですが
parts I find
今の状
suspect,
況で一番気
but
に
the
なる
thing
の
that
は
bothers me the most is
床に残った
the
跡です
trace
ね
left on the floor.
そうだな
Indeed.
足跡のこと
You're
だな
talking about the footprints?
さっきも言ってたよね。被害者のと奥さんの。
You talked about them just a
どっちの方が怪しいの？
moment before, no? Which side is suspicious, the victim or his wife's?
そうじゃなくて、
That's
その
not
他
the
の
issue
足跡
here.
が残ってい
The
ないことが
problem
問
is
題
that there
なんだ。
isn't another set.
ん
Huh? What?
この事件の
The
最も
most
大きな
remarkable
特
feature
徴
of
は、
this case
被害者の
is the
死体
fact
が
that the
2つの場
victim's
所に分か
body
れ
is
て
in
い
two
たと
different
いうことだ。
places.
もし
Yet,
誰かが死体を
if
持って
someone
移
were
動
to
さ
have
せたの
picked
な
up
ら、
and moved the body,
床にそ
we
の
would
痕跡
expect
が
to see
残るの
trace
が
evidence
一
from
般
that
的。
person.
あ
Oh,
あだけど
but we don't have any evidence that happened, right?
ここへ来るまでの間にも
There's no evidence of that the entire way up here.
少なくと
At the
も
very least, we can say for certain that the body was moved by no ordinary means.
倉庫にあったステッ
There's
プ
a
で
good chance that the
死体の
corpse
移動した可能
was
性が
moved using
高
one
い
of
で
the
しょ
staffs he's got displayed
う。
in
こ
the
れはほ
shed.
ぼ確定ね。
In fact, I'm almost certain.
やっぱり
As
この事件を
as
解
expected,
決するため
we're
には
going to have to know the skill of
Step
each piece of
skill
stuff out there if we're going to
調べる必要がありそうだわ。
solve this case.
テナ、被害者の妻
Where is the victim's wife,
Elmiraは
Elle
今どこ
Miller,
にいる？
currently being held?
一旦
For
庭
the
の方で
time being,
休んでるように言った
I
よ
told her to rest out
ま
in
だ
the
家の
garden.
中にいるのは
She
辛そう
doesn't
だ
feel
ったから
comfortable setting foot in her house yet.
それが普通の
A
反応だ
natural
ろう。
reaction.
配偶者の
Seeing
こん
her
な姿
husband
を
like
見たのな
that.
ら、
気の毒だけど
Unfortunately, we don't have time to wait for her emotional wounds to heal naturally. I'd say there's a good chance that woman knows things about the staff out there.
それに、
And as cruel as the presumption may be,
彼女
she's
は
our
現
prime
在最も
suspect
有
for
力な
this.
容疑者です。
私はこの近くの部屋を
I'm
もう
going
少
to
し調べて
investigate the
みる。
neighboring rooms.
三人
Yet
は
we
庭
should
に
head
行
out
って
to the garden
エル
and
ミラ
question
から
Al
話を聞
Miller.
いてきて。
一人で調べるんですか？
You're going to investigate on your own?
ええ。
I am.
あ、
However,
でも
I'd like you to check and see if there are any other sets of
外に残っている足跡が他にもない
footprints
か。
outside, Brian.
外と中を分けて
So
調
we're
べるんで
splitting
す
the
ね。
investigation of the
わかりました。
inside and outside between us.
倉庫のステップが使われて
sorry.
被害者が死んだのなら、
Whoa.
犯人はそのステップについてよく知っていた可能性
I
が
suddenly
高い
got。like super sleepy. I don't know why. Maybe I got too relaxed. If the stuff out in the storage shed was used to kill the victim, our culprit was probably well versed in the skill each possessed.
エルミラ
Elle
ー。
Miller.
もしその人が
If
ステ
she
ップ
knows
につい
a
て
lot about the
詳し
staff
か
out
ったと
there,
したら、テナさん、被害者の奥さん
Detective
は
Tina,
どんな人で
what
すか？
sort of person is the victim's wife?
そうだね
Well,
少し
I
話
did
を
get a
して
small
みたけ
chance
ど
to talk with her, but I couldn't
なんだか
understand the word that
ご
was
ちゃご
coming
ちゃ
out
わ
of
けが
her
わからな
mouth.
いこと
それは
Is that
まだ
because
事件のショックから
she
立
has
ち
yet
直
to
れて
get
い
over
ない
the
から
trauma brought on by witnessing the crime?
それが
She looked like she was
普通そうに
holding
見えたんだよ
herself
ね
together at first glance. Getting better from being sick spends a lot of energy, so it is expected to be a bit more tired. Yeah, like at least I think I slept 8 hours, but then again, since I couldn't breathe at certain times, maybe I didn't really rest correctly, so that may be something that was going on.
もううんざり
I've had enough of this.
そんなにそこがいいなら
If you like that place so much, you can live in there for the rest of your life. Hey, do you think that the person shouting over by the storage shed is?
普通そうっていう言
I
葉
take it back what I said about her holding it together.
すみません。少し
Pardon
下
me,
がっ
but
てい
could you
ただけ
step
ませんか？
back a
ここ
bit?
に近づかれるのは
This
ま
area
だ
is
危
still
険です。
dangerous to be loitering around.
あなたも管理局の人ですか
Are you another from the bureau?
エルミラーさんですよね。
Mrs. L. Miller, I
さっき
presume?
ここで何をし
What
ていら
were
っ
you
しゃった
saying
んで
just
す
a
か？
minute ago?
どういう意味ですか
Whatever do you mean?
さっきここで
Just a moment ago, we heard. Oh, check-in! Hi, Doc! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? We're currently getting on case 4. Evening, boss. Happy to see you streaming. I did. I know I said I wasn't going to stream today, but I did end up streaming. It's not that I don't care about my health. I just felt better. Like, I could talk. I wasn't coughing so much, so I was like, yeah, why cancel when I can stream? But now I'm getting super tired. Hydrate. Okay, Paris, I'm gonna hydrate. Give me a sec. Okay, I hydrated. Just a moment ago, we heard.
何をおっしゃっているのか
I have no
全然
idea what you're
わからないん
implying.
ですが
そりゃまだ
That's
何
because
も
you
言って
didn't
ないん
let
だ
me
から
finish.
実はミラーさんに
To be frank, Mrs. Miller,
エルと
call me
呼んで
Elle.
ください
Fair, just be careful not to overdo it. Yeah, I was a little bit scared because the staffercase streams are usually the longest since they take around 4 hours per case. So that's why I started it today a little bit earlier. I know the staffercase series are usually my 5 p.m. streams, but this time I was like, maybe it's gonna be, I don't want to go to bed at like 10:30 because I still have to do stuff after I finish stream. For example, having dinner, I'm trying to have like, I still follow a Mexican-ish pattern of eating. So I have breakfast around 9 a.m. if I'm not working. Then I eat around 2 or 3 p.m. and I have dinner at 8 p.m. if I can help it, or 9 p.m. which is a little bit late. I usually prefer to have dinner at 8 p.m. But yeah, like for at least for us Mexicans, our 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. meal is the main one, the heavy one. And then at 8 p.m. you just have something light like quesadillas or cereal or a sandwich. Although I'd say sandwiches are more for like breakfast, at least for me. Yesterday I had eggs for dinner though, because like I didn't have ham. I wanted to do a toast with cream cheese and ham, but I forgot I don't have ham, so I ended up doing a poached egg with cream cheese and toast and some paprika sprinkled on top. So I mean, that's more of a breakfast food for me too, but I was so tired and I couldn't think of anything else. Maybe today I'm gonna have cereal. I feel like that makes more sense. I like later dinner, but if it's too heavy I get indigestion. Yeah, like sometimes if I had a really heavy meal, for example 2 days ago I had some beans, like just beans with some, it's a bean soup if you want to see it that way, and put some cheese on it and some sour cream. And yeah, it is a very heavy meal, so by the time 8 p.m. came around I was like, oh, I'm not hungry, but I still try to eat 3 prunes every night for, you know, better bowel movements. Frijolitos con queso, sí, con cremita y queso, súper rico. Y aparte yo hago los frijoles de la olla en la olla express, entonces salen muy ricos, muy ricos. But yeah, like, I've tried to eat more fiber. I'm trying to incorporate oats into my diet as well, besides from eating beans once a week at least. But still, eating prunes is good for your colon. It reduces your chances of getting colon cancer. So fiber is good. Eat your fiber, guys. Always eat your fiber. To be frank, Elle, we have a few questions we'd like to ask. And as my colleague said, this place is dangerous, so how about we sit down and have a chat somewhere? I eat nopales for my daily fiber. Oh, I don't like nopales. Like, the first 3 times I tried them, they were prepared incorrectly, and if you don't know what nopales is, it's the cactus, kind of like the cactus fruit. Well, not the fruit, the cactus part. And if you don't cook it correctly, it can turn out super slimy, and I don't like the texture. So the first 3 times I tried it, it was super slimy, and it turned me off from eating nopales for good. They don't taste bad. Like, I think they taste okay, but I didn't eat them a lot even in Mexico. For example, for some places there are places where you get quesadillas, which I'm guessing you do know. It's tortilla filled with cheese or something else. I personally am a believer that quesadilla has cheese and taco is the tortilla with other fillings. Personally, like, I'm not gonna debate that. Everyone's opinion is valid on this one. But yeah, sometimes when you ask for tacos de chorizo or cecina, that's what a quesadilla is? Yeah, it's tortilla and you fill it with cheese and bend it in half and boom! It's a really super easy, cheap dinner in Mexico. If you don't know what to do, boom, quesadilla. I was joking. Okay. Like, I never want to assume people know things, and I don't want to make them feel dumb if they don't know something, so I'll explain just in case. Every question is valid. I don't judge people for asking anything. But yeah, super easy, super cheap. I love eating quesadillas. The problem here is that you don't find really good corn tortillas. They usually have a At least here they're either super processed or they have a mixture. It's a flour corn mix and they taste kind of bland. So I miss, like, one of my favorite childhood memories was going with my grandma to pick up the tortillas in the tortilleria. And then she would give me a hot tortilla, warm tortilla with salt in it. And oh, that's so delicious. Right after they came out of the thingy. I forgot. It's like a conveyor belt where they do the tortillas, but yeah, it's one of my favorite childhood memories. Just eating the tortilla con salecita with my grandma. Gonna drink some tea. Okay. Would you like to? We have a table and some chairs set up at the east side of the garden. Shall we head that way?
いいですね
Phew, sounds good. Detective Brian, has anything been
倉庫の
moved?
中に
確認してみた
I
よ
checked, but I
新
didn't
し
see
く
any
できた
trace of
後
the
は特
sort.
になさそうだ
Seems as though she was
ただ
just
単に
yelling
叫
for
んでいただ
yelling's
けみ
sake.
たいだ
そうですか
You think so? So, what is it you wish to ask about?
さっきいらっしゃった
We have
倉
some
庫の中
questions
にあ
regarding
る
the
ス
staff
テ
in
ッ
that
プに
shed
関
we
す
were
るこ
just
となんで
in.
すが
I do apologize, but I don't know much about my husband's collection, so I don't think I'll be of much help.
いえいえ
Oh, we're not looking for a
専門
professional
家のような答えを
opinion or
期待してい
anything.
る
Even
わけ
the
じゃな
most
いんです
basic of information
ほ
would
ん
be a
の些
good
細なこと
start.
でもいいので
I'm terribly sorry, but I don't know the first thing about staff.
でもご
Yet
主
it was
人の
your
趣味だっ
husband's
たの
hobby
に
to collect
知ってい
it.
ることが少しもないんでしょうか
Are you certain you know
も
nothing
しか
about
して
it?
ご夫婦の
Perhaps
仲
the
が
two of you. Have you ever been married, sir?
僕ですか
Me?
ありません
No. Then consider this a learning opportunity. The key to a happy marriage is keeping your nose out of your spouse's affairs. Huh?
普通
Wouldn't
反対じゃないんですか
People say the opposite? Even in marriage, a relationship is between two separate individuals. Once the two come to live together, they begin to show each other all the unpleasantries they were able to keep hidden when they were courting. As they do, all the affection they had built up pops like a bubble. Man, so she had a really unhappy marriage. Like, at least in my relationships, it's always, you know, it's always been tough at first because you do end up, she's right, you do end up finding many unpleasant things, but not necessarily in a huge way. Maybe like, oh, this person hates cleaning their room and I love cleaning my room. Maybe we're not that compatible, like minor stuff. But yeah, you know, if you really love someone and you're both committed to keeping the relationship going, you find compromises, you know? That's my point. Well, that's my idea of a good relationship, like communication and keep respecting boundaries, compromising in stuff, like not for example, I would compromise in minor stuff, but for example, if it was like, oh, I want to have a kid, and my partner's like, no, I never want to have a kid, then yeah, okay, of course, we're not compatible, let's break up. There's stuff where you need to know how to draw hard boundaries, and you need to know when to compromise as well. But yeah. One of those unpleasantries, nothing is more off-putting than a husband's crazy hobbies. Before staff, it was rare minerals, and I thought I was gonna lose my mind with how he would go on and on about them all day. This is the type of lady that would hate if her husband was an anime figure collector or like trading cards collector. She would have cried in the modern day and age. Imagine if she was like, yay, I'm gonna get married to the love of my life. We've been courting for ages. And then they get married and it's like, and her husband's like, look at my 15 Hatsune Miku figurines. I love them. Or even worse, look at all my Gundam collection. Boom! She would have died probably. That was when I put my foot down. I made the decision that personal hobbies would remain just that, personal. Thus, it's quite a given that I know nothing of staff. After that decision, my husband and I grew closer. Others grew envious of the harmonious marriage we were able to maintain. Do you see now? I get your point that you know nothing about staff at least.
今のはノートが
It's
悪かった
partially
よ
your fault she went on like that note. She lost her husband today. You have to consider a person's emotional state before you toss out your questions. She's got a point.
はい。
Right.
悲しんでいるように
She
は
doesn't seem to be
あまり見えない
grieving all that much.
それでは
Well
死
then,
体を発見
could
し
you
た
give
当
us a
時の
statement
話だけで
regarding
も
the
してく
time
だ
and
さいますか。
circumstances of your coming
お
up
辛
from
い
the
のは承
body?
知しております
I
が
know it must be hard for you, but it would be a great help.
それは
A
も
statement?
うあちらの方
I
にもお
already
話
told
ししま
everything
した
to
け
your
ど
to your colleague here.
あ
Was that what you were talking
ー、の
about?
話
I
の
was
ことですか？
listening, but
新しく思い出したこ
isn't
と
there
とか
anything new you'd like
そう
to
いう
add?
のはないですか？
ありません
No, I
さっきお
told you
話ししたの
everything.
が私は
I witnessed the very moment my
夫が
husband
死ぬ
died.
瞬間
テナさん、
Detective
どうしてこん
Tina,
な重要
why
な
didn't
話
you
をして
share
くれな
such
かっ
an
たんです
important
か？
piece of evidence with us?
それがね
About that,
あ
you
なたも聞いた
understand
ら
when
わ
you
かる
hear
よ
it from her.
何か理由がある
Then
んだ。
there's a reason behind your actions.
奥さん、お手数
Ma'am,
をおかけして
I,
申し訳あり
I'm
ませ
sorry
ん
to be
が、
such a
さ
bother,
っきして
but
くだ
could
さ
you
ったとい
repeat
う
everything
お
you
話を
told her for
もう
my
一度
sake?
お聞かせ。
仕方ないですね
If I must, listen more
今度はちゃんと
carefully
聞
this
いてくだ
time.
さい
Okay, let's see. Her first statement.
5時に
I
倉
was
庫で
having a
夫と話し
conversation
ま
with
した
my husband in front of the shed at 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock? Oh, I'd be sleeping. 5 o'clock's an unholy hour.
夫はいつも通
My
り倉
husband,
庫
as
の中
usual,
にい
was
て
inside.
私は倉庫の
I
中に
didn't
入ら
bother
ず
to go inside,
ドアに寄りかかっていました
choosing to lean on the door instead.
話し終わって
We finished our
私が立ち去ろ
conversation,
うと向こうを
and
向い
just
た
as I was
時
turning to leave,
夫が焦った様
I
子
heard
で
my husband call to me with great urgency in his voice.
それで
I turned
後
back
ろ
to
を振
him,
り返ってみると今のような
and
状
there
態
he
になっ
was,
てい
in
たん
such
で
a
す
state.
はいこれ
Here's her
陳述
testimony.
書
ものすごい陳述だな。
That was one doozy of a
しかも
statement,
すべて
and
の
every
陳
word
述
of
に異
it
常
was
心拍が
accompanied
感
by
知されている。
abnormal heartbeats.
傍から見ると冷静
She
に見え
seems
る
so
けど
composed, but she's
かなり
really
動
quite
揺している
shaken
よ。
up about this. It was her
夫が死ん
husband
だん
who
だから。
died after all.
こんな陳述なら
It's no wonder
テナさん
such
が
a
困惑
statement
する
came
の
as a
も
shock
無
to
理は
you,
ありません
Detective
ね。
Tina.
ほら見なさい
Told you.
多分事件のショック
Perhaps
で
it's
記
the
憶
trauma
が混
brought on
乱
by
している
witnessing
可
what
能
she
性
did
が
that's
高いと
distorting
思
her
うが、
memories like this.
この事件にステップ
But
が
with
関わっ
staff
ている
playing
以
a
上、
role in this case,
こんな
even
陳
such a
述でも
statement
無視する
cannot
わけ
simply
に
be
はいかない。
ignored.
もしかす
Besides,
ると
we can say for
精
certain
神異
she's
常
not
を演じ
feigning
ているのかもしれないし
insanity.
な。
それもそうですね。
True.
今まで扱
I've
って
seen
きた
my
事
fair
件で
share
も
of statements
理
that
解
don't
でき
make
ない
much
陳
sense
述
in
は
the
多かった
cases
で
I've
すし、
taken thus far.
だけど本当にただの
But
作り
there's a
話って可
possibility
能
she's
性もあ
speaking
るじゃ
utter
ない
nonsense, right? If that
こう
were
い
the
う場合は
case,
この陳述が本
we
当
would
か
need
ど
to
うか
find out whether she
はっ
spoke
きり
the
させる
truth
必
or
要がある
the
と思う
truth
よ
or not, huh?
ひとまず陳述
To
書を
us,
詳
to
しく見直
start,
そう。
shall we
異
take a
常
closer
心
look
拍を
at her
参考にする
statement?
のは難しいだろう
Making
が、
use of the abnormal heartbeats is a big ask.
もし陳述内容
But
に
if
お
I
か
can
しな
find
ところ
something
があれ
odd
ば、
about it,
その
there's
陳
a good
述は
chance the
本
whole
当でない可
statement
能
is
性が
false.
高くなる。
Hydrate, let's hydrate. Ah, rico rico. Let's see if the statement was entirely fake or not. Oh wow, everything has a heartbeat. Hello again, Lady Detective Sila. Hello! We're going through our first testimony. Let's see. What did I have to do? We are having a conversation. My husband, as usual, was inside. I didn't bother to go inside. I heard my husband, and there he was in such state. Choose a clue. Like just any clues? Oh, okay, I have to choose one weird one. But this is weird because all of the statements are odd. They all have a heartbeat. So do we just choose any? Maybe this one? No? Do you like detective investigation shows like Law and Order or Blue Bloods? Those were... I usually like my favorite detective show or investigation show. I guess they're called cop procedural shows. I really like Castle. That's my favorite one. I like The Mentalist as well, the original CSI. CSI Miami is good for the memes, because Horatio Kane was really hilarious. The way he would put on his glasses after solving the case was really funny. CSI New York was kind of like, it was okay, I guess. Which other ones have I seen? Criminal Minds, really good one. Law and Order SVU, I've only seen a few since it was like my parents wouldn't let me watch that one, but they would let me watch the others. So who knows? I started watching cop procedurals when I was like 6 or 7 years old. I was really young. I would sneak out and go under the TV and put on my favorite shows while my parents weren't watching. So it was really funny. I don't know which one. In this case, I'm not sure, like, if I just have to pick anything. Like, hint. This is the document we have to combine. Oh, okay, we have to... I thought it was just, like, crossing these ones, but no. Footprints... Fingerprints on window, L. Fingerprints, handprint, L. I didn't chosen to lean on the door instead. That makes sense, I guess. What else do we have here? Footprints, Peter. At 5 o'clock in the morning. Handprint, L. Si existiera un Detective Simulator, ¿lo jugarías? Yo creo que sí. Lo único es que la verdad, I'm gonna say this in English just in case. I'm not a big fan of 3D games. I usually prefer 2D games. I like the visuals better. I'm not very good with 3D kind of. I don't like the aesthetic, even for anime or series. I do like, for example, the Digital Circus. I really like that show, but otherwise, if I have to choose between a 2D or 3D show or game, I'll always choose 2D. Oh. Let's see. I'm not sure about this one. There's so many things that are weird about that statement, so I'm not sure. Footprints, Peter. Go to the and there he was in such a state. So it's that one? Huh. Interesting. What am I thinking of? Witnessing the incident. My husband, as usual, was inside. A phonograph, a copy, footprints, Peter. Oh, check-in! Oh, perfect. You got your checking, Waku. A handprint, L. We finished this conversation and this one I'm not sure. Like, I'm really not sure. Maybe it's because my mind's a little bit tired, but I don't know what they want from me. Fingerprints on notebook. Why would that be relevant? The handprint. I turned back to him and there he was in such a state. In front of that shed. Let's see the placements too. The handprint. Where was the handprint? 5. That was on the door, so that makes sense with what she was saying. So she was just nervous, I guess. She wasn't lying because we did see that she did lean on the door. Footprints, number 2. That was at 12 a.m. Fingerprints on window, L. I didn't bother to go inside. I'm thinking this might be it. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Elsa.
Miss, you said you didn't go inside the shed, right?
ええ
That's
夫
right.
から勝
He
手
was
に入
always
るなと
telling me
言わ
not
れ
to
ていまし
frolic
たし
about in there, as if I had any
私も
interest in
そ
looking
の
at the
中にあ
items
る
he
も
had
のを
stored
見るのが
inside.
嫌だったの。
それはおかしいです
That's
ね
odd.
それならどうして
If that's the case,
倉庫の
how
窓
did
に
your
あなた
fingerprints
の
get on the
指紋が
inside of the
残ってい
window
たん
of
ですか
that shed?
おう勘違い
Oh.
されましたね。
I believe you've got the wrong idea.
はい
Excuse me?
確かに
I'm
窓に
sure
は
my
私の
fingerprints
指紋
were
が
on that
残っていた
window,
でしょうね。
but I didn't step foot in that
です
shed to make
そ
them.
れは
詳しく説明していただ
Would
け
you
ま
like
す
to
か
explain how that might be?
できれば陳述として
If possible, with an official statement.
いえ
No,
別に
no, it's
そんな
not
込み入った
so
話じゃあり
convoluted
ま
as
せ
to
ん。
require a statement.
昨夜
A rather upsetting
頭に
event
来るこ
occurred
とがあ
last
ったか
night,
らか
so I woke
朝
up
早く
early
目が
this
覚めて
morning
しま
and
ったの
decided
で
to clean that old
倉
shed.
庫を掃除したん
Not
で
the
す。
inside, of course, but the outside.
倉庫の中は毎
He
日掃
cleaned
除
the
してい
inside
る
of
の
that
に
shed every
ど
day.
うして窓
But
枠はそのままにしていたのか。
why couldn't he have been
埃
bothered
が
to
溜まっ
clean
て
the
いるのを
window
見たら
sill?
我
I
慢
couldn't
できなか
stand
っ
to see the layers of filth that he had let build up.
た。結局気持ちを抑
I
えきれ
couldn't
ず
stand it any longer,
今日
so I gave that window
窓
a
ガ
good
ラスから
cleaning,
窓枠まで
glass and
き
frame.
れいに掃除を
I
し
even
ました。
reached in to get inside the
内
get
側
the
にも
inside
手を
sill,
入れ
which
て
is
く
why
れ
it's
たので
natural for my
当然
prints
指
to
紋
be
が残っている
inside.
でしょう。でも夫
But
がそれ
then
を見て怒
he
り
had
出
the
したん
nerve
で
to
す。
get angry that I did that,
それで
which
少し
led to a
喧嘩にな
small
りました。
argument. After
それか
that,
ら
well, I told you what
さ
happened.
っきのこと。
ノート
No,
今の
what are you
陳述
thinking about
どう
this
思う
statement? You think she was
今
telling
エ
the
ルミ
truth?
ラーが言っ
エルさんが倉庫を掃除したか
Do
ど
we
うか
have any clear evidence
そ
to
れをはっ
support
きり
Miss
させられる
Miller's
資料があ
claim
るだろ
that
う
she
か
did clean the shed? Let's see. Maybe the one that storage shed exterior. There we go. Clothing tray store. Fingerprint cell, victim's bedroom, that's not important. Storage shed exterior. The victim was heard shouting the word clean. Then he let out a yell. Oh, I also need to combine them? Okay, let's spin this one. And maybe for the storage shed exterior. This one. And left at 5 a.m. Maybe that one? Oh no, I thought I'd been that already. Oh, I pinned the wrong one. Let's see. Maybe fingerprints on the window. And clean? I'm not sure if it's that one, but I'm gonna try anyways. Oh, it is! Perfect! Let's
お
see.
そらく
I
エ
think
ル
her
さんの発
statement
言
may
は
be
本当
true.
だと思います
Oh, and why is that?
多分
I imagine
Brian
Detective
さんは
Brian
覚えてい
will
ると
know
思い
why
ます
that
よ
is. When the
チーム
sergeant
長が
conducted
倉
her
庫の前
memory
を調べ
survey,
た時
there was
被
a
害者
memory
の
left
叫び
over
声
of
が
the
残って
victim
いたと言
yelling,
っ
right?
てい
Huh,
そういえ
that
ば
does
そう
ring
だ
a bell. Ah, I
あ、そう
see.
か
There
一
was
つ
a
だけはっ
single
きりと
word
聞
she
こえ
was
た言
able
葉
to
が
make
確か
out.
な
え
Right,
掃除でした
clean. The victim got
被害者は
angry that
L さんが
Mrs. Miller
勝手に
went and cleaned the
掃除をした
room
と怒って
without
いたん
asking
です
him.
思春期の男の子みた
Acting
い
like a
だね
teenager going through puberty, if you ask me.
この手がかりは
This
奥さ
clue.
んが倉庫に接
It
近
fits
する
with
のを
her
被
claim
害者
that
が
our
禁
victim
じていた
barred
とい
his
う
wife
真
from
実
entering
と
his storage
通ずるもの
area.
が
やっぱり僕にはよく
I
わかり
really
ません
don't get it. If
愛
two
し合う
people
仲
are
な
in
ら
love, wouldn't
自
they
分
want
の
to
こと
share
をも
more
っと
about
知ってほしいと
themselves?
思うものじゃないんですか
違う
Oh no,
も
no. Love and dependence are two very different
信頼は
things.
別
I
の
read
問
that
題
in a
なんだよ
magazine.
相変わらずわか
I
りませ
still
んが
don't get all that.
被
But
害
if
者
the
がそ
victim
んな
lashed
反応を
out,
見
I
せたなら
understand why Mrs.
エ
Miller
ルさ
didn't
ん
know
がステップに
anything
ついて
about
全く
staff.
知らないですが
That's
その
as
ま
far
ま
as we
信じら
can
れる
trust
真
Mrs.
実は
Miller's
そこまでで
statement,
す
though.
そ
I
の
have
後
no
の真
choice
実
but
は
to doubt
エル
what
さんが
comes
何かを
after.
勘違い
それはあま
Then
り良
we're
く
in
な
a
い
bit
状
of a
況
pickle
ね
here.
チ
Oh,
ーム長
Sergeant!
ステップのことを
She
知ら
knows
ないの
nothing
に
about the staff in there,
真実
and
は
her
ごたご
statement
た
is
した話
garbage.
だけ
In conclusion,
結局
there's no
エルミ
information
ラ
to
ー
be
から得ら
gained
れた
from
情
Al
報は
Miller.
何もない
So what
これから
now?
どうしましょう
We're out
か
of places to
これ以
investigate
上
too.
調べるような
方法は2つ
We have two options open to us.
一つはこの事
One
件を
would be to hand this off to materials.
自物化
Materials?
ステップの解析を
That's the
専門的
department of
に
the
行
bureau
ってい
that
る管理局
specializes in
の方
analyzing staff.
スキルのわからない
After
非
all,
認可ステッ
it's
プを
dangerous for us to go
僕たちが調べる
poking
のは
around a
危険
bunch
だ
of
から
unauthorized staff when
そ
we
れ
don't
を
know
専
what
門として
skills
い
they
る課に
hold.
引き渡すのが理
It
に
would
かな
be
ってい
easier
る
to
だろう
leave that to the professionals.
ただそうすると
But
私
if
た
we
ち
do
は
that,
こ
the
の事
case
件
will be
から完全
completely
に
out of
手を
our
引くことに
hands.
なる
No matter what information
そして
materials
事物
may
が
glean of this
何かを
case,
明らかに
it
して
will
も
be property of the
その情
Bureau.
報は管理局のステップがまた
We
悪用
won't
さ
see
れるこ
staff
とは
being
なくなるだろ
mishandled
うけど
again. But the information they
事件の
uncover
関
will
係者
never
を
see the
含め
light of day,
外部に
meaning
そ
no
の
one
情報が
involved
知ら
will
され
know
る
what
ことになる
happened.
それはちょっと
Not
あ
the
んまり
best
で
of
すね
choices. What's our
も
other
う一つの
option?
方
被害者が持っていたステッ
We
プにつ
question
いて知
someone
って
else
い
who
る
may
と思
know
われる
something about the victim,
他の
the
人物
staff the
を
victim
追及
possessed.
する
Oh, if you wanted the super boobs toggle, I'm gonna turn off the detective outfit for now. Look at them. Woohoo! Boing, boing, boing. They're so cute. I like them.
そんな人がいる？
Do we have something,
被害者
someone we
は
could
奥さんにも
question?
秘密にしていたのに
The victim kept everything a secret from his own wife. El toggle favorito de la gente, ¿verdad?
さあね
Well, what do you
Note.
think, Note?
被害者のステップをよく知っているような人物
Someone who might know about the
今
staff
持
the
ってい
victim
る
had
資
in
料の
his
中に
possession.
そんな人物
Do
に
we have
関
any
する情
information
報
on
があ
such a
っただろうか
Do we know anyone like that? I don't know. Let's see. Sad bearing. Oh, I think this might be it. Sad bearing. And trace theft by corpse. Fingerprints on pocket watch. Useless. Who knows the staff? Receipt. I prefer you with the detective clothes. Really? They're cute. Oh, it's not that one? Interesting. And it's just one. Maybe this person? Oh, there we go. The mysterious person.
倉庫のステップについて知っているような人
Someone who might know about
Hitori.
the staff on display. I can think of one person.
おお、
Oh,
さ
of course you can.
誰なの？
Who is it?
誰かはわかりま
I
せん
don't know, but that
Desu ga.
makes it all the more
だからこ
suspicious.
そ怪しい
そうか
Of
倉
course,
庫に残って
the
いた
other set
足
of
跡
footprints inside the storage shed.
え
That's right.
え現場には
Besides
被害者の
the
足
victim's
跡の他
footprint,
に
We found one more set of
誰のものかわからない足跡
unidentified
が残
prints
っていました
inside.
でも
True, but how do you know that this person knows enough about the
どう
staff?
してわかるの？
被害者は
The
妻であ
victim
るエ
barred
ルさん
his
に
wife from entering
倉
the
庫への
storage
立ち
shed,
入りを禁じてい
which is
た
why her
倉
footprints
庫
are
の中
nowhere
に
to
彼
be
女の
seen.
足跡しかし
However,
その身元
our
不明の足跡
unidentified
は
person's prints
倉
are
庫の
all
中
over
に
the
も残
inside
って
of
い
the
ました
building.
ステップのスキルを知らずに
Approaching
接
staff
近する
without
の
knowing
は
about
とて
its
も危険
skill.
な行為だ
That's incredibly
それ
risky.
なのにステップに
If
近
there's
づ
someone
いた
willing
人
to
物が
approach
い
the
るな
staff on display without a moment's hesitation,
その人はステ
it's
ップのスキ
incredibly
ルをよ
likely
く
that
知
the
っている
person
可能
knows
性
about
が
the
高
staff's
いって
skill.
ことだね。
Perfect. Logical! First deduction complete.
そうですか
I see. Well,
その足跡の
I
持ち
have
主
an
が
idea
誰
of
なのか
whose footprints that might
なんと
be.
なくバタバタして忘れ
I've
てい
been
ましたけど
absolutely beside myself.
昨夜訪ねて
So I
きた
must
人
have
がいたんで
forgotten.
す
We had a visitor
正
last
確な
night.
時間は分かり
I
ませ
couldn't
ん
tell
が
you the exact time.
私も
But we
夫
were
も
just about to
寝よう
climb
と
into
ベッド
bed
に
and go
横
to
になってい
sleep.
た時でした私ったら
Dear
ど
me.
うしてこんな
How
こと
could
を
I
忘れて
forget
い
a
た
thing
の
like
かし
that?
ら
Who
それ
was
は
it?
誰ですか
ビリー・モンテギュー
Willie Montag.
夫のコレクター
Montague.
仲間です
A friend of my husband's and a fellow collector.
もしかして
By
コ
collector,
レク
you
タ
mean?
ーという
もちろん
A staff
ステップ
collector,
の
of
コレクター
course.
です思えば
Come to think of it,
夫
my
がス
late
テップを
husband's
集めるよ
interest
う
in
になった
collecting
のは
staff was
その人
probably
から影響を
influenced
受
by
けた
that
せいだ
man.
と思います
深夜についた足跡は一つだけだ
There was only one set
倉
of
庫の足
footprints
跡
left
は
at
ウ
night.
ィリー・モンテ
I
ギュー
believe
の
it
も
would
の
be
で合っ
correct
てい
to
るだろ
assume that those footprints were left by this Willie Montague.
うエルさんもしかして
Ma'am,
その人の
would you
住所
perhaps know his address?
ええ知ってい
Indeed,
ま
I
す
do.
情報
He lives
あり
quite
がとうございます
close. Thank you for the information.
それじゃあ決まりね
Then that settles
そ
it.
の足跡
Shall
の
we
持
go
ち
find
主
the
を
owner
探
of
して
those prints and
取り
question
調
him?
べする方向で行くややこしい事
I
件
was
は
leaning
自分
towards
に
handing off
任
to
せて
materials and taking a
こっ
break.
ちは楽して
But it
休ん
seems
で
we
も
must be
やりたかった
bothered to carry on.
笑わせないでよ。
Oh, don't
今
make
ま
me
でそんな
laugh.
こ
I've
とな
never
かった
seen you
くせに
hand off a single case.
必ず反対する
There's
人が
always
一人
been
はい
one
るから
person, I never know how to pronounce this word. vehemently? I never know. Opposed to the idea.
それじゃ次の目
Well
標は
then, it
ウィ
seems
リ
our
ー・モン
next
テギュー
object
から
is to
倉
find
庫に
Willy
ある3
Montague
つの
and
ステップ
find
に
out
つ
about
い
the
て
three
聞き出す
pieces
こ
of
とです
staff we have in this storage shed.
どうかされましたか
What's wrong?
そういえば
Hearing
一
you
つ気になる
something.
点がありました。
Hearing you say that, I just realized
倉庫に
something.
は3つの
I
ステップ
only
しか見
see
当た
three
りません
pieces
が
of staff in there.
前に夫が
But I
Step
remember
を買った
him
時
saying
の
something
話を
when
して
he
いたんです。
purchased those pieces. He said
運よ
some
く珍しいステップ
vehemently.
を
Okay,
4
perfect,
つも
perfect.
手に入れた。
He said something like, "What luck! To happen upon 4 pieces of staff this rare."
まあ
Of course, we had just moved here, and I may have misheard him in all that clatter.
ステップが4
4
つ
pieces of staff?
ということは
If what she says is
倉庫に
true,
あるものの他に
could there be one more
More
piece of
step
staff
above.
floating around somewhere? Interesting. Let's go. I think we're gonna find Willy Montague now. Oh yeah! Was the inside of this car always this nice?
セナさんさっき
You
は
had
チ
to
ーム
ride
長
in
の
the
車に
sergeant's
乗ってい
car,
ました
huh?
よね
Oh, I really thought it was gonna be
本当に
crushed
足がされると
in
思った
there.
からね
It was a rather
ちょっ
traumatic
とトラウマになったか
experience.
も
今頃はブリ
Brian
アン
must
さん
have
が
shot
書類の
himself
間に
in
挟まれてる
between
でしょ
all
うね
those files, but
こ
we
の
could
車
have
に
fit a
3
third
人乗って
person
も
in
よかったで
here.
しょうに
パニーを仲間外れにして
He
いる
must
み
have
た
worried
いで
about
気に
leaving
なったんで
Pandy
しょ
by her lonesome.
ム
He's
カ
so
つくくら
polite,
い
it
気を使
bothers
うや
me.
つだから
うん
Detective
テ
Tina,
ナさん
I've been meaning
聞き
to
た
ask
い
you
ことがあるん
something.
ですが
Oh, about dating and breaking up with Brian? Pick your curiosity, huh?
どうしてわかったんで
How
す
do
か
you know I was gonna ask?
顔見たらわ
I
か
can
る
tell from the
よ
look on your
取り
face.
調べ担
I
当
am
なんだ
the
ぜ
head of interrogations after all.
その能力をもっと
It would be
捜査
nice
中
to
に
see
発
some
揮
of
して
these
くれたらいいの
abilities
に
during our actual cases. Oh, he's calling her useless again.
ところでノート
But no,
あなたって
you must not have a
本当に
polite bone
デリカシ
in
ー
your
に欠けてる
body.
よね
You know you're not supposed to pry into long dead relationships, don't you?
そうなん
Oh,
ですか
is that so?
すみません。
Sorry.
恋愛みたいなのは
I'm
よ
not
く
very
わからない
knowledgeable when it comes to relationships.
さっきも言いましたが
Like I said before, there
僕
was
が
no
住ん
one
でい
else
た
my
町
age in
に
my
は同級
hometown.
生が一人もい
So
な
the
い
only love stories I heard were from those in their 40s, and also. Oh, let me stop you right there. Sorry, I shouldn't just cut you off like that.
どうしてテナさんは
Why is Detective
僕が
Tina
故郷
always
の話をす
apologizing
る
when I
と
start
申
talking
し訳
about
な
my
さそうにする
hometown?
んだろう
Because you had a depressing childhood, guy! Realize that! Okay, some tea.
うんそうだな
Oh, so he and I have known each other for quite a
ステッパー
while.
訓練施設の同
We
期
were at
で
the Stafford Training Center
知
at
り
the
合って
same
から
time,
長いんだけど
but we only
実際
started
に付き
dating
合った
after I
のは
transferred
専
to
任
this
チームに来て
division.
からだ
ステッパー訓練
A
施設
Stafford Training Center?
前にも聞い
I've
た
heard
が
about it once
何をする
before.
とこ
I
ろなん
wonder
だろう
what sort of place it is.
私が専任チームに来てすぐ付き合い始めたんだったかな
Did we start?
そのまま
Dating
1年
right
ぐ
after
ら
I
い付き合ったんだけど
Anyway, we were together for about a year.
何かあって別れたんじゃな
We
いの
didn't separate over anything in
Tada.
particular. It's just
私があいつにとっ
I
て
didn't feel that
特別な
special when I
存
was
在じゃな
around
いって
him.
思う
Huh?
あいつは
He's so nice to everyone around him, right?
できるだけ
Then
親切
imagine
に対応
whether
す
it's
るじ
his
ゃない
lover or some random person
Dapat.
he just met on the
恋
street.
人だろうが
He treats
た
you
だ
the
の通り
same.
すごい私はあいつにとって
I wanted to be his
唯一
everything.
無二
So,
の存在に
oh, is this a
あ
place?
そこかなノート
No,
あ
do
そ
you
こ
see
に
the
見える
building with the
青い
blue
屋根
roof over there?
あ
I
そこ
think
が
that's Montague's
モンテギュ
apartment
が住んで
building.
るアパートみたい
ああはい
Oh,
そうですね
yeah, I think you're
エリさん
right.
が教えてくれた場所と一致します
The address is the same as the one Mrs. Miller wrote down.
ところで
However,
建物が思ったよ
the
り古い
building's
ですね
way older than I imagined. Let's see, our second interrogation. Montague's room. I'm curious to see what he looks like.
ドアが開いてて
Well, then I guess we can just
中に入れたのはいいものの
waltz right in since the door's
誰
wide
もいないん
open.
だけ
But
ど
where is he?
こ
Is
こに
this
住
the
んで
right
んだよ
room?
ね
まさか
Or
僕たちが来ることを
Did
知
he
って
did
逃
he
げたんじ
find
ゃない
out
で
we
すよ
were
ね
coming and run?
もしそうなら
If that
犯
were the
人な
case,
の
he'd
が確
make our
定して
job.
む
He'd
し
be
ろ
making our
楽
job easier by by
捕まえる
confirming
のは
he's our
他
guy.
のチームが代わりにやってく
Tracking
れ
him
るだ
down
ろう
would
し
fall to the blokes at the probation's office.
とりあえず ブ
For
リアンさん
now,
とチー
let's
ム
wait
長
for
が来るのを
Detective
待ちま
Brian
しょ
and
う
the sergeant to get
その
here.
二人が調べたら
Their
何か
investigation
出
might
てくる
turn
でしょうから
something up.
そうだね
Yeah, I guess it might. Huh? I just
Imo,
felt a slight
水の方から
vibration
弱い
coming from
振動
that
が
corner. Oh, look, it's an old guy.
ああバレてしまったか
Oh, did you
な
catch
かな
that?
かだな
Not bad.
突然どこか
Where'd
ら
you come from?
確かにそっちには
I didn't
誰
see
もいな
anyone
かった
over there.
このマントは1.3秒
This
の
escape
間
is a piece of
着ている
stuff
人を
able to
透
make
明
its
にす
wearer
るステップ
invisible
な
for
のだよ
1.3 seconds.
ステッ
Staff.
プでも
But isn't that a rather short
効果の
period
時
to
間
be
が
invisible?
短く
その通り
It is.
ゆえに
So to
その
make up
弱
for
点
the
をカバー
downside,
す
I
る
needed
た
to
め
hide
に
myself
ベッド
under
の
the
下に
bed.
隠れ
ただベッドの下に隠れる
How is
の
that
と
any
何が違
different
う
from
の
just hiding under the bed in the first place?
何の目的でここに来た
I'm
の
not
か
sure
は
what
知らない
brings you
が
here, but you
早
do
く
well
出
to
て行
leave
った方
quickly.
がいいぞ
I've got 15 pieces of
私の
stuff that I'm
自慢の
quite
15個の
proud
ステッ
of,
プが
all ready to be
すでに
triggered.
発動じゃ
Oh,
こっちも
oh,
発
this
射
one's
準備は
ready
で
to
きて
go.
いる
Second
よ
too.
ろしいですか
Sound good to you?
拳銃が
Do you think a gun is going
こ
to
の
do
私に
anything
通
to
用
stop
すると
me?
でも
Oh,
避けられるんですか
so you have some way of
それなら撃っても
stopping
いい
it?
ですよね
Does that mean I can pull the trigger?
銃弾がもっ
You
たい
want
ない
to
だろ
waste a bullet?
もったいないから
Let's
や
cut
め
it
てお
out
け
with all
最
this
近
waste.
不景気だし
And in a
もし
recession
私
of
が
all
油断して
times.
避けられなかったら
Plus, if I
お互い
somehow
に
let my
大変
guard
だし
down and fail to stop it, with both being for a world of hurt.
どうしたんだろうだんだん
For
自信が
some
なくな
reason,
っ
it
てきてる
seems
み
like
たい
he's
だが
losing some of that confidence from before.
ノートモンテギューとは会えたか
Have you met up with Montague already?
今会っています
Currently confronting the
ブリア
man.
ンさんと
When
チ
are
ー
you
ム
and the
長は
sergeant due
いつ
to
いらっしゃるん
arrive?
ですか
アパートにはさっき着いたが
We just
書類
arrived,
の間
but
に
it's
挟まっ
going
て
to take me a
脱
moment
出
to
する
wiggle
の
out
に
from
手間
all
取ったんだ
from between all
もう
these
少しで
files.
着くよ
We'll be up there soon.
本当私がい
Seriously,
なかったら
where
ど
would
う
you
す
be
るつも
without
り
my
だ
help?
面目ないです
I'm so ashamed.
その原因はチー
Isn't
ム
it
長
the
にあるん
sergeant
じ
who
ゃ
got you into that mess?
スフォーク型の通信
Staff with
ス
the
キルを
power
持
of
った
communication that takes the form of a spork.
お前たち
You lot with the bureau?
管理局
そうです
That's right.
スフォークを
You
ご
know
存
about
知で
these
すか
sporks?
管理局は公にしていないが
Though the bureau has never made an official statement about them, their existence is quite well known among collectors. Rumors abound regarding the bureau producing stuff in the shape of sporks.
そうか
I see.
私を訪
I
ねて
think
きた
I
理
know
由
why
が
you
分
all
かっ
came
た
looking
ぞ
for me. I imagine this is about my friend and associate,
ピータ
Peter
ー・ミラー
Miller.
に関する
話を聞かせていただけ
Could
ま
we
すか
get some information from you?
ふむいいだろう
I
さあ
guess I can help.
そこの金髪
Officer
の捜査
Blondie,
官
would you mind lowering the
チームよ
gun?
ろしい
Ah, does that mean I can shoot you once?
壁に穴があ
I
るから
can't
ダ
be
メだ
making holes in
あ
my
とご近所にも
walls.
迷惑だし
It's a matter of setting up the proper environment. Plus, wouldn't you have to fill out a bunch of paperwork for discharging your weapon, officer? Doesn't that just seem too much of a bother?
最後まで銃弾が避けられ
In
ない
the
こと
end,
を
he
認めない
can't
んだ
stop said bullet.
モンテギューさん
Mr.
あなたは
Montague,
昨夜ミ
You
ラー夫妻
visited
の
the
自
Miller's
宅を
house.
訪ねましたね
the Miller's house last night, did you not?
だとし
僕た
What
ち
if I
はあなたを容疑者と見る
Then
し
we
かあ
have
り
no
ません
choice but to label you a suspect in our case.
まあそんなに不安がられる
There's
必
no
要
need
は
to
あり
be
ません
so
よ
worried. This is only a
あくまで
formality.
形式的なものですからただ私たちに
We just need
昨
to
夜
know
あ
what
った出
happened
来
last
事を
night.
話してくれれば
それなら難しく
That's
は
not too
ない
much of an ask.
わかった
Alright.
この声を
Seems like
少
the
し大き
perfect
くして
time
くれ
for
る
my
帽
hat
子
that
を使
amplifies
うときが
sound.
マイクを使えば済むでしょう
Or
ね
you could just use a microphone. Isn't Montague the inventor of sandwiches? No, that was a guy. I don't know. Let's see. I know that sandwiches got their name allegedly because a guy named Lord Sandwich wanted a snack that was very easy and not very messy to eat, so the sandwich was created. But when I think of Montague, I think of Romeo and Juliet, which is I guess it's the most common thing. Fictional characters, Montague. I'm googling right now. Fictional amateur detective, The Haunting of Hill House, A Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder. Yeah, he was the Earl of Sandwich, but name was Montague or something. Let's see, Earl of Sandwich name. No, apparently there's a restaurant franchise in Florida. Oh, it was Montagu. It was Edward Montagu, first Earl of Sandwich, English military officer, a politician and diplomat from Northamptonshire. Or Shire? Northamptonshire? I don't know. Alright, I feel like I should move that emote off the screen. Did you have the emote on the screen? It is a cute emote on the chat. But yeah. Oh, holy crap. He had 10 children with his wife. Jemima, Edward, Paulina, Sydney, Oliver, John, Charles, Anne, Catherine, James. Holy crap. They didn't waste any time. But then again, it was the 1600s, so that's fair, I guess. Poor wife. I don't think I would survive, like, even one pregnancy can be a lot to handle for the body. Imagine 10! Holy crap. His wife must have been cute. The sad part is, no, they didn't even need to be cute. They just needed to be women. You know? Kind of sad if you think about it, like really sad. That's kind of all you had to do, I guess. Like, oh, and he even was the ambassador to Portugal. The guy didn't lose any time. A pregnancy in the 1600s seems tough. Like, even worse, if you, if they got married super young, but so the girls' bodies, some would get pregnant at 13 or 14, and since they're not fully developed, they haven't gone through puberty sometimes at that age, that makes the pregnancy 10 times, a million times riskier. So yeah, that would have been pretty, that's why childbirth rates were so bad. Well, that and the hygiene, right? You know? Or preeclampsia or blood loss that couldn't be during the birth. Really, a lot of things that could go wrong and did go wrong. And obviously, you know, between the life of a mother and the child, they would always prioritize the child. So, you know, even worse for the mother. Eesh. Bad times, you know? Bad times for women, I guess. A lot. Let's see his statement. Last night I went to see Peter. You must have already known that, which is why you're here. I visit Peter's house quite often. If she bathed every day like Scylla, she would live better. Like, not even that. It's even in the places where they gave birth, or not even hygiene that way. Like, for example, the medical equipment, if you could call it that, the clamps or anything they used back then, they didn't really know about sterilizing equipment, so that stuff. Okay, let's see. When did people first learn about sterilizing equipment? Sterilization of medical instruments. Mid to late 19th century. Wow, yeah, you know, in the 1600s, no wonder they died so much. But then again, rudimentary forms of sterilization, such as using fire or boiling water, date back to ancient civilizations like Egypt or Greece. So they kind of did have an idea that it made it cleaner, but I guess they did not really know how much bacteria got into things. So yeah, it was pretty bad. But I didn't set foot in his storage area yesterday. Oh, he lied. If you can see it, it's magic. Yeah, bacteria is pretty magical, you know? When I had my microbiology classes and got to see how all the viruses, well, not viruses, how all the bacteria looked like, it was super interesting. Smelly 19th century e-girl girlfriend. Imagine, I can see that. Actually, if I think I could use I would look very cool in a steampunk detective outfit. I see the vision. Okay, don't judge me too hard about this, okay? But there's a design that comes from a hentai game where the protagonist is a steampunk. She's kind of steampunk detective themed, and she looks really cool. I loved her design. Don't ask me how I know about the game, or how much I know about the game, but I really liked it. I already forgot the name of the game, but it was really cool. I only know that the protagonist's name was Claire, I think. No, it wasn't Claire, that was another one. What's the name of the game? I'm thinking about it. I know Kagura Games distributed it, but I'm not sure if it was an Acerola game or there's another company that does a lot of those games. That sounds neat, yeah. Kagura Games, Steampunk. Let me see if I can find it that way. Detective Girl of the Steam City is the name. Detective Girl of the Steam City. I'm gonna put the design. Hopefully there's the cloth design and not the naked one. It's like a kind of standard detective outfit, but you also had an alternate outfit, which looked good. So yeah, I love Pieces designs to that too. Yet even it's so hentai game. Also Criminal Girls for PSP. I didn't have any consoles, so I mostly played the PC games. Let's see, Piece at Pieces. Oh yeah, this is a kind of retro-looking game. It looks like 90s anime style art. It's pretty cute. Interesting. Yeah, the ones I'm saying aren't visual novels. They're indie RPG games in RPG Maker, because I love RPG Maker games if you hadn't noticed. But yeah, I love those kinds of games, honestly. They're pretty funny. It's mostly comedy for me. Because then the plots, they're so dumb. And then the dialogue is so cringy, it makes me laugh. So yeah, in case you didn't know that fun fact about me, I play hentai games for comedy when I'm bored. Okay, some more tea. I'm not even sure what a lot of you are investigating. Just ask Peter if you need confirmation on any of that. JRPG makers are incredibly funny. So there's my favorite plot of the game is called Magical Alchemist Colette, and it's a world where, do you know how they do alchemy? Do you know where they sourced their energy? Apparently calm. You needed to make someone calm, and calm would be how you did magic. So it was called alchemy. It was so funny. I still think about the first time I read it. I couldn't stop laughing for like 5 minutes because it was all super serious. It was like super serious BA and everything. Like they really wanted you to think that this is the most serious thing ever. So I was like, I don't know. I was like, okay, this is peak. This is art. This is truly the pinnacle of hentai. Isn't that all that far from how Telema Magic works too? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, they're so funny. To sum up his claims, he knows nothing. Oh, Detective Brian.
救出完了。
Rescue mission complete.
いやいや、もともとパンのせいじゃ
No, you can't call it a rescue when it was your fault, Pandy. I guess I'm always up for awful pawns. Me too! You have to drink it to pass some grades in the Ordo Templis Orientis. Oh, in this case, I guess you could... No, that was another game. The one where you had to drink it was another game. In this case, you had to do potions and healing and stuff with it. So it was more like a currency if you wanted to see it that way. I know nothing. This is true regarding the case. Yet I can't help but take offense to the fact that it sounds as though you belittle my intelligence. I apologize if you found that insulting. But for the good of our newfound relationship, I would suggest you refrain from making false statements. Excuse me? What did you say? Would you like to become a sacrifice to my brooch here?
どうせ大したことないステップで
Probably
しょ
just another useless piece of staff.
やはりブリアンさんは
I
現
bet
場を
Detective
実際に
Brian
調べた
figured
だ
it
けあ
out
って
the moment he
す
stepped
ぐ
foot
に
in
分か
here
った
to
んだろ
start his investigation.
うモンテギューさんの
The
陳
obvious
述の
lie in Montague's
明らかな
statement.
嘘が
Oh, I got a DM about a commission. I got like a little doodly banner. Oh, it's so cute! Okay, this is so cute. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I know that he's lying. Oh, this is else. This isn't Montague's. I didn't set foot in the storage area yesterday because then we have like his footprints right there. And the notebook, like, does it matter if we do it in the notebook or in the room? I don't think it does. Perfect, it doesn't matter. Good, good, good.
モンテギューさん、昨
Mr.
日倉庫
Montague,
に入らなかっ
you
たとお
claim
っし
to
ゃい
have
ました
not
が、
gone into the storage shed yesterday,
実際には入りましたよ
but
ね。
you went in there,
倉庫に。
didn't you? Into the shed?
どうしてそれを？
How do you know that?
よかった。
Thankfully, he's
素直に
gone.
話してくれ
He's
そう
going
だ
the
な。
route of
ブリアン
honesty.
さんのスキ
I
ルを
was
どう
worried
やっ
about
て
how
ご
I
まか
was
そう
going to
か悩んでいたんだ。
trick him regarding Brian's skill.
ピーターが見たのか。
Did Peter see me?
いや、確かに君が言う通り
No,
倉
that's
庫に入
clearly
り
not
ま
the
した
case.
が、
As you
そ
said,
れは
I did
私
step
のコレ
foot
クタ
in
ーと
that
しての
shed,
使命みたいなも
but
の
it
で、
was my destiny as a collector.
つまり
To put it
あの
another
中に
way,
あった
I
ステッ
stepped
プに
in
手を
there,
つけ
but
た
I
りな
never
どとい
laid
う
a
こと
hand
は
on the
決し
stuff
てな
inside.
い。
Do you understand?
はい。
Huh?
何をおっしゃっ
What
て
are
い
you
るんです
trying
か
to？ say exactly?
事件について説明しなかったの？
Sorry, my nose got super clogged in. Oh, that sucks.
してない。私たちが来る
We
前
did
から
not. He
事
already
件
knew
のこ
what
とを
was
知って
going
た
on
みたい
before
だ
we
し。
got here.
噂がかなり早く広ま
Rumors
ったんだ
travel
な。
fast.
事件の
Considering
特
the
殊性を
unique
考えると
circumstances we
おか
find
しな
ourselves
話で
in,
は
that
ない
doesn't
が、
come as much of a surprise.
ええ、
No, for some reason,
噂が
I
広まったわ
don't
け
think
じゃないか。
rumors are traveling much at all today.
まさか、
Could it
モン
be?
テギューさんは
Is it actually that Mr. Montague has the
何か
wrong
誤
idea
解して
about
い
our
るんじゃないか。
case?
そう考えると、
Now that I'm
つい
thinking
さっき
about
の
it,
モンテ
there's
ギュ
a
ーさんの
part of
陳
his
述に
statement
一
that
つ
doesn't make much
理解
sense.
事件について正
If
確
he
に知って
knew
いる
what
と
was
すれば、
going on with the
絶
case,
対にありえない
there's
陳
part of
述
his
が。
statement he never would have included. Let's see. Oh, I thought he... Oh, there we go. We have to detect. Just ask Peter if you need confirmation on any of that. Yeah, we can't ask Peter because he's kind of really dead.
モンテギューさん、
Mr.
先
Montague,
ほど
you
ピータ
said
ー・
we
ミラ
could
ーさん
figure
と
out some
話せ
things
ばわ
if
か
we
るとお
talk
っ
to
しゃいま
Mr.
したが、
Miller, right?
それはど
What
ういう意味で
exactly
しょう
did
か？
you mean by that?
どういう意味？
What did I mean? I
文字
meant
通り
it. I
その
meant it
ままの意
exactly
味
as I said it.
ピーター
Peter
ならき
will
っ
always
と
have my
私を
back.
かばって
そういう発言は聞
Not
き
the
捨てならないです
easiest
ね。
statement to stomach given his circumstances.
情に訴えるのが
Is
卑
it
怯だ
so
とで
cowardly
も
to appeal to the affection of a loved one?
若者
I
よ。
still know nothing
ま
of
だ
this
世の
world,
中と
my
いう
young
ものを
friend.
知らないよ。
何を言っているんですか？
What
そう
burning
い
is
う
that
意味じゃ
supposed
あ
to
りません。
have? This has nothing to
個
do
人
with
に失
affection.
礼だと思わ
Have
な
you
い
no
んですか？
respect for the deceased?
個人
The deceased?
やっぱり、
Of course.
モンテギューさん、
Mr. Montague,
あなたは
I
一
believe
つ
there's
誤
been a
解をしています。
misunderstanding. I'm
僕たちが
pretty
ど
sure
うして
you
あなたを訪ね
haven't
てきたの
quite
か。
figured out why we're here.
なんだと？
Pardon?
それはどういう？
What are you implying?
さっき私が
I'm quite sure
ピー
you
ターに
mentioned you
関
were
する
here
件
to
で来たかと言
investigate
った時、
Peter's
明らかに
case.
そうです。ですが、
That part is correct.
僕たちは
However,
今
this
朝発
case
見
is
さ
about
れ
the
た死体
body
に
that
関
was
する
found
捜
this
査をしてい
morning.
ます。盗難事件じゃなく、
This is no matter of petty theft.
はい。
A body? Whose?
ちょっ
No,
と
no,
待って。
no. Hold on a moment.
何？
What's going on?
そんなことで驚
Isn't
く
it a
って
bit
ちょっと
too late to be
かなり
surprised
遅いんじゃ
about
ない？
that?
いえ、
No,
あれ
that's
は
the
当
proper
然の反応
response.
で。
え
It
え、
is.
実はモンテ
After
ギ
all,
ューさ
Mr.
んは
Montague,
今、初めて殺人事件
he's
に
just
ついて
hearing
の
the
知
news
らせを
of
聞
the
いたんです
murder.
か
Oh, poor guy.
それじゃあ
Then what have we been talking about this whole time?
おかしいじゃないで
That's
す
the
か。
strange part.
死んだ被
To
害者
think
が
that
無
the
罪を主
deceased
張して
victim
くれ
could
るなん
prove
て
your
陳
innocence.
述は、
That's not to
しかも、
mention the fact that
そ
there
の
was
陳
no
述には
abnormal
異常
heartbeat
心
when he
拍も
talked
感
of
知さ
his
れませんでし
friend.
た。
そうか。
Of
そういえば
course.
モンテギューさん
Come to think of it,
今
Mr.
まで死体
Montague
について
hasn't
何
mentioned
も
the
言及
body
して
or
なかっ
corpse a single
た。さ
time.
っきまでの発言から考え
Considering
ると
his responses, the case he's referring to is
被害者の死亡に関することじゃなくて
not the murder of our victim.
倉庫に侵入したの
Does
は
that mean he broke into
盗
the
みを
shed to
働く
commit
ためだったっ
theft?
てことか。
Excuse me.
まさ
All
か
this talk of bodies and corpses. Was the victim of yours by chance? I'm afraid so. This morning we found the body of Peter Miller.
ピーター、
No, that can't be
そんなまさ
true.
か私は
I had no idea.
全然
To
知り
think
ません
something
でし
like
た。
that could have happened.
皆さんが訪ねてきた
I
のは
was sure
絶対
you
に
were all
私
here
が
because
盗ん
of
だ
the
ステップ
stuff I
のせいだと思ったの
stole.
に。
モンテギューさんの
Mr.
仮面が取れ
Montague's
た。
mask has been peeled
今か
away.
ら話を聞
It
くのは
won't
難
be
しく
hard
な
to
さ
get the
そうだ。
truth of him now. Not Peter. Peter! Latika!
皆さんの推
Just
測
as
通
you all
り
suspect, I
私
did
は
steal a piece
ピ
of
ーター
Peter's
のステッ
staff
プを
collection.
一つ
なんだか雰囲気が
His
変わり
tone
ま
of
したね
voice has shifted.
事態の深刻さに気づ
Probably
いたか
because
らで
he's
しょ
finally realized the
こ
seriousness
れが
of the
この人の本
situation.
性だろうね
Here's this bloke's real personality.
ピーターのコレクションは全部歴史的
Peter
価値が
said
ある
his
ものだと
collection
思い
contained
ました
pieces with real historical
実物は
value.
しっかり隠して
He always
見せ
kept
て
the
くれま
pieces
せんでし
hidden
たが
rather well.
領収書を
But
見せ
he
る
had
な
a
ら
habit of
お
showing
金を
off the
どれだけ
receipts
か
to
け
let
たか
me
自
know how
慢
much
してき
he'd
ました
spent on them.
それに比べて
In
私の
comparison,
コレクション
my
は
collection is
管
just
理
a
局で
bunch
認
of
可され
random
た
staff
微妙
approved by
な
the
ステップ
Bureau.
ばかり
Thus, I began to envy
私は
him.
嫉妬して
And then I did
幼
something
稚な
rather
真似をして
childish.
しまいました
本当にそうですね
That it was.
昨夜
Last
ピーター
night,
の倉庫
I
にこっ
snuck
そり
into
入
his
って
storage shed
ステップ
and I
を
stole a
一
piece of
つ
his
盗みました
collection.
そのステップはどこにある
Where's
んで
that
すか
staff now?
あそこに
It's
金
in
庫
that
の
safe
中にあ
over
りま
there.
す
これですか
Ah, this one.
事件現場に残って
The
いな
fourth
かっ
piece of
た
staff that was
4
missing
つ目
from
の
the
ステ
scene
ッ
of the
プ
crime.
も
If
し
the piece of staff
被
Montagi
害者の
stole is the
命を
same
奪
one
った
that
ステ
took
ッ
the
プを
victim's
モン
life.
テギ
ああ勝手に触ってはダメです
Ah,
暗証番
you shouldn't
号
go around touching things. The combination is.
開きましたね
It's open.
Do-
How?
捜査官ですか
I'm a detective.
今の行動は
What she
泥
did
棒
is
と変
just
わりない
closer
と
to the
思うんだ
work of
が
a thief.
スキルを使って暗証
Did
番
she
号を
just
知
use
っ
her
たんだろ
skill
う
to figure out the combination?
あれ私も
I
で
could
き
have
る
done
よ
that too, you know.
時間はもうちょっと
Though
か
it
かる
would
け
have
どね
taken me slightly longer.
デスクの引き出しに鍵をか
With
け
all
て
the
置い
stuff
て
I
ある
have
もの
locked in my desk
他の
drawer,
場所に移さないと
maybe I should find a new place to store it.
ああ
Oh,
の
like
手
that
紙のこ
nice letter you're having
手遅れだったか
there? Am I too late?
これはどういうことです
What
か
are you trying to pull?
金庫の中に何もないんで
The
す
safe's empty.
いやそんな
No,
わけは
that's impossible. I put it in there at 1 a.m.
夜
I'm
中
sure
の
of
1時
it.
ぐらいにありえない本当にいないじ
This
ゃない
can't
か
be. It's really gone?
何何ま
What?
さか全
What?
部
Was
嘘
that another one of his lies?
よく考えてみてくだ
Think
さい
for a second.
他のとこ
Are
ろ
you
に
sure
置き
you
忘れ
didn't
たと
move
か
it and just forget where you put it?
うん一時に
I
金庫
believe-
を使ったの
I
ま
do
で
believe
は
everything
本当だ
up
と思い
until
ます
putting in the safe at 1 a.m. o'clock is the truth.
そうね
I see.
一時の痕
Then there's
跡が残っている
evidence that the object was in here at 1 a.m.
そうか
I see.
一時に
Then that
金庫を
means
使
they
っ
picked
た
up
痕
the
跡
trace
は
that
残っ
shows
て
the
いるん
safe
だ
was
な
opened at 1?
モンテギューさん
Mr.
金庫を
Montague,
開けた
are you
時
sure you placed
そ
the
の中
stolen
に盗
stuff
ん
in
だ
the
ステッ
safe
プを
after
入れ
you
たの
opened
は
it?
ま
多分
I'm
そうだと
pretty
思う
sure.
記憶があやふやみたいです
Seems
ね
like your memory of that is a bit blurry.
それじゃ
Then would you mind giving a statement about the thief, the theft of the staff and
少し
returning
ずつ
home with
陳
it?
述してみるのはいか
That
が
may
ですか
jog your memory.
ええやってみます
All right, I'll try to remember.
私は昨夜
Last
ピータ
night,
ーの家に
I
行
went
き
to Peter's
彼と
house and had a
話しま
talk
した
with him.
それから
That's
ピ
when
ータ
Peter
ー
got
が
up
トイレ
to
に
relieve
行くために席
himself.
を外した間に
I snuck
倉
into
庫に
his,
向かいまし
his
た
storage shed.
倉庫のドアはい
Since
つ
he
も開けっ
always
ぱな
leaves
し
the
になっ
front
てい
door
るため
open,
入
you
る
can
のは
walk
難
straight
しくなかっ
inside.
たですそしてステ
That's
ップ
when
の
I
中
stole
で
his
最も
notebook,
小さい
the
ノートを
smallest
盗み
piece
ま
of
した
stuff in his collection.
まだ戻らないピー
Since
ターの
Peter
代わ
was
り
still
に
away,
奥さん
I
に
told
帰る
his
と言っ
wife I
て
was
すぐ
leaving
家
and
に
headed
帰って
straight
きま
home.
した金庫にステップを
When
入
I
れ
went
る
to
と
sleep
き
in
使
the
用に
notebook
使わ
into
れ
the
たドライ
safe,
フラワー
I
が
was
落ちて
rather
少し
surprised when a
慌てて
dry
いました
flower
が
he was using as a bookmark slipped out.
ちゃんと片付
But
け
I
て
put it back
金
where
庫
it
のドア
was
を
and
閉めました
locked it up in the safe.
間違いなく
I'm
そう
sure
した
that's
の
what I
に
did, so
ど
why
うして
send it in
金庫の
there?
中にないのか私が何か
Did
おか
I
し
say
なこと
something
で
you
も言い
found
ま
out?
した
チーム長
Sarge,
これは
this is
そうね
indeed.
一
What
体どう
exactly
なっ
is
たの
going
か
on
しら
here?
モンテギューさん今のあなたの陳述には
There's a
大きな
rather
問題が
large
あります。
problem we found with your
それは
statement. It's just. Let's see. Montague too. Oh, it's all true! Let's see. Let's see. I was coming at 5 o'clock, where she said, blah, blah, blah. No. Oh, no, it's this one. Let's see. Storage shed. Since he always sleeps. Well, let's read. I went to Peter's house and had a talk with him. Then when Peter got up to relieve himself, oh, this is the one. And the footprints, 12 a.m. It didn't say anything about the time. I told his wife I was leaving and headed straight home. And did the wife say anything about it? No, she didn't add a statement. Victim's bedroom, nothing here. Memory survey, nothing. Clean, nothing. What else did we have? Then I stole his notebook. The smallest piece of... Oh! He couldn't have stolen the notebook because it's right there! That's kind of curious. The notebook in this picture. It's the one you stole, yes? Yes, that's the one! Huh? But that's...
盗んだステップがどこにあっ
Well,
た
it
のか
seems
見
as
つけ
though
たみ
we've
たいだ
found the stolen staff.
本当ですか
Seriously? Where is it?
モンテギュさん、
Mr. Montegi, this
この写真
picture,
は
it was
僕た
taken
ちが
right
ここに
before
来
we
る直
came
前に撮
here.
った写真です。
What?
少し前に僕
When
た
we
ちが
checked
被
the
害者の
victim's
倉庫
storage
を
shed
確
this
認した
morning.
時、
The notebook
この
was
ノート
right
は
where you see it in
写
this
真の場所
picture.
にあります。
なんですと
What?
このおじさん
Does
何
this
を
man know
驚いて
anything
るの
at all? I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
少なくとも嘘
All
を
we
つい
can
てい
tell
る
is
の
that
と
he
は
isn't lying. Montegi
わ
would
ざわ
have
ざ
no
自分へ
reason
の
to
疑
bring
いが
charges
強ま
upon
るような
himself.
発言
それは
Also,
異常
his
心
heartbeat
拍を
shows
見て
that
も
he
わか
really
るよ
has no
事
idea what
件につい
happened,
て
and
は
yet
本当
つまりモンテギュ
It's
はあ
true.
のステップを
he
盗んだ
stole that piece of
金庫に
staff
入れたと
and
い
he
うこ
locked
と
it
だ
in his safe.
いやいや
No, 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 he couldn't have.
金庫
It's
の中に
gone.
それじゃあ答えは一
Then there's
つね
only one explanation.
金庫の中のス
The
テップに
staff
倉庫の
teleported
瞬
out of
間
the
移動
safe.
したんだわ
僕の考えも同じ
I
で
was
す
thinking the
平
same
凡
thing.
じゃないステッ
Since
プ
the
なら
staff was no
瞬間
ordinary
移動
object,
しても
I wouldn't
驚
be
きはしま
surprised
せん
if it could teleport.
ということは、あの黒い
Well,
ノー
then
ト
it
のス
seems
キルは
likely that the black
瞬間
notebook
移動である
skill
可能性が
is
高いですね。
teleportation.
分かったのはそれだけじゃない
That's not the only thing we've
ス
figured
テッ
out.
プのスキルが
Because it
どうしたの
activated its skill,
トリガーの
that
条
means
件
its trigger
出した
condition was also satisfied.
あのステップは金庫の中に
The,
出ること
that,
で
the staff's trigger was somehow set up while it was in that safe.
それじゃあ
Then we figured out the secrets of one of the pieces of staff.
ですが、
However, there are
まだ倉庫の
still
中
at
の
least
ステッ
two
プ
more
は
pieces
2つ
to
残っています。
figure out. If
モン
Mr.
テギュさん
Monteki
の
knows
スキル
nothing
に
of
つ
their
いては知ら
skills,
ないよう
then
です
we...
し、
If you wish to know about the staff and their triggers, how about you track down the person who sold them to him?
販売者を知っているんですか
Oh, you know the seller?
ええ私もコレクターの端くれ
I'm
です
also a bit of a collector.
キリンカステッ
I
プを
know the
販売
person
する
you'd have to
人
go
物ぐらい
see
は
if you
知って
wish
い
to
ま
get
す
your hands on unauthorized
お金がな
staff.
くて取引をした
Of
ことは
course,
あり
I've
ま
never
せんが
dealt with her due to a lack of funds.
ステップ販売商ベリン
The
おそ
staff
らく
seller
ピ
name
ーター
is
はその
Barry.
人からステップを買ったと思います
Perhaps it's her Peter bought the staff from.
モンテギュさん、そのベ
Mr.
リンという
Montegi,
人がい
would
る
you
場
happen
所
to know where we could
ご
find
存知
this
ですか
bearing woman?
ええここからほど近いスラム
I
街に
do.
店
She
があ
has
り
a
ます
shop in a nearby slum. From the outside, it looks like the building is being demolished.
中は
But I assure you, it's a
商店です
perfectly
よ
normal shop on their inside.
どうやら結果的に
Either
はこ
way,
こ
it
に来て
seems as
正
though we
解だ
made
っ
the
たみ
right
たいだ
move in
な
coming here.
簡単な地図をお書きします
I'll draw you a rough map showing how to get there.
私にこんなこ
I'm
とを
not
言う
sure
資
if I'm
格はないかもし
worthy
れ
of
ませ
saying
ん
such
が
a thing, but
どうか
please,
ピータ
solve
ー
this
の
and
無
let
念
Peter
を
rest in
晴ら
peace.
して
最善を尽くすと約束します
We promise we'll do our very best.
自身が犯した
But
ことから
don't
は
forget how
目
low
を
you
背けないで
stoop.
ください
はい
Of course. Logical! Let's see, let's go to this room. This case is kind of very confusing. Apparently now the staff they have magical
この
abilities,
圧迫
so
感
that's
故郷
kind
に
of
帰ってきた気
curious.
分ですね。
This level of pressure. It feels like I've returned home.
そんなに私の後部
You
座
missed
席
my
が
back
恋
seat
しか
that
った
bad?
いいえ、
No, but
で
if
す
I
が
don't keep such
そ
a
うでも
mindset,
思わ
I
ない
don't
と
think I'll be
到着
I'll
す
make
る
it
ま
to our
で耐えられな
destination.
い気がして。
Oh, give me a second. If I don't do things in the moment I see them, I will forget forever, so I have to.
そう
Is that so?
私
Well,
も恋
it
しかっ
missed
たけ
you.
ど
はい、
Yeah?
テナは休む間も
Fina
な
was
く文句を
constantly
言うし
grumbling, and Brian is
ブ
way
リアン
too
は
big.
体格が良すぎたから
It's just as I
や
thought.
っぱり
You're the
その
only one
席
who
にぴっ
really
たりなの
fits back
ノート
there.
だけね
That's such
僕に
an
は
unfathomable
とても
honor. I
身
can
に余る
hardly
光栄
breathe.
で
そうで
Really?
チーム長
Sergeant.
ブリアンさんとテナさんは
Detectives
訓
Brian
練施
and
設の
Fina
同
were at
期
the
だと言っていま
Staffer
したよね
training center at the same
そ
time,
の
right?
ステッパー
That
訓
place.
練施設って
What's it
ど
like?
んなとこ
管理局
Well,
が
it's
総
a
括してる
facility
施
under
設
the
なんだけ
oversight
ど
of the bureau.
基本
And
的に
it's
は
strictly sort of like
Stepper
it's sort of like a
として
school where you
必要なことを
go to learn the
学校みたいな
information
感じよ。
necessary for life.
ただし
However,
規則
rules
が
are
と
very
ても
strictly
厳しいわ
enforced.
ステッパーならみんな行かなければならない
Are
ん
all
ですか
staffers required to go?
それはそうだけど
That's right.
5ヶ月が過
But
ぎて
once 5 months
管
are
理情
up
報
and your
が
bureau
完
file
成
is
すれば
completed,
コ
you're
ルトレ
free
ベ
to
ル以
go
下
if you're rated
出てい
anything
きたい
lower
時
than
に出て
cold.
いけるそれでもほとんどが
However,
残って5年後
most
に卒業
students
する
stay
わ
for the full 5 years
全ての
until they
過程を終え
graduate.
た方が
Finishing all of the
何かと
courses
将
they
来
offer
役
can
立つか
help
ら
a
ね
staffer prepare for their future in a number of ways.
普通自分
Generally
から希望
speaking,
して残る人
No
は
one
いない
stays
け
there
ど
because they wish to, though.
どうして
Huh?
ですか
What is that?
訓練施設に入る
Most
ステッパーは
staffers are admitted to the
大体
center
9
when
歳
they're
ぐらい
9
の
years
幼い
old.
子供よ
Living under such a tight
厳
rule is
しい規
difficult
則
on a
に縛られ
child.
てくる
そんなに幼い頃
Do
から
they
入
only
るんで
send
すか
children there when they're that young?
スキルがちゃんと発現し始めるのはその
That's
くらい
when
の
a
年から
staffer's
だ
skill begins to properly manifest
管理
itself.
局としては
From the
少し
bureau's
でも早く
perspective,
目が
they
届
want
く
to
場
get
所に
all
置
of
いてお
them
き
under
たい
their
のよ
watchful eyes just as soon as that happens.
ですがほとんど
And
が
yet,
訓練施設
You
に
said
残る
most
んで
of
すよ
them
ね
stay, right?
まだ子供だから
That's because they're children.
自分の
They're
人
at an
生
age
を
where they
決め
have
る
no
力
power
が
to
ない
change
年
the
齢だから
direction of their lives. Still,
それでも
most staffer
Stepper
children
no
are sent to the
子たちは
center.
ええほとんど
Right, most. The more I learn about this city, the more I
知れば
detest
知るほど
it.
嫌いや
Actually,
僕の故郷に
if there
も
were as many staffers in my
Londonくらい
hometown
stepper が
as there are
大勢いた
here,
私が知っているステッ
out
パ
of
ー
all
の
the
中で
staffers I know, only one
自
went to
分
the
の意
center
思で訓練施
voluntarily.
設に入った
And
っ
that's
ていう
Brian.
人は
Huh?
Brian
Where'd he
さんは
go?
さあね
Good
聞い
question.
ても答えて
You
はくれ
can
ない
ask him, but he never gives just one simple answer.
ブリアンだから
Considering it
少
was
なくとも
Brian,
楽に暮
we
らして
can
る
at
と
least
入
be
った
sure
ん
it
じゃない
wasn't
で
to
しょ
live
うね
life more comfortably. Interesting. So he was a rich guy, but he still agreed to go into the staffer center willingly when he knew it wasn't such a great place. Oh, look at that! So cute!
いつもありがとうございま
Thank
す
you for your continued patronage.
いえこちらこそありが
Oh, thank you for the great service! With so many items I didn't know were staff, it's hard enough getting rid of them all!
管理局に持っていく
The
のは
thought of the bureau coming to take them away was rather frightening and a bit of a waste.
またステップを見つけたら
If you find any more stuff, you know where to bring it.
ここは
This store is a place of refuge.
Yeah!
Hello there! Everybody, hands up!
落ち着いてください
Everyone,
抵
please
抗
remain
さえし
calm.
なければ撃
If
ち
you
ません
don't resist, we won't have any further outbursts.
そのバッジを購入
Those are bureau badges! Let's get out of...
してもういない
Where'd she go?
それじゃまた来ま
I'll be seeing you! Oh no! I got cheese! Not sure! No!
す私一人だ
Don't leave me alone! That is pretty funny.
ジャドベリン
Sad
アンアームド
bearing.
レベルのステッパー
Threat level
スキル
unarmed.
は
Skill.
模様型経路
Pattern-based coordinate
管理
interpretation.
情報を見たとこ
Judging
ろ
from your bureau
ここが
file,
正
I
解
guess
の
we've
場所のよう
come
で
to
す
the right place.
外からは普通
This
の
looks like
工
your
事現場
average
みたいに見
construction
え
site
た
on
の
the
に
outside,
中は
but it looks
こんな
totally
風にな
different
って
on
い
the
る
inside.
そこに重機まで置いてあれば
Going as far as to park
緑
all
に
that
入
heavy
ってくる人
machinery
もいないで
outside.
しょ
I bet no one waltzes right in here. You really thought things through, huh?
逃げた女性はただ
It
ステッ
seems
プ
as though
を売り
the
に来た
woman who
客だ
ran
った
away was here to sell stuff.
その人がどこに
Would
住ん
you
で
like
い
to
るか
tell?
教えま
Would
し
you
ょう
like me to tell you where she lives?
私と取引
The
が
people who
動く
do
人
business here all have to keep up that information, so
につき
how about we
3
sell
月
for
付けを
reducing my
価格してもらえたり
sentence
し
by
ませ
3
んか
months per
ね
customer? She's selling them out so quickly, oh my god.
こいつギリ
Does
って
this
のは
kid have
何
no
わ
idea what customer loyalty is? Apparently not.
だって
But
取引したの
isn't it a
は同じ
bit
なのに
unfair to bring
私だ
only
け捕まる
me
のは
when
ちょ
they
っと
were
悔しい
half
じゃ
of
な
the
いですか
transaction?
死ぬにしても
If
一
I'm
緒に
going
死
to
ぬの
die, I
は
think
気
I'd
持
be
ちが
better
楽
to
に
go
な
out
る
with
っていう
company. Oh my god. She has no scruples to sell out her customers. To say such an awful scummy thing in that whispering introvert voice of hers.
それもいいけど
That would be nice, but we're not here to bring in you or anyone else for the illegal transactions that have been going on here. Oh, well then!
もちろん
Though we will be arresting you on some sort of charge eventually. Oh.
でも私たちに
If you choose to cooperate with us, I believe we might be able to reduce your sentence.
聞いてください
Let's go away.
誰を葬れ
You
ば
say to be very, and I'll hand over the dirt. Oh my god. El audio. ¿Otra vez? Se escucha. Let's see. Pero como que quiera fallar. A ver, déjame hacer una prueba. La 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 la. It sounds okay, right? I think it sounds... I think it might just be me bumping over the mic. Let me move a little further away. Is it better now? Hopefully? Let's see.
こいつマインドが
It's
クズすぎ
almost
て
funny
ち
the
ょっと
trash
笑えるんだ
that
けど
spews out of this girl's brain.
豆一つも取引したくないタイ
I
プ
wouldn't buy a bean from the likes of you.
ベリンさん、あなたの顧客の中に
Miss Berry,
Peter
Peter
Miller
Miller's one of your
という人がいましたよね。
customers, right?
あの成金を
Oh, the guy who struck it
そ
rich.
の人
What'd
が
he
何か
do?
したんですか
死にました。
He
お
died,
そらく
and it may have been the stuff in his collection that killed him.
ああ
Um,
誰って言いまし
who are we talking about again? Peter. Who?
ピーターほどよく聞く名前
Miller's
はない
quite
じ
a
ゃないで
common
すか。
last name.
さっきあなた
But
も
you just described him as the guy who struck it rich.
それはその急に知
It
った
was
ことに
just
したくなって
me pretending to know who you were talking about. I've never heard the name before.
ふざけてるの
Are you joking? That resort to violence! That's not what civilized people do!
不法取引している身
What's
で
a black market
社会
trader
人
know
がなん
about
て
what
よく言えます
civilized
ね
people do?
いいわ
All
社
right,
会人らしく
let's keep her a bit of civilized people logical deduction here.
あなたがピーター・ミラ
How
ー
about
と
we
関係
show
がある
you
と
a
いう
piece of
証拠
evidence that connects you to Peter
私た
Miller?
ちが
被害者とベリンさんの関係を
A
明
piece of
らかに
evidence
で
that
きる証
collects
拠。
that connects Miss Bering
そ
to
ん
the
なものあっ
victim.
たか。
Do you have something like that? What did I miss? We found out that apparently the weapons have magical abilities, so it makes things complicated. So Peter died. Yeah, Peter died. And so far we don't have any suspects except for the wife, but even then, it didn't seem that likely that it was the wife. Let's see. Let's see. We have to... Oh, this is her bureau file. Unarmed, so she's pretty much harmless. The pattern traced out by the line represents the object's movements. The length and thickness of the line represents the distance the object traveled. So it's pretty useless. That's why she has that skill. Choose a clue. We know she had protective clothing, doors, receipt. There we go. That one should be it.
ベリンさん、あな
Miss
たは被
Berry,
害
it's
者を知っ
obvious
てい
that you
ま
were
す。
acquainted with the
それだけじゃ
victim.
なく、
Not only
被害
acquainted,
者と取
you
引
had
までしま
dealings
した
with
ね。
him as well.
知りません
I
その人
did
知りま
not.
せんっ
I've
て
never
ば
met the man.
それなら、
Well
ど
then,
うして被害者は
how did the
あなたの
victim
名
come
前
to
が
have
書
a
かれた
receipt
領
with your
収
name
書を
on
持っ
it?
ていたんでしょうか。
Excuse me? He said he burned the receipt after.
私が元の
I had
形
it
に戻しまし
restored.
た
More importantly, I believe you just confessed right there, don't you think?
ああ
Oh, I
そ
just
んな名前の人
remembered.
と取引
I
した
did
こ
have
とが
some
あった
dealings
気
with
が
a
しま
man
す
who went by that
便
name.
利な記憶力ですね。
What a timely memory you have there.
ベリンさん
Miss
僕
Berry,
たちはあなたを
we are
罰
not
するために
investigating
捜
this in
査を
order
進めて
to
いる
bring
んじゃありません
punishment down upon you.
むしろ手
We're
伝
here
って
to
ほし
ask
くて
for
来
your
たんです
help.
僕たちが捕ま
We
えた
have
犯
the
罪者の
first
処罰
say
を
on the punishment
管理
dished
局
out by
で
the
厳正
Bureau
に
for any
実施
criminals we catch in the act.
僕たちがあなたに下さ
So
れ
it
る
is
処
true
罰を
that
軽
we
くでき
can
るの
lighten
は
any
事実です
sentence that may be brought upon you.
どうか 僕たち
Could
に
you
協
please
力してください
cooperate
ま
with
せ
us on this?
本当に刑が軽くなる
You
んです
can actually lower the sentence?
少なくとも
At the very
So many
least,
of
I
these
promise to do
identities
whatever I
that
can to that
we
extent.
exist.
Please,
Shinji
just
kudasai.
trust this.
わかりました
Alright, I'll help.
ご協力ありがとうござ
Thank
い
you
ま
for
す
cooperating.
よかったです
Good thinking.
それじゃ
Well then, can you start by telling us the skills of the staff you sold the victim?
教えてそれは
Uh,
忘れたんですけど
about that, I sort of forgot.
あなた
Again, is she
ふ
yoking?
ざけてるよ
But the deal I made with that man, it happened over 6 months ago.
忘れてもおかしくない
It's
じゃ
not
ない
out
で
of
す
the
か
question for me to have forgotten.
むしろ覚えている方が
Actually,
おか
it'd
し
be
い
more
です
suspicious if I remembered.
覚えてないのに
And if
覚
I
えてる
said
って
I
言ったら
remembered when I
そっちの
didn't,
方が問
wouldn't
題じゃな
that
いで
even
すか
cause more issues?
覚えていないという真実を
You
伝
should
えた
thank me for
私
being forthright and telling you I don't remember!
ステップの写真を見たら
Do you
何
think
か
our
思い
picture of
出
the
しません
staff
か
might jog her memory? Maybe.
そうですね
Oh, right.
これ
Here's a picture from the
現場の
scene.
写真です
やっぱり
Oh, but of course.
何か
Did you
思い浮か
remember
びましたか
something?
いえ全く
No? Okay then.
耐え
Resist
ろ
the
耐える
urge.
んだ我慢
Resist.
しろ
Resist.
これは本当に私のせいじゃないんです
This time is really
私が
not
売
my
った時と
fault.
見た目が違って
They all look different from when I sold them.
はい
Huh?
それ
What
は
do you
どう
mean
いう
by
意味です
that?
か
私が売るステップは
Many of the
どんな
pieces
見
of
た目
stuff
か
I
知
sell
ら
have a
ない
look
有
to
名
them
な
that's
もの
quite
が
well
多いんです
known. So, to avoid future punishment, their appearances require altering.
私
And
がアド
I
バイス
advise
した
my
んです
buyers to make the changes.
じゃああんたのせいって
Then it
こと
is
じゃん
your fault.
それじゃあ
Well
こ
then,
の
Miss
写
Berry,
真だけでは
it seems as though you won't be able to tell us if the staff in this picture is what you sold to the victim.
私が売った
Oh,
ステップ
I
なのは
definitely
確
sold
実
those
だと
pieces
思い
of
ます
staff to him.
その
That's
帳
my
簿に
mark on
私
that
のマークが
statue.
残っているので
マーク
Oh, your mark. You
こ
mean the
の
red
赤い絵の
symbol
こと
on
です
it?
か
はいこれ
Yes.
は私の
It's
ス
a
キル
mark
の
left
跡なん
behind
です
by my skill.
私の
It
血
only
を
takes a
一
single
滴落とすと
drop of my
こんな
blood
模
to
様に
trace
な
that
ります
out.
円の中にある線
The
は
lines
布の
inside of
移
the
動経路
circle
です
are the route an object
線の
traveled.
方向と太さを見
Looking
れ
at the
ば
direction and
そ
the
れが
thickness
ど
of
こ
the
から来
line,
たのか
I
わかり
can
ます
tell where it came from.
ベリンさんのスキル
So, this is
模
your
様
skill,
型
Miss
経路
Berry.
解析
Pattern-based
でしたね
coordinate interpretation.
その
Well,
私はステップ
before
を
I
売る
sell
前
a
に
piece of staff,
必
I
ず
have
ス
to
キルや
inquire
傾向に
into
つ
the
いてちゃんと
specifics
調
of
べて
its
から
skill
売るん
and
です
trigger. Only then can I make the
気
sale.
をつけてさえい
If
れ
you're
ば危険じゃ
careful,
ない
it
んです
isn't all dangerous.
もしかして
And
売った
you
時
don't
に
by
残して
chance
おいた
have any
記録の
existing
ような
records of your sales?
うん
Oh,
ありますか
you do?
いえ
Uh,
売った
not
時の記録
exactly.
はないですけど
I don't keep a
ステッ
record
プを
of
買
my
った時の記
sales,
録なら
but I
残して
do
おき
keep
ま
a
す
record of my purchases.
半年前に
For a purchase about 6 months ago. Oh, here! You can take a look at my
こ
notes.
のメモを見たホールグレイン銀行
Whole cream bank?
あそれ
Oh, not that part! Just check out the list underneath that!
この絵は
These pictures?
ステップのスキルが
They're
何かを書
pictures
いておい
representing
た
the
んです
skill of each piece of staff.
私にだけわかる
It's a sort of code that only I can figure out.
まあ今は全部忘れて思い
I
出せ
can't
ません
really
けどね
remember what I was going for. This girl is the most annoying character we've had so far. She's useless.
ではこの
What are
隣の
these
番号
numbers to
は
the side then?
販売者たちの連
The
絡先で
seller's
す
contact
も
information.
し何かあった時
Something I can use to get a hold of them if something's not right.
どう使おうとしたんだ
Why
ろ
did you write down their phone numbers? I would be annoyed if I knew someone like that. Oh my god. That is exactly how it is working in customer service. Like, you ask a client what they want, and they're like, I don't know what's on the menu. And I'm like, you're reading the menu! So I have to read them the options out, and then they're like, I didn't listen. Can you repeat it again? I'm like, okay, here goes for the second time. And then after I finish reading it again, they're like, I want something that's not on the menu. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? It's like going to McDonald's and asking for pizza. That's not how it works. Anyways, don't work customer service. It's pain.
その右にあるのは
The numbers on the right are the prices I decided to sell the pieces of staff for.
ないよりはいいで
It's
すが
better than nothing,
このリ
but
ス
it's
ト
gonna
だ
be
けでは
hard to figure
ど
out
ん
which
なステッ
staff
プが
has
どんな
which
スキル
skill
を持っ
from
てい
just
るの
this
か分かり
list.
にくいで
トリガーも書いていないし
You didn't write down the triggers
滲んでいます
either,
し
and I see a few parts that are badly smudged. I usually check the menu
スキルに関することも
beforehand. I
文章
usually
で
do
詳しく
too.
記
That
録
way
して
I
おいた
have
方
an
が
idea
良か
of
ったで
whether
しょ
they have something I'm gonna like. But the funny thing is, in my restaurant, There's a huge ass menu posted right outside. Like, you can read the menu before you go in, but people just don't like reading. People don't read. That's the #1 rule of customer service. Even if it's in neon headlines, in font 120, they will not read. I don't know how some people function. I once posted about this on Twitter, and apparently it's kind of like a phenomenon whenever you're going to get served or whenever someone else is going to attend you, your brain shuts off. Brain empty, no thoughts. Which would explain a lot. Do they just want to sit down and have aircon? I guess so. Like, I guess in their mind, whenever they sit down, it's like, oh great, the server's gonna do everything, so we just need to sit down and things will happen by themselves, I guess. I had to drink some tea because I got annoyed just by thinking about work. I would prefer the details of skills spelled out in writing.
あんまり詳しく記録すると
I figured a detailed record would be used against me if I were to stand in front of a judge. But I
私の
won't have
頭の
that
中にだけ
problem
ちゃ
if
ん
I
と
keep
残って
it
れ
all
ば
up here in
問
my
題ないじゃ
noggin,
ないです
right?
か
ちゃんと残っていれば
If
そう
you
だ
could
ったでしょう
actually remember correctly, you'd be right.
それじゃあ今
Well
から
then,
しなければいけ
There's
ない
only
ことは
one
一
thing
つね
left to do.
ジャドベリ
はい
Sad bearing.
今からあなたは
You're going to be
私たち
coming
と
with us
一緒
to
に
the
現
scene
場
of
に
the
行きま
crime.
す
You can get a
そこ
good
で
look
実
at the
際にステ
staff
ップを見て
and check what sort
ど
of
んなスキ
skill
ルを
each
持っている
carries.
見た目が変わっているようですが
They look different,
実
so
際に
maybe
見れば
seeing them
わかるんでしょう
firsthand
か
will give us some different results.
変わっていたとしても
They may
元
look
になる
different,
ステップの
but
形
their
は残
original
っている
staff
でしょ
form remains in each
そう
somewhere.
じゃなければ
If it didn't,
ステッ
they
プの
wouldn't
機
be
能が
staff
失
anymore.
われるから元の形を知って
Sometimes
いる
I'll
人
ask
が
what is
調べる
popular or the place's main
That
thing or
is
the
super
server's favorite.
English.
Yeah, I get asked those questions a lot.
違いますか
Usually if they ask what's popular or the place's main thing, I would go like, okay, do you prefer chicken, beef, fish? Do you like healthier stuff or more protein? And kind of gauge what their tastes are from that, and then that's what I base my suggestions on. Basically when I started work as a server, I promised myself that I would try almost everything in the menu, so I would know firsthand what to recommend and what I wouldn't recommend. So I wouldn't have to guess. Like, if I know how it tastes like, I can describe it more accurately, and also take out my biases, because everyone has different tastes, right? So I would go like, oh, this has a lot of garlic, so if you enjoy a lot of garlic, you're gonna enjoy this dish or something like that. And it's worked so far for me. Kawaii ese nani? I haven't tried making a super cute voice. Maybe yesterday for the stream. I think yesterday I made a cute voice for the little kids, because they speak kind of like this. Hi, hi. 皆さん、シラさんです。よろしくお願いします。I usually hope the owner at least lets the workers taste the menu. Well, I mean, I do get a 50% off any dish, so I do pay, but I pay half rates. And sometimes if a customer, it's happened that someone says, oh, I want this dish, and then they will go like, oh no, but I wanted the other dish. So it doesn't go to waste. He'll let me have that dish, for the first dish, for free. So that's good. You know what they say, one man's trash, another man's treasure. There might be bad ones who don't, yeah. Oh yeah, for the daughter, it was 10 out of 10. Thank you. Still, regular voice is cute though. Thank you. I guess if I had to choose to do a voice for a character, if by some miracle I managed to go corpo, I might do like a more serious, sexy voice, I guess, depending on the character. I don't think my regular voice is sexy in general, but if I went like, hi guys, how are you doing today? Do you want to spend some time with me? Maybe that would work, but then if I laugh, it's so over for me because I can't control my gremlin laugh. Oh my god, take my subs. Oh, is that what you're into then? Oh no, don't get me. Regular is better. As I said, we all have our own tastes.
That one's too Aurora. That's why I'm saying it would depend on the character. I feel like my regular voice just fits my VTuber form so well. Do you want me to say I puta verga in an Arara voice or in a Gremlin voice? I'll do that for ya.
それはそうです。ちょっと待ってください。ミラーさんはあの中にあるステップのせいで死ぬ可能性があるんです
Isn't
よ
it
ね。
possible that one of the pieces of stuff in that room killed Peter Miller? It's too dangerous!
ステップをちゃんと調査してから
You just said that you have to inquire into the details of the stuff in order to sell it, and that the whole thing is safe if you're careful. Okay, let's do ay puta verga in 3 different voices. First, you know how I say the ay puta verga, which is kind of like the emphasis and an accent. Or I can go like ay puta verga! Or we can do ay puta verga. Oh, I'm having so much fun. Don't get scared of me, guys. Please don't get scared of me. El diablo, eso no me lo esperaba. Anyways. Oh, thank you for the subs. You didn't have to do that. Oh, that's so funny. I'm so sorry, guys. Don't take me too seriously. For the sexy voice, it's also 10 out of 10. Shoot. But funny for the joke. Ay, Kairi, ¿aquí estás? My Oxo co-workers love that Sila. Thank you. No, gente del Oxo, perdónenme. No vaya a parecer que estás viendo porno. Well, yeah, anyways, I should make a redeem where you can make me say something in a specific voice. Like, I think that's a good idea. Joking, I work at home. Good. See, this is where I'm blushing real hard. Whenever I start laughing uncontrollably, it's because I'm nervous. I'm kind of a nervous laugher. I know. Oh yeah, that would be a good idea. Write that down. I'm gonna do it right now because I will forget. You know me. Let's see. Where did we go? I think it was in viewer rewards and channel points. And how much should it cost? Let's see. What are we gonna price it as? Are we gonna do... I know. I'm gonna say something in a voice act, anything you want. Anything you... The new reveal redemption. Anything you want. I remember that when I first started streaming in 2022, there was like, there was someone I used to collab with. Her name was Linnea. She was a library themed VTuber, and she had a redeem where she would kind of like act the intro of a maid cafe, like, hi, I forgot how it went. Like, it was the typical anime greeting, like, hi master, welcome, but in Japanese. And it was super cute. Okay, let's put it as 5,000. Require viewer to enter text. Perfect, and then you send a message. I will add, there we go, and it's active now. Da, 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 da. Perfect, guys, there we go.
それは
Ocarina sai maseka shujin-sama. Exactly that one. Ocarina sai shujin-sama. There we go.
もう少し自分
How
を
about
信
you
じて
put a
みてくだ
bit
さい
more faith in yourself?
あなたが売
I'm
ったス
sure
テッ
you're
プの
well
取り
aware of the
分け
triggers of each piece of
全部
stuff
知
you've
っている
sold.
でしょ
So you'll be perfectly
問
fine,
題
right?
ありませんよね
I guess so.
ご協力
Thank you for your
ありがとうございます。
cooperation in this matter.
チーム長
I think the sergeant is a little peeved. We're all peeved with this girl. Have you met her? She's annoying. Anyways, then, when you have 5,000 points, you know what to do. Oh, there is also an Araro redeem. I've had this redeem since 2022, so, except the new ones like check-in. So, interesting. You know, I'm surprised at myself sometimes. I do stuff. I actually do stuff.
戻っ
Let's
て
see.
きた。
You're back. Why? Hello there.
モンテギューさんがこ
Oh,
こにいる
right.
とい
There's
う
another
ことは
voice that I could do that I was like,
Hi guys, thanks for stopping by at my stream. How are you today?
it was like more of a deeper voice, but I'm not sure if I could keep these going for a long time. It's not straining me, but it's just like a little bit too nasal for my taste, so I wouldn't be able to make it work for a long time. But it works when I'm singing and I need to sing like a male voice. It sounds like a Shoda-ish, so it works for that vibe. Since you're here, Mr. Montague, I can only assume.
え
Yeah,
え、
you
さっ
just
き私に
told me
全
everything.
部吐くもともと幼稚な人だと
I
は知っ
thought
ていました
Mr.
が
Montague rather childish, but
はっきり
honestly,
言
he
ってかな
seemed
り
to be
情けない
pathetic.
ですね。
Could my Peter really have
夫
trusted
は
such a
こんな
man?
人を信じているということでし
Oh
ょう。
wow, she did not hold back.
盗むなら
If you
いっ
were
その
going
こ
to
と
steal
全部盗
something,
んでくださ
you
い。
might as well have stolen the whole lot.
それがノート
Couldn't
に
even
説
get
明す
away
るの
with
でさえ
stealing a
まともに
notebook.
できずに
The tomboy one is too strong. The donkey will kill me. Tomboy voice. But yeah, now I'm not sure if there's another voice I could make. I know that sometimes I sing in a crack voice, like really off key, like "Happy birthday to you." That's me imitating my sister because my sister will never be able to sing in the right key. She always misses it by like 5 tones.
Hola, chila abuelita. Hola, niñatecito. ¿Cómo estás el día de hoy?
Choo choo! Oh, it started the hype train. Voice acting hype train. Doña Nieves. Oh, that was the cleanest vibrato I have ever had, probably. I should try going into opera. Nah, just kidding. I'm not a soprano. I wouldn't be able to make it. I remember that last time we did a hype train, it was like 4. We got to level 4. Doña Nieves. See, yeah, I know like the Chilindrina's voice is super nasal as well. And then, no, I saw someone share the clip. Pabli, what did you do? I still see my Discord kind of pop up notifications. So I'm like, oh no, I'm scared.
誠に
See, the slow vibratos are peak though. Thank you, thank you. It took me 7 years of singing until I could develop vibrato. But then again, I had my septum surgery, like not aesthetic surgery, not plastic surgery. It was so deviated I could not breathe or smell anything. Like I still can barely smell anything at all. I have like a 20 or 30% sense of smell. So that's why today I didn't notice my spatula burning. I couldn't smell it. Although it probably did smell something. Or when there's a gas leak, I also can't smell it. How am I still alive? I don't know. But anyways, yeah, it took me a long time to get my vibrato. After the surgery, it became a little bit easier to sing. But then, since I always struggle with sinus issues, I also sound a bit congested at times, so it's harder for me to sing. Points, hydrate. Let's hydrate.
Ah, 美味しいですね。
Oh my god! Please take care, Sila. Yes, I'll take care of myself. I'll take care of myself, I promise.
その
And,
ピーターのこ
what
と
about
は
Sauce? Hey! Okay, you know, we've talked about the games I've played, so I did learn several lines that could be used in, certain circumstances. Never mind. Forget that you ever heard that, okay?
それで
Yes. Have you
何か分かった
have you
ことで
found
もあるん
anything
です
out?
か？
これから
That's
調
your
べる
next
ところ
step.
です
Finding out what happened.
今
Right
こ
over
の
there.
場所に
Sasla! There's one day I really wanted to get like not an NSFW but a kind of sauce model, like borderline. But then Twitch is really annoying with the guidelines, so that sucks. I would have to stream only on YouTube. And so far I know that only Jintai watches me on YouTube. He's my only viewer, pretty sure. But yeah, like there's so many ideas for hot outfits I could get with Scylla. Yeah, that's a shame. I would go to YouTube for that. Man, my chat are gooners, guys. Can't believe it. I had faith in you guys. I'm supposed to be the only degenerate here. Just
kidding. We're all nice and say so, right? We are. But yeah, I'll keep thinking on outfits. Maybe I'll commission some art. And sorry for giving you trouble. No, it's good. I only feel bad sometimes because the other people can see your messages, so that's why I always say everything out loud just so nobody misses the conversation. Because sometimes when I say something that it's not in the chat, it's because it's Jintai chatting in YouTube. So I also want you to be involved. We are all pure people, surely. Blessed be the God. Yes. I'm saying so, but I don't judge Scylla's jokes. That's fair, it's joking. Hoy fue un buen día para los clips. Tengo miedo. Papi, ayuda, tengo miedo. We're all in this together. It's funny. You know, the first time someone called me funny, I was like, what? Me? In real life, no one laughs at my jokes. They just look at me like I should be in a mental facility. And I'm like, I think I'm funny. I personally think I'm funny, at least. So having that validation in the internet, it's both. Oh, wow, rude. How dare you? It's okay. It's okay. No, just kidding. It's really fine. But yeah, I know. Sometimes I speak whatever comes to mind. And even I weird myself out. So, you know, things happen. Sila has a sunny disposition. Akarui. I do. I guess when I was younger, I was a really, really negative person. And then bad things kept happening to me because I always kept expecting them to happen, right? That makes... So, then again, I was also a teenager, so that means you're more susceptible to feeling emotions very strongly. But then when I was out of that teenage phase, I was like, you know, life's too short. Whatever will happen. Like, what's the point of worrying about that? If I can do anything to be prepared and make sure that I expect, like, bad things will happen, but if I'm sure I do everything to avoid it happening, like I'm prepared, I did my research, or I did things correctly, read the rules, then that's okay. Like, mistakes happen sometimes, but I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Just learn from my mistakes, and also just stop being so negative. I want to see the best in people, I want to see the best in the world, and it's difficult sometimes, you know? It is really difficult. But still, you need to constantly change your mentality because sometimes even I, like, my first thoughts are negative thoughts. So, let me unshrimp. So I have to remind myself that that's not what I want to think. I don't want to be that person. So I think again, and it's something nicer. Preparation is a good luck charm. Yeah, it is. Yeah. What's funnier is that I'm pessimistic. I noticed long ago. Yeah, I was too. I'm like, yeah, it's easier. Like, that's something I noticed, for example, in exams. I was like, it's better to expect a bad grade because then you won't be disappointed if you get a good one. But if you get a bad one, you'll be like, oh yeah, I expected it anyways. So I'm still very nervous. I'm still a very anxious person. But I try my best to be positive. Like, whenever I start subconsciously getting negative thoughts, I go like, no, that's not what I want to think. By Scylla being bubbly, she makes other people's days better too. That's the point. I mean, that's the whole point of streaming, right? Like, you get to hang out with someone, and I don't know, if I make someone's day better, then my job's done at least. I find that my job's done. I just want people to be happy and comfy when they're hanging out with me. I don't see this as a job. I just see this as I log in and then I get to hang out with you guys. And that's what I love about it. I get to be myself and then chat with people who like me for me, you know? That's crazy. 10 years ago, if you told me that someone you would like me, my personality, I would have gone like, oh wow, you're crazy. But no, people actually think I'm funny and okay, I'm blushing again, so that's why I'm laughing. Anyways, fun fact, when I blush, I get really, really red. Nuestra loquita, sí. I'm your crazy girl. Yeah. Anyways, thank you for hanging out with me, guys. I love you all, you know? Da da da. Will she be able to properly investigate these objects in the state she's in? By being yourself, you attract people who like your vibe. That's so true. That's so true. Yeah. Like, that's in part why... At first, I was, like, really strict with myself. Like, okay, I will only speak about this or that, or do this or that. But then as time goes on with my streams, I feel more confident and more comfortable. So I'm even more myself, if that makes sense. I'm even more Scylla. I'm sillier. Don't worry about it. We've got a protective suit for her. Oh, it was split in half along with the victim.
おい、さらに速
Look
くな
at
ったじゃ
that.
ない
She's
か。
trembling even faster. You're getting more into the groove of it. Yeah, you know? I still have scoff all the time, which is fine. I'm learning slowly. But yeah, I feel more comfortable and confident as a streamer, which is a good thing, you know? My next step, my next goal is to be able to hold that confidence in collabs. Because when I'm working with other people, I usually default to a more passive position where I let them take the lead. And it depends, you know? Sometimes that's the vibe you need, but others you want to play... You want the banter between both streamers. The back and forth is really important, depending on whatever you're doing. So that's why I want to put myself out there and stream maybe a couple times a month with other people and get into the groove of that too. That way I'm gonna level up even more as a streamer. I want to be better. Like, I am very happy with where I'm at, and I'm very happy that I have 8 viewers, for example. And I wouldn't change that for anyone. Like, I love you guys, but I feel like if if I'm a more confident streamer, that will be better. I'll be a better entertainer. So I still have my ambitions, and I think that's important to have goals that are actually tangible and ambitions. So I want to grow at my own pace, but I still want to grow.
Hey?
Boo! Oh no! Poor Bering.
何してるんですか
What do you do that for?
すごい
Wow,
一
that's
体どこまで速
stupendous.
くなるのかな
How fast can she go?
人を人として見ていれば
She's still a human. How can Detective Tina think such a thing?
ベリンさん、
For
倉庫の
reference,
中に入って調べ
this
るの
is
は最後
exactly
の
how
手
I
段で
look
す。
after I have a
まずは
coffee.
ここから入
This,
念に確認
this
して
is
ください。
me.
何か思い出すことは
Scylla
あり
is
ませんか？
expanding her skill set. Yeah, like even when I was at... Oh no, I've been cheesed twice! You guys! She just needs to be seen and things will settle good. Yeah, like that's the problem. I know that to be seen, I need to start making shorts and clips. But I hate doing videos and editing. It's like the bane of my existence. All of the visual arts side, I can't. I've never had an affinity for that. And I don't have the drive, so it's like, that's the one part of being a streamer that would feel like a chore to be... Oh, sorry, my nose got plugged out. But then again, I remember that I'm broke and I don't have money to pay someone to do it. So I need to actually convince myself and go like, no, you have to do this, yes or yes. If you want to get your name out there, you have to start making clips. But I'm guessing I'm gonna be able to make some clips from today's stream, I guess. There's not enough time in the day. Oh, tell me about it. Do you know how many pending commissions I had? So that was not my brightest moment. I thought that May 3rd was next week. So I scheduled 5 commissions or 4 commissions for next week. And then I scheduled 3 commissions for April 30th. And do you know, I just found out yesterday that April 30th and May 3rd are in the same week. So now I have 5 or 6 commissions for this week. So yeah, that's fun. That's fun. I'm gonna be like, I'm not scared. I know I can manage. I just need to lock in super hard and do 2 commissions a day. But that does leave a little. That doesn't leave a lot of time for you know, editing shorts and stuff like that. I swear I'm a good you know, worker. I do deliver good stuff to my clients, I promise. Good money at least. Yeah, it is good money. Well, I mean, I can only pay half my rent with that, but it is good money for what it is. Especially since I don't really promote my commissions. It's mostly been people who already knew me or friend referrals. But still, I'm surprised that I've gotten that number of commissions without any promotion. That's a really good thing for me. I'm very grateful to all of the people who have commissioned me because they're super, super nice. I like them a lot. And then I get to work with so many different songs. And I rarely listen to new music by myself. I always listen to my same old songs. So this way I get to know many new amazing songs. So I'm grateful for them, to them for that. Miss Verin, going into that storage shed and investigating the items up close will be our last resort. For now, just take a good look around the room. Is it bringing back any memories? That one. Oh, did you think of something? I did. If I could just get a closer look, I can be sure of it. I'm going in.
危なくないですか？
Isn't that dangerous? After I go in, please close the door. Then you'll be safe. We can do that. How will we know what's going on inside? Looking forward to Sila making Tongo-style Vocaloid cumbias. I haven't been commissioned for a Vocaloid cumbia, but I have been commissioned for indie, folk, and rap, and I have a SpongeBob song commission right now. Some K-pop too. Mostly it's Vocaloid and anime songs. Those are most of my commissions. But there's the odd one that's very interesting too, so I like it. I like the variety. It helps my ADHD working on very different things at the same time. Vocaloid cumbia es la mejor. Sí. I saw that Alex Strip Sands is making a vtuber singing cumbias in Spanish. I did apply, but I never heard back, so, you know. Sila rap would be fun to hear. There's one I know, but one time someone commissioned me to do a rap, but it was a long time ago and I wasn't very good at it then. So I wanted to learn the secret answer rap. That one I like a lot. I'm sorry, but I must say I'm of the same opinion. Is there no other way? You told me to trust you before. You trusting us and us trusting you are two very different matters. I listen to a lot of punk, metal, and EDM personally. But I like all songs. For me, it depends. Some days I'm very sensitive to noises and frequencies, so I can't listen to anything that's too loud or high-pitched. But other days I feel like when I'm bored and I don't want to listen to the same old thing, I'm going to I listen to a little bit more varied music. So that's good. Miss Verin, is there a reason why we should shut the door? If my memory is correct, one of the pieces of staff I sold carries the stepping in shadows trigger. So I would like to minimize the amount of light able to enter the room. Still, don't you think it'll be okay for just 1 second? No, what are you saying, Note? Can't you see that this girl is a criminal? Maybe Note has an idea regarding that? Detective Tina, you used your skill to guess what was behind the door that time, right? I did, but I just got a vague picture. That should be enough though, no? After all, as things stand, she certainly doesn't seem like a person about to commit another crime. No, she's a chihuahua. But perhaps, since she doesn't know we're watching, she'll do something we shouldn't have expected. I can say I agree with you, but it's certainly better than doing nothing. I'm still not sure. I'm telling you, it'll be fine. Alright, Miss Verin, head on in. Alright, please close the door once I'm in there. Detective Tina, what's happening in there? Nothing yet. She's just wandering around inside.
何しているの？
What's going on over here?
あ、チーム長、
Oh, Sergeant.
どうしてドアが閉まってるの？
Why is this door closed?
ベリンさんの頼みで
Miss Bering requested
Demo.
we do this.
テナさん
We're
のスキ
keeping
ルで
an eye on
監
her
視し
with
ているので
Detective Tina's skill.
バカみたいなこと言わ
Don't
ないで。
tell me it's something so idiotic. Pardon?
ドアを開けなさい。
Open the door!
今すぐ。
Now!
はい
Yes, ma'am. Of course she disappeared. She disappeared, didn't she?
どこ
Where is she?
ベリンは
Where did
どこ
Barry
にいるの
go? She disappeared.
ありえない。
You can't be serious. This can't be.
バカな。
何している
What are you doing,
の
Note? You can go in there. But
まだ
we
遅
might
く
not
な
be
いか
too
もしれ
late.
ないのせいだ。
This is all my
ブリアンさん
fault.
も
These
テナさんも
detectives trusted me and
僕
went
を
along
信
with
じて
my
僕の
idea.
意見に従ってくれたのに。
Well, I mean, we did know that the notebook was able to teleport things or people, so, you know, maybe she just teleported herself out.
しっかりして。
Get a hold of yourself, Note.
本当
You
に
could
死ぬ
actually
ことだっ
die
て
in
あるの
there.
よ。
Understood.
気持ちはわかるがここは僕
I
に
understand
任
the
せる
sentiment, but let me handle this.
ベリンがどんな方
No
法で
matter what
脱
Beth...
出しても、
Oh,
その
my
後が
nose.
絶対に残っているはず。
No matter what method Bring made for her escape, she was bound to leave behind trace.
ブリアンのスキルで倉庫の
Brian,
中を調べて、
please use your skill to
そ
investigate
の
your
後
room
を
and see
探し
what you
出さなけれ
find.
ばテナ。あなた
Tina.
はその間。
While he does that, you can...
わかった
Alright, will do. Oh no. Oh, my phone has 20% battery, so let me charge it. Give me a second, I'll still be around here. I'm just gonna plug my phone in. But I need to untangle the cable first. It's super tangled for some reason. Come on, cable. Meanwhile, I'll sing you something, I guess. I'm gonna sing you. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr. There we go. All nice and untangled. Pew, 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 pew. We're back. Oh no, I dropped the cable. Free sings. Yeah, there is a redeem for me to sing too, isn't it? I remember there was one. Let's see how I can put it so it's not pressing in the cable a lot. I think that should be fine. It's just a little bit. Bazinga! Yeah, my mom used to watch The Big Bang Theory, so I watched it with her. Let's see. This angle's a little bit messed up, but it should work fine, I guess. No, it's a little bit like I'm looking towards the other side, so maybe like this. Okay, that looks better.
当然ですが、
It's rather
ベリン
obvious,
さん
but
の足
Bering
跡
left
が
a
残っ
set
て
of
いますね。
footprints.
ベリンが消えたと
Bering's disappearance means that
こ
one
の
of
ステ
the
ップの
pieces
中
of
で
staff
トリガーの
left
条
met
件
the
が
right
満たされ
conditions
た
for
もの
its
があると
trigger.
でも、
Yeah,
この足跡は
it looks like the
ステップの
footprints
前
are
を通り
just
過ぎただけ
passing
の
by
よ
all
う
the
に
staff. Where was she
ど
headed?
こに向かっているんだろう。窓についたこの
The
手の
the
跡
prints on the window.
もと
They
もとは
weren't
な
there
かっ
before,
たです。
right?
あこれは
That's
ベリンの
right.
だろ
Those were clearly
窓に
left by
手をつい
Bering.
た。
She touched the window.
うだが
If
窓
she
から
escaped
逃げ
out
出
the
したの
window,
なら
we wouldn't
僕
have
たち
missed her.
が窓の外にも
Outside the
逃げた足
window,
跡は
I
残
don't
ってい
see
る
any footprints either.
ベリンさんがここに移動した理由
She
がある
must
は
have
ず
had
だ
a。reason for moving that
他
way.
に手がかりは
Are
ない
there
んだ
no
ろう
more
か。
clues to go on? Oh, it was the wife. The wife's the killer. That sucks. I don't know how, but the wife is the killer. Oh man. Like, I know it has something to do with the window, because the wife was the only other one that touched the window.
どういうことでしょ
So
うか。
this and this are related. What happened
ベ
here?
リンは
She didn't
どの
even
ステップ
touch
にも
any of the
手を
stuff
触れて
in
い
the
ます。
手
room.
を触れたところは
She
窓だけ
didn't
だが
touch anything besides
そ
the
れさえ
window.
もただ触れただ
And
け
touching it is all she
窓は
did.
もともと開いていた
That window was already open.
直接手を触れなくても発動するトリガーなのか
Perhaps it was a trigger
そう
that
じゃない
didn't
とすれば
require a touch. But that's not the case.
ここまでね。
Oh, my crazy idea is that this is going to be, you need to go through the window and it's gonna make a portal. That's my dumb, silly idea for now for the case. Huh?
レッドフィンズチーム長
Sergeant
一体
Redfins,
これは
what's
どう
the
い
meaning
う
of
こと
these?
エルベネス捜査官の報
Is
告
the
は
report
本
from
当か
Detective Hermanus true?
ステップ
If
関連
this is a
の
matter of stealth,
適当に
you just had to dig a bit and move on, so why take such drastic steps?
申し訳ございません。
I'm sorry. I take
責任を
full
私が取り
responsibility
ま
for
す。
this.
当たり前だ
Of course you do. I've already contacted the officials in the materials division. In 2 hours, this will be their case.
ちょっと待ってください。
Hold up a second, Chief! To put such a blemish on a career. Useless!
先ほどテナ
So
に命
that's
じ
the
てい
order
た
you
の
gave
これだっ
Theme.
たの
まあ
Yep, that settles things.
チーム長、
Sergeant,
責任を
to
取る
hold
って。
yourself responsible for all this.
心配しないで
Don't worry. At least they won't kill me for this.
そうじゃなくて
That's、not what I meant!
どうしてチーム長が責任を取るん
Why
で
are
す
you
か？
taking responsibility for this? It was
僕
my
のミスじゃ
fault!
ないですか。
そうあなたの
Yes,
ミス
it was your fault.
そして
And
あな
I'm
たのミス
responsible for
は
all your
私の
mistakes.
責任
That's what being a sergeant means,
それ
no?
がチーム長
But still,
まだチーム長、
it's not over, Sergeant. We can still investigate. I
もう
know
少
we
し捜査す
can.
れば。
そういう問題じゃな
That's
いわ
not the problem,
ノー
no. We had a black market
私たち
seller
は否認
of
不
unauthorized
足証
staff in
明
our
を捕ま
custody,
えておきな
and
がら
we let her get away.
逃がしてしまう
Plus, we still don't have a proper
それなの
lead
に
to go on. We've already
事件
failed.
ステップはステッパーと違
Unlike
って
staffers, staff has no emotions or free will we can play off of. That's why it's even more dangerous. For the sake of the
ここは被
victim,
害者のため
handing this over to materials is
自
the right
罰化に
call.
引き継ぐ
ノート
No,
これ以上
we have
あ
no
の
one
ステッ
left
プ
to
につい
fill a
て
scene
知
on
って
the
いそうな
staff.
君は今まで事
I
件
know
で
you've
失敗
yet
を
to
経験
experience
したことが
failure
なか
when
っ
it
た
comes to investigating a case.
当然
However,
こういうこともある
failure is inevitable. Sergeant, you've got to
Chimito.
trust me. Please give me
僕を
just a little
信じて。
more time.
ノー
Note,
トあなた
you
自
have
身
no
も
idea what's going to
これから
happen
何が
next.
起こるかわからない
Yet
わ
you're asking me to trust you?
私信じられないけ
I'm
ど
afraid I can do that.
今私
All
た
we
ちがする
have
べきこ
left
と
to
は
do is feed the
事物
officers
家がベリンを捕
from
まえられるよう
materials as
に
much information as we can to
で
help
きる
them
限り
apprehend Barry.
情報を渡すこと逃走したベリンが行きそう
Maybe
な
they
場
can
所を予
predict
想
where
した
Barry
りね
might run to next. That could happen,
そうい
right?
う
今は
After
考え
everything,
続けるんだ。
let's not put an end to
さっ
reasoning.
き言われた
We,
こととつな
we
がる
must
資
have
料を
some sort of information that
僕は知っている。
connects to these statements. I'm sure of it.
今の僕にで
It's
き
the
るこ
time
とを
to choose. Which job am I to proceed with? Oh no. I wanted to say before I had to make the choice. Okay, let's see. If only I were more capable. No, we have no one left to fill on the staff. Maybe. I don't know about this. Fill it on the staff. Where was it? I don't know. Not useful. I don't know, like this could be a clue on how it works, but I'm not sure. Oh, no, it wasn't that. This is interesting. L corpse. So, gap fingers handprint. Fingers on printing. L and varying. I don't know. Fuck. This one I'm not sure about. Let's see. Fingerprints on pocket watch. Trace left by corpse. Moved. Live there for the rest of your life. Payment while the love is still there. Oh, maybe Bering's notes. We haven't investigated her notes. Tend to do all reliable and just click. I forgot about this. I forgot we had her notes. So if we could contact those. Oh, perfect. Yeah. I forgot we had those notes. We haven't investigated that yet, so it should work.
ノートどう
What do you think, Note? Any
何か
ideas
思い
coming
つい
to
た？
mind? None in particular.
そう
Indeed.
それじゃあ
Then we'll let Brian and
Miriam
Athena
はテナと
explain,
残って
explain things to the
奥さんの
spouse.
状況を説
No,
明し
you
て
can head back with me and...
あ、
Oh, sorry,
あの、
bud. Do you think I could
すみません
remain
が、
here in Detective
テナ
Tina's
さんの
place?
顔エルさんには僕が
There's
直接
something
話
I'd
したい
like
ん
to
です
tell Mrs. Miller myself. All
So-
right. Just don't be
そ
too
れじゃ
late getting back.
遅れないようにね
よしチーム長は引き離せた
There's the sergeant heading off then.
ブリアンさん
Detective Brian.
どうした
Something the matter.
さっき
Just
こ
a,
れ以
min-
上あの
just
ス
a
テッ
moment
プに
ago,
ついて知って
you
いそ
said
うな人
there's
物
no
の当て
one
がな
else
い
who
と言っ
knows
てました
about
よ
this
ね。
stuff, right?
それは
Or
間
you
違
were
いです。
wrong in assuming that.
なんだって
What do you mean?
ベリンさんの
On
領
Miss
収書に
Bering's ledger, she
Step
wrote the
を打った
contact
人たちの
info
連
of the
絡先が
sellers
書い
who
てありました
provided
よね。
that stuff, right?
その人たちなら
There's a good chance
自
the
分が打っ
sellers
た
would
ステ
know
ップ
what
のスキル
skills
を知
their
っている
staff
確率が
had.
高い。ベリンさんと違って
Unlike Miss
他
Bering,
のステ
they
ップと接する機
probably
会も
aren't
少ないで
around
し
a
ょうか
lot
ら
of other
も
staff,
しかすると
so they
ベ
might
リン
know
さんより
more
正
about
確
the,
に覚えているかも。
about the specific staff they had.
ノート
Note,
君
are you
まさか
presuming we...
その人たちに接
Let's
触
reach
して
out to all those sellers and find out what skills we're dealing with.
そして
Then we can solve the case
チーム
before the
長が事
sergeant
物
can
化
hand
に
it
事
over
件を
to
引き継ぐ前
materials.
に
僕は反対だ
I have no choice
こ
but
れ
to
は課
disagree
長
with
が
you
決め
there.
たことだ
The chief's
今
already
から
set his
動いて
mind
も
on
無駄に
this.
ことを大
We'd
きくす
just be
るだけだ
blowing this up for no reason.
ですから僕たちだけで
That's
動か
why
な
it's
けれ
only
ばいけ
gonna
ない
be
ん
the
です。
two of us working the
もし
case.
失敗して
Then,
も
even if
チ
we
ーム長
fail,
とテナさんは
Detective
予
Dean and
定通
Sergeant
り事
Redfins
物化に
can
引き継ぎ
still
が
hand
で
the
きる
case
よう
over
に
to materials. Please, Detective Brian, for
どう
me.
か
いやそれでも
We
今
really
回は
shouldn't
ダメ
this
だ
time.
そんな
Man,
ブリアン
I
さん
was
に頼め
I
ば
was sure Detective
絶対
Brian
手
would
伝っ
help
てく
me
れる
out
と
if I
踏んでい
pleaded
たの
with
に
him.
やはりパンの
I
お使
guess
いを
this
させ
isn't
る
as
みたいに
simple as
簡
asking
単
him
に
to
はいか
go
ない
buy
か
me a pastry.
ちょっと何事ですか
What's going on here? Where did that
他の人
woman
た
run
ちは
off to?
エルさん
Miss Miller, I'm
すみま
sorry,
せん
I made a mistake and now the
僕の
case
ミス
has
で
ground to a
捜査に支
standstill.
障が
まさか
By
そ
standstill?
れで
Does
捜査
that
をや
mean
める
you're
なんて言い
giving up
ま
on the
せんよ
case?
ね
心配は無用です
You need not
ステ
worry
ップを
about that.
専門的に扱
Another
う部署
division
が捜査を引
specializing
き
in
継ぎますから
identifying staff will be taking over the case.
操作する内容は
From
非
now
公
on,
開
all
となり
details
ますが
surrounding the case
で
will
も
be kept under wraps, but...
ちょっと待ってください
Wait! Kept under
後
wraps?
悔になる
What's that supposed to mean? I won't be able to
それはどういう
find out
意味です
how
か？
my own husband died?
そうなりますが
That may be the
心
case.
配しなくても
But you
大丈
shouldn't
夫
be
です
concerned.
も
If
し
someone
誰かが意
murdered
図
your
的にご
husband,
主
he
人
or
を
she
殺
will
害した
be
のなら
punished further.
そんなの関係ありま
That's
せん
hardly what's important here.
昨日まで
The man I shared the bed with
寝食を
until
共にした
yesterday is
夫が
dead.
お願いです
I'm begging you, please help see this through.
ブリアンさん
Detective Brian, we
ま
still
だ
have
時間はあり
time.
ま
仕方ない
I guess you're forcing my hand.
なわかりまし
Oh,
た
my nose!
事物
Holy
化に
shit.
引き継ぐ前にできる限り調べてみましょう
Alright, until the very moment this is handed over to materials, I'll do my best to find out the truth. Thank you.
よし
Perfect.
だがノート
But note,
ステッ
if
プの
you're
販売
thinking
者
of
4人
reaching
全員
all
に
four
会うには
sellers,
時間が
don't
足
you
りな
think
くな
we're
る
short of time?
君が推理に使う時間が一
Even
瞬
if
だ
you
として
don't
も
need much time
移
to
動
piece
する時
things
間が足
together,
りないと思う
we won't have enough time to visit each person.
わざわざ4人別々に会う必
We
要はあり
don't
ませ
need
ん
to
よ
meet with each person individually.
エルさん
Mrs. Miller,
電話をお借り
could
でき
we
ます
use
か
your phone? Yeah, it's easier to phone people, I guess. Okay. Detective Brian, I'm
Brilliant.
sorry to rope you into this.
巻き込んですみません
Honestly, I was hoping to do this
実は
alone.
運転する人が必要だったんだろ
You need someone to
本
drive.
当に大
It's
丈夫だか
perfectly
ら
fine, so
気に
don't
し
you
なくてもい
worry.
い前に言っただろ
Like I said before,
僕のことは
think of me as a
使い
handy
やすい
tool
道
to
具
be
くらいに
used.
考えたらいいって
いえさすがにそれ
No,
は
I
ちょっと
really can't. I can think of a person,
しかも
let alone a
職場の
senior
先輩を
detective as a
道具のよう
tool.
に考えるなんて
そうか
Is
僕
that
はいい
so?
と思う
I thought it a rather good metaphor.
僕にはどこがいい
I'm
の
not
か
sure what's good about it.
ステップというのは
Staff, like tools, are
人
different
と違って意
people.
思も理
Are
性
different from people in what they have, in that they have no
見
free
方によ
will.
っては人
So
より
in a
人
way,
という
they're more dangerous than people.
トリガーとスキルだけ確
But
実に
once
調
you
べら
figure
れれ
out
ば
their skills and
むしろ
triggers,
ステッ
they're
パー
as
に比
easy
べ
to
て
manage
管
as
理
any
がしやすい
staffer. They
僕た
can
ち
even
のスポ
turn
ー
out to be as useful as our
活用するこ
sports.
とも世の中に
There
道具
isn't
に
a
頼ら
person
ず
who
に
walks
生
this
きてい
earth
る
who
人は
doesn't make use of some tool or
意志も
another.
理性もない存
Without
在
will
は
or
扱い
reason,
や
they're
すく
easy to put to
常に
use,
同じ
and the
結果をも
results
たらして
always
くれ
turn
る
out the same.
それに比べ
With
て人
people,
は
on the other hand,
全
the
く
answers
違う
always
答えを
change. They shift based on experience, mood, and agenda, making it so hard to trust people. That
それ
goes
で
for
も誰
families
か
and
を
lovers
信
as
じる
well.
ノート
No,
誰かを完全
it
に
may
信
be
じることは
impossible to
不可能
fully
か
put
も
your
しれ
faith in
ない
another human.
だ
However,
がこの世に一人くらい
having
は
one person in
僕
this
みた
world
い
like
な
me
人
is a
間がいて
blessing.
もいいだろう
Someone you don't
誰
hesitate
で
to
も
ask a
心
favor
置き
to.
なく何かを
I
頼める
want to be that person for you. I don't there's so much to unpack in that statement. I don't even know where to start. Like I'm speechless. That's a lot.
ブリアンさんは
You want to be
信頼される
trustworthy.
人になり
Isn't
たいんです
that
か？
right, Detective Brian?
そうだな。
Indeed.
そうとも言えるだろ
You could put it like that. Oh, fuck! I just got an email from Google saying that my new... What do you mean? That my new email has been... Some of your saved passwords were found in a data breach. What do you mean? I just made this account! Ah! Otsu. Well, that sucks. At least they didn't hack me, so I just need to change all my passwords again. That's fun. You could put it like that.
僕はもちろ
I
んブリアン
definitely
さんを
trust
信じて
you.
いますが、
But that's not because I
それは
view you like a tool.
ブリ
う。そうか。
Alright then.
それが本当
I
だと
just
い
hope
い
you
な。
mean that.
ブリアンさ
Well,
ん、
you know, that's
前
fine.
にも言いましたよね。
I told you before.
Brilliant,
You remember,
Sawa.
detective.
定期的にわけがわからない
Sometimes
こと
you
を
don't
言
make a whole
う
lot of sense.
さっきの話も抽
Sila has
象
to
的で
change
中途半
password
端
to
で
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now.
言い
Unironically,
訳
I
をする
think
容
that
疑
would
者を
be
見ているようでし
safer.
た。ブリアンさんらしくないですね。
You know, and it is officially Google. Like, am I not being? My account, Google notifications. It is actually Google. Okay. Maybe I logged in somewhere I shouldn't have, which sucks. You know. But all of these are of my old accounts. I don't see any that is for the new Scylla account. Okay, that's good, that's good. Good, okay, no, never mind. Nothing bad. It's just the same old data breaches from when I was hacked. Oh, good.
悪いが。
I
その言葉は
apologize,
そっ
but
く
I'm
りその
going to
まま
have to
君
turn
に
that
お返
around
し
and
した
say
い
it applies to you as well.
はい。
ノート。
Note,
どうしてこん
why
なに
take
極
on
端な
such a
操作を
difficult
する
case as this? We've
ここまで
already
来た
come
以
this
上
far, so
文
I
句を
don't
言
wish
う
to
つもりはない
complain.
が
But you wouldn't
普段の
normally
君
be
なら
doing
こんな
this.
の
それは
Well, that's because...
お
Oh,
It's
we're
already
already here.
到着
Let's
しましたね。
hurry. We don't have much
時間
time.
があまりないので急ぎ
I
ましょう。
don't like this plot device, honestly. That they're finally starting to get a chat and then they suddenly get to the location and then stop the conversation mid-chat. Like, it's... I honestly think this is a lazy narration device. I'm not a big fan of it.
うん
Hmm.
答えを
So
先
that's
送
how
り
that
にされると
feels.
こんな気分になるのか
Okay, let's go to Bering's shop. Oh, wow, it's... Who's this? The lady from the first
Ara.
time.
いきなり呼びつけたくせに随分と早いお出ましね。
It's very cheap. Yeah, it's very cheap. Like, I like the story, I like the cases, but that's one of the parts where I'm like, okay, this is just lazy writing, unfortunately. Huh, you're the people who called, right? You sure got here fast. Huh, aren't you?
ここでステップを取
You
引
all
した
dealt
ん
in
ですか
stuff here, correct?
お兄さん。
Sir.
Ah.
Oh, dear me, aren't you the mafiosos who rolled in here earlier?
この人はさっきベリンと話してい
That
た
woman,
人
she's
か
the one Bering was
そして
talking
あ
to
の人は
before. And that one.
そのはじめまして
Nice to make your acquaintance. Are you
私た
the
ちを
man
呼ん
who
だの
called?
は
3人
Three people.
幸い
Fortunately
連
for
絡し
us,
た人は
they
全
all
員集ま
came.
った面識のない人から
Following the
呼び出
orders
し
of
に
a
も
man
応じ
you've
ない
never met. The
管理
Bureau's
局の
infamy
悪
comes in
用も
handy at
こん
times
な
like
時は
this.
連絡先のメモがかすれていて
Unfortunately, we couldn't call in the last person whose number was matched.
この3人が
We can only hope that one of these three saw the stuff that did a number on our victim.
それで
So,
管理
if
局
the
の人が
Bureau's
私た
calling
ちを
up and
集め
asking
て
us
ど
to
うす
come
んの
here, are we
逮
under
捕でも
arrest?
しよう悪いけど
I apologize,
私
but
に
I
は
have
まだや
work
るこ
that
と
needs
があ
to
る
be
から
done, so I
お
can't
となしく捕ま
be
ってくれ
hung
る
up
わけ
here
に
too
はいか
long.
ない
ああそこは
No
ご
need
心
to
配
worry
なく
about that.
それじゃあ
Well then,
すぐ本
shall
題
we
に入
get
ってもい
straight
い
to
で
the
しょうか
reason we called?
ここにいる3人は
About
半
6
年
months
前
ago, each one of
Jado
you
Berin
sold a
to
piece of
stepを
stuff
取引
to
した
a
人
Miss
たち
Sad
です
Bering.
時
I
間があ
barely
まりな
noticed
い
he
ので
has a pen on
便宜
his
上
hair.
A
Yeah!
B さん
Someone really
小さん
hated
とお呼びし
that.
ます
I don't remember who it was, but one of you guys really hated the pen in the hair. For time's sake, let's call you Miss A, B, and Mr. C.
あの音の
Um,
響きが変なの
I
で
know a few,
C
quite
じゃ
a
なく
few
て
unpleasant words
違
that
うアルファ
start
ベッ
with
トで呼んで
C.
もらえませんか
Can I have a different letter?
まだ説明
He's in the middle of his explanation.
皆さんが取引したステップの情報が
Yeah,
必要
it's
なんです
Doc. Goddamn
お三方
annoying.
を
Yeah,
ここにお呼びした
Doc
のは
hates
その
it.
ためです 10分だけ
We're in need of some information regarding the stuff you sold here. That's why we gathered the three of you here. I ask only that you give us 10 minutes of your time and cooperation.
僕たちの目的
We're
は
not going to
皆さんを
arrest
逮捕
you.
することじゃ
If
あり
you
ません
promise not to make any more illegal
もう不法取
transactions,
引をし
we'll
ない
turn
と
a
お
blind
約
eye
束い
to
ただ
this.
ノート
No,
いくらなんで
I
も
think
それ
you're
は
taking this a bit.
ブリアンさん
Please, Detective
お願いし
Brian,
ます
for Mrs. Miller's
エル
sake.
さん
仕方ない
You
な
leave me no other choice.
当然目を
Of
つむると
course,
い
we
う
can
のは
really
嘘
turn
だ
a
が
blind eye to this.
今はこう言
But
っておい
saying
た
that
方がい
should
いだろ
help
う
us out.
それでも協力して
Since
もら
this
う
will
の
be
は
a
事
big
実だ
help to us, I guess I should
罰
help
金
them
刑
get
く
off
らい
with
で
just
済
a
むよう
fine
に一
though,
肌
yeah?
脱ぐ
お話しされた通りなら
Bro, they
私は
make
断
hair,
る理由がありません
hair clips, but not the
他の方々は
squawk,
い
okay?
かがですか
Look at him, he's so quacky and cool.
協力するだ
I
けな
don't
らお
think it'll
安
be
いご
too
用
hard
よ
to help them out.
私は
Plus,
緑
I
の
owe
お
the
兄さんに
gentleman
お
in
世話に
green
な
a
った
debt
し
of
ね
gratitude.
私も
I mean,
わかりました
great. Then
そ
would
れ
you
な
all
ら
start by having a
まず
look at this
この写
picture?
真を見ていただけますか
You have guy pants, you have pockets! Unfortunately, I don't think he cares. It's just his very quirky hair clip on.
この中に皆
Can
さん
you
が売ったステップはあります
identify
か
any of the items in this picture as the staff you sold?
いえないけど
Nope, mine's not there.
私の
Mine's not either. I don't see what I sold.
ないですね
見た目について
It
は
seems
ベ
as
リ
though
ン
the
の
part
話は
Bering
本
said
当だ
about
ったんだ
changing the form of the staff was true.
ですが
However,
チーム長の
as the
話通りな
sergeant
ら
said, even though the victim
見た目が
changed
変わっ
the
て
look
も
of it,
ステッ
the
プの
true
元の
form of the
形は
staff
どこ
has
に
to be
残
there
っていると
somewhere.
誰がどんなステップを売
If
っ
we
た
want
の
to
かを知
figure out
る
who
ために
sold
は
which piece of
そ
staff,
れぞれが売ったス
we
テッ
should
プについ
we
て聞
should
いてみる
start
のが
by
一
hearing
番
what sort of staff each person sold.
ノートどの
No.
販売者の説明を
Whose
聞こうか
explanation would you like to hear first? Let's see. Let's get this lady's speech select. Let's start. I'm gonna go A, B, and C.
まさかこうしてまた
I
会う
had
ことに
no
なると
idea
は
we'd
ね
meet again under such
お兄さんが
circumstances.
用意してく
The
れた
papers
書
you
類は
gave me
かな
before
り役
turned
に
out
立
to
っ
be
た
a
よ
great help.
合法的にパブに入るのはいつぶり
Do
か
you know
な
how long it's been since I legally set foot in a pub?
よかったですと
I'm
言いた
glad
い
to
ところ
hear
です
that,
が
but in truth, I
この
can't be.
状況では
I can
あま
say
り
I'm
喜
happy
べ
to
ま
be
せん
meeting you like this.
はい
Oh,
実はさ
about that. When I
半
first
年
got
前
to
ロンドン
London
に来た
6
時
months
は
ago, I
私
didn't have a pot to
無一
piss
文だ
in.
ったんだよお守りみたいに
I'd
持
been
ち歩い
carrying
てた
around
ステ
that
ップを
stuff like a
ベリ
talisman
ン
for
が
some
高値で買
time.
うって言ってくれ
But
た
when
から
Bering told me her
それならって
price,
こと
I
で言
sold
った
it
ん
in
だ
a heartbeat.
後から不法だって知った時
I
はびっ
later
く
found
りし
out
たけ
that
どね
that was illegal, and
私
oh,
の
did
地
my
元
heart
では
skip a
ス
bit.
テップ自体
You
ほぼ見
see,
ないから
we have very little stuff where I'm
そういった
from, so
類
there
の法
aren't
律
any
とかな
rules
かっ
to
たから
regulate it.
それは僕
Same
が
goes
昔住んで
to
いた
for
とこ
where
ろ
I'm
も同じ
from,
です
bad luck.
だよね
That's what I said.
まあ
Though,
詳
it
し
is
く
my
調
fault
べ
for
なかっ
not
た
looking
私の
into
ミ
it
スでもあるんだけ
beforehand.
ど
それでそのステップはどんなも
What
のだっ
sort
たん
of
ですか
stuff was it exactly? Let's see.
うーん
How
ど
can
んな
I
んだったっけ
explain this?
私も知り合
I
いか
got
ら
it
もら
from
っ
an
たものだから
acquaintance, so I'm not sure
どん
about
な
its
スキル
skill
なのかはっきりは
exactly.
見た目は
But
よ
from
く
the
で
look
きた
of
オ
it,
ル
you'd
ゴールだ
think
っ
it
た
was just a finely crafted musical box.
えっと
You know,
箱みたい
the
になっ
ones
て
that
て
play a tune
開く
when
と
you
歌
open
が
them.
流れるそのステップは
But since
開
it
け
was
た時
staff,
歌と一緒
you
に幻
started
影みたい
seeing
なものが
stuff
現
when
れ
you
るん
opened
だ
it and the music played.
男が何か話
It
してる
was this
幻影
vision
だ
of a man.
実
But
体が
since
なかった
he
から
wasn't
危険な
real,
もの
I
には見え
never
なかっ
figured him to be dangerous at all.
たとりあえず覚えて
That's
るのは
pretty
これ
much
ぐ
all
ら
I
いね
remember.
十分
Interesting.
ですご協
That's
力あり
plenty.
がとう
Thanks
ご
for
ざい
your
ました
cooperation.
お礼なんていいわ
Thank
半
you.
分脅さ
Your
れて
friend
協
here
力
was
したようなも
basically
のだし
threatening me.
ちょっと胸が
That
痛む
feels like a low blow.
でもお兄さんの力になれたんだ
Still,
ら
knowing that I
少し
helped
安
you,
心
sir,
したよ
puts my mind at ease.
ベ
Let's
リ
see.
ーさんは皆さん
Since
が
you
連れて
arrested
行
Miss
ったんです
Bering,
よ
didn't
ね
you? Where is she now?
そうですね
Well, we're
今
not
どこにい
actually
る
not
か
too sure about
僕たち
that.
に
Oh my, did you already toss her out to sea?
お分かりだと思います
As
が
you must now know, we
僕たち
aren't
は
members of the
マフィアじゃなくて
mafia. We're
管理
detectives
局の
from
捜
the
査官
bureau.
です
Oh yeah, I know that.
管理局への世間
Is
の
that
認
how the
識は
public views us
こ
at
ん
the
なものな
bureau?
のか
I wouldn't be
surprised.
それじゃあ B さんが売
Well
った
then,
ステ
Miss
ップに
B,
ついて
would you
説明
care
して
to
いただけ
describe
ま
the
すか
stuff you stole?
任
Sure, you can count on me. Let's see.
私が売ったステップは
The stuff I sold was a yellow rubber ball. It was rolling around the storage area of my department store for a while. But then a mouse that was playing with it suddenly caught fire. The top of its body was burned to ashes, so it was as dead as a doornail when we found it. Poor thing. The store manager told me to throw the ball out since it was dangerous, but I sold it here instead. Miss Bering said that its trigger had to do with stepping in shadows. That's all I know. Interesting, so that was the stepping in shadows one. You sold quite the dangerous item.
多分 被害者が防護
It
服を着
seems
て
that
い
the
たのは
victim's protective
このステップ
clothing
の
was
せ
to
いだ
protect against this one.
お話からすると
From what you said, I
あな
gather
た
you
は
work at a
デパートの店
department
員の
store,
ようです
right?
が
Oh, that's right. It's about 3 blocks that way. You should stop by sometime. We've got a promotion going on where any non-staffer customer can get a 5% discount.
そんなイベントをするなんて
From the sound of your event, it sounds like staffers
お
aren't
客さ
too
んとして
welcome
歓
there.
迎さ
逆ですよ
No, we're quite the opposite actually. We're well known for being open to staffers of any level. That's why we got so few non-staffer customers. That's the promotion.
それじゃあ
Aren't the
主な客層
staffers,
であるステ
your
ッパ
main
ーたちが
customers from the
不公
sound
平
of
に
it,
思うんじゃ
angry
ないですか
about the promotion? Oh no, they understand. Actually, some of them suggested we raise the discount to 10%.
まあステッパーな
I
らみん
mean,
なこのぐらいの差
staffers
別に
are
は
all
慣れ
quite
ている
used
か
to the
ら
discrimination they
なんとも思
face.
わない
I doubt that would get much of a reaction from them.
そうですか
この辺りのデパートでは
Ours is the best department store in the whole borough. We're especially well known for the black tea we carry.
帰りに一缶買っていくか
Maybe I should pick up a box on my way back. Since I played loose with the rules back there, it could serve as an apology.
安定した職業についてい
Sounds
る
like
の
what
に
the stable job you have. So what's the reason for all these illegal sales you're doing?
場合
If
に
your
よっ
luck
ては
turns
罰
bad,
金では
you
済まない
might
可
find
能
more
性
than a
もあります
fine
よ
waiting for you.
それは何か
Oh
の
my,
間違い
you've
で
got
しょ
quite the wrong
販売
idea.
者は処罰を
Miss
受け
Bain
ない
said the
って
sellers
ベリー
aren't
さんは
punished.
いえステ
That's
ップ
not
の取
correct.
引は販売者の
Both
処
parties
罰
in
対
an
象
illegal
です
theft transaction are brought to justice.
残念ですが
Unfortunately, it
Beringに
seems
騙
as
され
though
たみたい
Bering
ですね
tricked you.
それじゃあ
Well then,
彼女が
I
海
don't
に
feel
沈められ
bad
た
for
こと
her
につい
sinking into
て
the
は
depths of the
あ
ocean
まり
anymore.
心を痛める必要は
Black
なさそう
tea.
です
Yeah, I
ね
got some. When I went to the city, the big city, a couple months ago, I got some creamer Earl Grey, and it's so yummy. It's so fragrant and aromatic, and it tastes so nice. I love it.
沈めてません
We didn't throw her into the ocean.
じゃあ沈めてください
Please do.
沈めません
Trust me when I say we won't.
電話が来るまでステップ
Until
を
you
追ったこ
rang,
と
I
すら
forgot
忘れ
that
て
I
いた
even sold that staff.
彼女が知ったら
If my girlfriend finds about this, she's sure to break up with me.
どうやって隠すか
So I was busy
悩んでい
thinking
た
of
ん
a
です
way to cover this mess.
幸い
Thankfully, I won't
その
have to
必要
worry
はな
about
さ
that
そうです
anymore.
否認可ステップの取引
Earl
が
Grey it
違法
is
という
now.
ことを
Good!
ご存知
Yummy,
だった
yummy!
んですね
Then it seems you were aware that trafficking unauthorized staff is illegal.
ええでも
I was, but I also had some
まとまった
financial
お金が
troubles
急に
6
必
months
要にな
ago.
ったんです
I wanted to buy my
Mine
girlfriend a
was
present, but I didn't have enough to cover it yet.
そんなことのために不法取引
And
をした
so
ん
you
ですか
decided to turn to the black
恋人の
market?
方は
I
そん
thought the
なことは
woman you're in a
望んでいなかっ
relationship
たと
with
思い
would
ますが
approve.
私も今振り返ると
In
バカなことを
hindsight,
した
I
と
can
思い
see I
ま
was
す
a bit daft.
それ
But
でも
love sometimes makes a man act a
愛は
fool.
人を時に
Back
バカ
then,
にするんで
being
す
the only man for her was more
あの時
important
は
than life
彼女にと
itself.
って唯一の存在その女は
At the time, she was
当時
dating
私
at
の他に
least
も
3 other
男
men
が3
besides
人もい
me.
ましたけどね
Oh, girl.
あなたのお話も大変
That's
興
all
味
quite
深いので
riveting,
すが
but could you
ステ
describe
ッ
the
プに
staff
ついて
now?
は
ああ失礼しま
Right,
した
sorry.
ステップについてです
Let me
ね
tell you about it. Let's see.
私が売ったステップ
The
は
stuff I
花
sold
でした
was a flower.
成果ではなくて
It wasn't living though, it was dried and pressed. Oh, the petal we found in the notebook.
私も実際
I
に使っ
didn't
て
ever
みた
use
こ
it
とがなくて
myself,
どん
so
な
I
スキ
can
ルを
tell
持っ
you
ていたか
exactly what its
はっきり
skill
と
was.
元の持ち主である
It was my
ステップの持ち主
grandfather's, and as he put it,
花びらをちぎると
if you plucked off one of the petals, it would divide you in half.
実際に花びらをちぎ
Considering
って
the
みた
fact that
祖
he
父が言って
plucked
いた
off
の
a
で
petal himself,
確かだと思います
I'm sure he was right.
私が知ってい
That's
る
all
のは
I know. Oh, so that's
あまりお役に立てな
the
くていいです
murder weapon. So I guess it was an accidental murder. This is my current theory. When the other guy Montegi stole the notebook, he accidentally dropped and he tossed it in the safe. He accidentally dropped the petal, and that's what killed the guy.
い
Maybe.
えかなり役に立ちまし
No,
た
that was actually quite helpful.
体が2つになる
It divides your
ここま
body
で
in
断
two.
言していな
To
が
be
ら
able to speak that
はっきり
bluntly
わから
about
ない
it,
という
it's
発
quite
言はお
odd
か
he
しい
forgot about it.
でも
However,
販売者たちの話
that's
を
all
すべ
from
て
our
聞いたな
sellers.
ええ
Yep,
ここか
now
ら
we
は
gotta figure out
ど
who
んなステ
sold
ップを
which
誰
piece
が
of
売ったの
staff.
かはっきりさせ
チーム長も言って
As
い
the
たが
Sarge said,
ステップの
if
外
you
見に
completely
大きな
change the
変化
staff,
を
the
加える
object will lose
と
its
そのステッ
skill.
プはスキルを
In
失
other
う
words,
It's quite likely that our victim added other parts or decorations to the staff while keeping its original form. If Sila got this, she gets pocket mirror fan arts. Oh god, I don't think I will get it right because I still need more information, but that's my base theory for now. It would be nice if you could tell them apart just by looking at them, but without knowing how the victim altered it one, that will be no easy task. It is pretty easy task! Like, the notebook is the flower, then the statue has the ball in it, and therefore the other one is the whatever was left, I guess. But there's one thing that is still bugging me, and it's that the wife said that she got 4 pieces of stuff, you know? So what did the other piece of... What did the other stuff do, and where is it now? Well then, I should take a close look at the documents I have. Okay, let's get to it. I've got to match the statement of the seller to a clue to make my connection. Okay, this will be easy peasy. Let's see. So, let's do... maybe print? No. Okay, so we need the photo. Okay, there we go. Oh, the gramophone is the music box. That's the one that I forgot about. The stuff I sold was a flower. And there we go. It's that one. What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you say? Connecting these statements to information about the stuff. Maybe with the Montague. I know that I'm right though. It wasn't. If you plucked one of the petals, it would divide you in half. I have an idea. Maybe if we put Montague's statement. Dried flower. There we go. This one. No? But that's exactly what I'm saying. Or maybe like that. Okay, there we go. I just needed to pick the other one. Oh, good. Oh no, my phone fell. There we go. Mr. C, would you happen to remember the type of flower you sold? I seem to remember it being a forget-me-not. It was small and blue. What's certain is that we can see Mr. C's flower in this picture. Oh, hydrate. Let's hydrate. Okay. Right, dried flowers are pretty small to begin with. It could be tucked away somewhere. If our luck is bad enough, we may never find it just by looking. You're right, but thankfully, later luck is smiling down on us. On shrimp. Okay, let's fix her position. There we go. Did you forget Detective Brian? We've heard about the dried flower once before. Oh, Montague said something about one in his statement. It's good that Detective Brian never strays far from the point. A little boring, but very good for the situation we found ourselves in. Mr. Montague tried to steal the notebook and hide it away in his safe. According to him, that's when a bookmark fell out of it. And he said that the bookmark that fell out was a dried flower. No wonder I didn't see it in the picture. The stuff I sold was tucked away between the pages of that notebook. You said a blue flower, right? I'll have to check that with Montague just to be sure. But I doubt another flower would be hidden away in that storage shed. I guess we can say we found Mr. C's staff then. And just to confirm, he said that the flower skill was dividing a person in two. Then the picture in Bering's notes meant. Okay, now we just need to figure out the remaining 2 staff from the statements. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, we got this. Okay, we have... Let's do Miss Ace. Crafted music box. And then we can use it with the gramophone. Or phonograph, whatever it is. No, I have to be more specific about it? Oh, I put it in the wrong place. Whoops. There we go. No? What do you mean no? It is a phonograph. There's a red part in it. Mission of a man.
Okay. Hola, hola, ZZ, ¿cómo estás? If it's not the phonograph, what would it be? It should be the phonograph. But is there more evidence? Victim's bedroom. Storage shed. Oh, someone did play the phonograph. Who did it? Peter's handprint 1 week before. Oh, interesting. And there's a gap. Maybe it's this one? I don't know. No! I'm telling you, it is the phonograph. Plays a tune when you open it? I don't know. Maybe? Oh, there we go. Different clue.
見つけました。
I found it, Mrs.
A
A's,
さんの
Miss
ステッ
A's
プです。
staff.
本当
Oh,
に
is that so?
ど
Where
こに
is
あっ
it?
たの？
当然
In this
被害者の
victim's
倉庫
in
の
the
中で
victim's
すわ。
storage shed, of course. You can see it in this
さっき
photo.
も話したじゃない。
I told you before, it
ここ
wasn't
に
in
は
that
ないんだ。
photo.
いえ、ありま
No,
す。
it is. Right
ここ。
here, on the
部
right.
屋の
右っていうと
On the right. Then the
そうか
phonograph?
いや、お兄さん。
No, sir. I just
言ったで
told
し
you
ょ？
the stuff I sold was a musical
私が売っ
box.
た。
もちろん分かっ
Of
ています
course,
ノ
we're
ート
well
が言い
aware.
たいのは
What
この
Note's
蓄
trying to
音
say
機
is
は
this
あなた
phonograph
の
was
オルゴー
built
ルから
around that
作られて
music
いる
box.
という
作られた。
Built around it?
偽装したってこ
Oh, then that's just for camouflage.
え
Right.
え蓄音機
The
の下
bottom
の部
part
分
of a
は箱
phonograph
型
is
で
much like a
オルゴ
musical
ールのよう
box.
なハンドルもつ
And
いていま
it's
すよ
even got a handle.
十分
It's
ありえま
quite
す
easy to see how it might work.
だがノート
But no,
これ
it's
だ
hard
け
to
で
tell
確信
from
を持
just
つ
this
のは
picture.
それじゃあ
How about with
この写
this
真を
one?
見たら
この白黒写真は何？
What's with the black and white photo?
ブリアンさんが
It's
部
a
屋の
record
中
of
に
the
残って
trace
いた痕
evidence
跡を記録
trace
した写
evidence
真です。
Detective Brian was able to collect.
これぐらいなら
I
話しても
can't
大
say
丈
that
夫だ。
much.
そうか
Of
こ
course,
の
you can
蓄
see
音機には
right
確
there
か
on the
に隙
phonograph.
間があった
There's a gap.
その隙間は
Thinking back
ま
on
るで
it, it
箱の
was
蓋の
sort
よう
of
だと
like
思
the
った
lid of a box.
ええ、
Exactly.
それに上部
And
に
the
残ってい
handprint on
る
top
手
isn't
の
where you'd expect it
レ
if
コ
you
ー
were
ドをセッ
putting
ト
on
す
a
るなら
record.
むしろ
Instead,
箱を開けるとき
it
に残
looks
った
like the
手の
handprint
跡
you'd
のよう
leave
に見えま
behind
せ
if
ん
you
か
were opening it up.
確かに。
Now that you say
私
it,
のオルゴール
the
と大
space
きさ
looks
も似
big
ている。
enough for my musical box.
見たことがない
It
飾
looks
り
a
が
lot
ついて
different
は
from
い
the
るけ
item
ど
I sold, but just maybe.
いや、
No,
確かに
I'm
私が
sure
売り
that's
飛ば
the
したス
same
テップ
color as my
と同じ
music
箱だわ。
box.
この反応
With
な
that,
ら
we can say for
確実
certain
と言
they're
って
one
も
and
良
the
さそう
same.
だな
Great. Now we just need to figure out the remaining staff from the statements. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Now we have the last. Where's Mr. C's statements? Oh, Miss B? Oh, right, Miss B. Yellow rubber ball. This one should be pretty easy, right? I hope it's that easy at least. Yeah, it is that easy. Good. Perfect. That was the easiest one. Detective Brian, do you think this could be...
確かに聞いていたのと
Certainly
似てい
seems like
る
what she
な
described.
B さん
Let's
に
ask
確認
Miss
してみ
B
よ
to
う
confirm it.
ただ
You'd
ど
better
んなと
not
ころ
lead
が
her
怪
on
し
with
い
your
のかははっ
suspicions
きりと
though.
は言わない方が良さ
Suspects
そうだ
tend to keep the answer the
容
detective
疑
is
者は
looking
捜査
for.
官が求める
So
答
there's
え
a
を言いた
possibility
く
she
な
could
るもの
make
だ
a wrong assumption from a
曖
vague
昧な
memory.
記
B さん、
Miss B,
もしよろしければ、
if it's alright with you, could you take a closer look at this photo? I'd like to confirm that the stuff you sold actually is
確認して
pictured. Huh? I guess I could. After all, it's not that hard to have one more look.
でも
But I don't think it'll be of much use. I just told you, I sold a yellow rubber ball. There wasn't anything like that in the picture.
いいえ、
You know,
あるかも
that
しれ
might
ません。
not be true.
ただ
You might have just
そ
gotten the
れをゴ
impression
ム
it
ボールだ
wasn't
と思わ
rubber.
な
Again, pardon? What do you mean by that?
ご存知でしょうが、
As you now
否
know,
認
it's
化ステッ
illegal
プ
to
は
own
所有
unauthorized
自体が
staff.
不法です。
To put it another
ですから、
way, the person
そ
who
のゴ
bought
ム
the
ボー
rubber
ルを
ball
手に入れた
probably
人
wanted
は
to make it
外
look like
見を別
something
のもの
else.
にそれを踏まえて
With that in
もう
mind,
一度写真を
please
見
have
て
another
ください。
look at the picture. Okay.
あ、これ
Right here! The sphere held by that sculpture of a hand. It sort of looks like that rubber ball.
よし、
Perfect.
おかしなマー
With
クが
that weird
書かれ
drawing
て
on
い
it,
て
I couldn't make it out at
さっき見た時は
first.
わからなかった
But on closer inspection, it's the same color and texture as the one I sold.
色々
そのマークはベリン
The
さんのスキ
marking
ルを
was
使っ
left
た
by Miss
後で
Bering's
す。
skill.
考
Now
え
that
て
I'm
みると
thinking about it, the
そ
marking
のマーク
shows
があ
where
る
the
部分
original
が
piece of
元
staff
々ステッ
is.
プだったと解釈。
マークが描かれ
Miss
た
B
ボールを
confirmed
見
that
て
the ball with the
B さん
marking
が
on it
反応
was
した
hers. That
これ
serves
は
as
確
evidence
実
that
に
it's
ステッ
staff.
プだという証拠だな
I mean, if you told me it was gonna look different, I could have told you that from the very start.
言っていません
Oh,
でした
did we leave that part out?
言ってなかったな。
We
要
did.
点だけ手
But
早
that's
く
because
説
we
明
needed
し
to
てしまっ
explain
た
it
から。
quickly.
ノート。
Note,
君
your
は
mind
人よ
works
り
a bit
頭の
quicker, so
回
you
転
tend
が
to
速
get
いから
ahead of most
会話が先走
conversations.
る。
ただのミスです
You could just say it was a mistake. You don't have to package it like that. Again, overestimating my abilities. Ooh, let's see.
これで
Now,
販
we've
売者
matched all
3
three
人が
staff
どん
with
な
their
ステップを打っ
sellers.
たのか
そうだな。
Right.
まとめ
To
る
make sure
と
we're on the same page.
A さんの
Miss
ス
A
テップは
staff was a music
蓄音
box
機に
that's now in the
偽装したオ
phonograph.
ルゴール。
Its trigger is being
トリ
opened,
ガーはオ
and
ルゴ
its
ールを
skill
開け
seems
る
to
こ
be
とで
something about
スキル
visions.
は原 B さんのステッ
Miss
プは
B staff is the
肖
yellow
像
ball
の
in
黄
the
色いボー
sculpture.
ル。
Its
ト
trigger
リ
is
ガーは
stepping in
影を
its
踏む
shadow,
ことで
and its
スキ
skill
ルは
seems to
影に
burn
入った
whatever
ものを
enters
燃やし
into
て灰にす
enters
る
that
こと。
shadow.
C さんのステップは
Mr.
ノート
C
に
staff
挟ま
is
れ
a
た
dried
ドライフラワ
flower
ー。
stuck inside that notebook.
トリガーは
The
花び
trigger
らを
is
一枚
plucking
も
one of
ぎり
its
取ること。
petals. Though we
正
can
確
know
なスキルは
exactly
不
what
明
its
だ
skill
が
entails,
体を二
apparently
つに
it
分け
divides
る
a
スキ
body
ル
in
だ。
two.
あの
Hey, since
用
we've
事
told
が
you
済
what
ん
you
だな
needed,
ら
can we leave
私
now?
も
My
そろ
break
そろ
time's
失礼しても
almost
いい？
stopped.
悪いけど
Sorry,
私
but
も
that goes for me too. I've got things
や
to
る
do,
こと
so
があ
I
って
can't be
い
hanging
つまでも
about.
ここ
ええ
Alright, you
お
can go
帰りいた
now.
だいて結構です
礼なんていいよ
No reason to
お
thank
互い
me.
様だ
We're helping each other out here.
捜査中の事件う
I
ま
hope
く解
you
決
solve
できる
whatever
といい
case
です
you're
ね
currently investigating.
そ
Oh,
れ
and
から
also, will you tell us if you find Miss Bering?
何
Why?
結
You
局直
decide to
接手を
throw
下
her
そう
out
と
to
で
see
も
yourself?
まさ
Oh,
か
come
そん
now,
なわ
I'd
けないです
never.
よ
ノート。
Note,
no
are
mama
you sure we
kaishite
should be
ii no
sending them off like that?
ええあの
Yes,
方たちから得られ
they've
る情
told
報
us
は
everything they
もう
know,
ないと思い
after
ます
all.
すみませんが
Sorry to interrupt.
お
Oh,
シー
Mr.
さ
C, you can have
ん
a
もう
long
帰っ
now,
ていただい
okay?
てもはい
Yes, I was just
そろ
about
そろ
to.
帰りますが
But there's something
一つ気
concerning
に
me.
なることがあるん
Concerning
で
me.
すさっき
You
ベリン
mentioned
さ
that
んの
Miss
メモが
Bering
どうの
left
って
some
おっ
note
しゃって
behind
いま
some
したよ
notes,
ね
right? Is that where
そ
she
のメモ
wrote our
に
phone
渡
numbers?
した
え
Yes,
そうで
and
すが
again, my apologies, but you,
すみませんが
could you perhaps
そのメモを
burn that note?
捜査官さんを
It's
信
not
じ
that
ら
I
れ
don't
ないわ
trust
け
you
じゃあ
find
りません
detectives. However,
ですが
I
や
wouldn't
っぱり
feel right
証拠が
leaving
残っている
behind
のは不安
evidence.
なので
Do you understand?
申し訳ない
It's
で
my
すが
turn to apologize
それは
because
で
I
きないん
can't
で
do
す
that. We
こ
may
れ
need
から
this
の
note
捜査
again
に
during
必
our
要かもしれません
investigation.
が代わりに
However,
捜
I'll
査
be
が
sure
終わ
to
ったら
burn it
燃や
once
しま
we're
すので
done. You
心
have no
配
need
しな
to
く
be
ても大丈夫
concerned.
です
どうせ燃やすんなら今燃やし
If
て
you're
もいいじゃ
going
な
to
いですか
burn it, why not get it over
それ
and
か
with and burn it
私の
now?
連絡
Or
先が
just
書いてあ
burn
る
the
ところ
part
だ
with
け
my
燃やし
phone
てくださ
number.
い
ダメです
I can't
す
do
みま
that.
せん
Sorry. Ugh.
ノート
Note. What? Oh shit.
メモを
Hand it over.
渡してく
The
ださい
memo, please. Let's make
お
this
互い
easy on
その方が
ourselves.
そんなことをしても事態を
In
悪く
this,
す
in
るだけ
fact,
で
it's
す。
you who's chosen
今は
to make this
私た
hard
ち
on
を信
everyone.
じて
Please
離れて
just
ください
trust。us and take a step back.
だから
I'll
メ
trust
モ
you
を
once
く
you
れれば
hand over
信
the
じるって言
paper.
っているじゃないですか
どうする
What should I do?
まさか
If
こ
I
んな
had
ことにな
known
る
this
なん
was
て
going to happen,
銃は
Detective
ほぼ
Tina, with her
観察チームだった
experience in
テラさん
probation
しか
and
持っ
her
ていない
gun
の
was
に
the clear choice.
わかりました
Alright, I'll
Memo
get rid of the
は燃やします
paper. I don't have a
ラ
lighter
イター
though,
は
so
な
I'll
いの
just
で
rip this
こ
part
こ
off.
で破っ
ダメです
No, you've got to
必ず
burn
燃
it.
やして捨てて
If
く
you
ださい
can do that, just
それ
give
が
it
で
to
きない
me.
なら
ノート近
No,
づくな。危
don't
険
take
すぎる。
any step closer to. Don't take another step closer to him. He's dangerous.
くそ
Damn, what am I supposed to do? Detective Brian, get out of here.
こういった経験
Seems
が
like you haven't handled
あまり
many
ないみたい
situations like
です
this
ね
before.
残念だが、
Unfortunately, it is as he says, Note. You can turn and run from a person holding a
逃
knife.
げるのは危険すぎる。
It's too
ここは
dangerous.
僕がどうにか
I'll
す
do
る
what
か
I
ら。
can with him.
君は逃
You
げろ。
run.
いえ
No, I can
僕
leave
一
you
人だ
alone
け
too.
ノート。
No,
今は
this
言
is
い
no time
争
to
いをしてい
argue.
る。
です
ノート
But
に行く。
no trick.
どうか。
Please, for
一度
once
だ
in
け
your
でい
life,
いから
listen.
言うことを
If I
聞け。
thought you could help by
君
staying
がこ
here, I
こに
wouldn't
残
be
ってた
telling you
方
to
が助か
run.
ると。車の
Do
中で
you
言った
remember
こ
our conversation in the
覚えてい
car?
るだろ？
Just this once.
一度だけでいい
Trust
から。
me.
どこ行くんだ
Where do you think you're going? Oh shit. Things got... Oh man.
幼い時よく遊
When
び
I
に来
was
ていた
young,
近
a
所の
neighbor
子
who
供
always
が
used to visit me
ステッ
was
パー
sent to
訓
the
練施
staffer
設
training
に入っ
center.
た。それは
I knew it
そ
wasn't
の子
his
自身の
choice.
希望じゃないそこに行きた
No
がる
child
子
would
供は
want to
い
go
ない
there.
マナの放
They
出が確
confirmed
認
his
され
manner
た子
release
供
and
は
awakening
ス
staffer
テッパー
skill
とし
when
て
he
覚
was
醒
9
する
years
9歳
old.
になる頃その子の親は
Which is when they
拒
recommended
否
moving
できな
him
い
to the
勧告を
center.
言い渡さ
A
れ
recommendation his parents
子
couldn't
供を訓
refuse.
練施設にもしくは
Though they could
その
always
前に
toss him out like the garbage before with the garbage before then.
それが一般的な
This
社
was
会
and
の
is the
風潮
normal sentiment in our society.
しかし
However,
世の中
the
には
world
一
isn't
般
only
的な
filled
人
with
だけが
normal
いるわ
people.
けではないたとえ後ろ
There
指
are
を
some
ささ
who
れ
wish
て
for
も
their children
自
to be
分の
part
子
of
供が人
society,
と同じ社会で
even
生
after
きていく
society
ことを望む
puts
人
a
もいる
label on them.
僕の両親がそ
I'm
んな
not
人
sure
た
if
ち
my
だった
parents
の
were
か
the
もしれ
sort
ない
of people, But for 8-year-old me, it didn't really matter what sort of people they might be. I realized that even if the affection they poured out for me was genuine, I always forget that word too, genuine, I couldn't take it as a given anymore. On days when I went to town with my mother, I can remember not letting go of the hem of her dress for a single moment. Before going to bed every night, I planned out what I would do if my parents kicked me out to the curb like that. Then, 1 month before my 9th birthday, I told my parents I wanted to be sent to the training center to eliminate even the slightest chance of being thrown out like that. I decided I was going to sell myself first. Oh wow, that's... Please, just stay calm. How do you know? My knee has problems. I can see traces of you massaging your left knee. It gets especially bad at night, doesn't it? Oh, you're a staffer? I picked the wrong guy to leap at. Of course. I see why your colleague didn't look back when you told him to run. He's a normie, isn't it? I guess that's why he left you for dead. That thought never would have crossed Notrik's mind. After all, I was the one who told him to run. But even with an accusation so low, it was enough for me to cast doubt on him. In fact, I'm pretty sure Notrik was worried about getting in my way. It would have been nice if he had said that though. Whenever Notrik says anything out of respect for me, I can't help but feel sorry. No matter how hard he tries or how many times he tells me, I can't accept it as genuine kindness. I always come to the conclusion that there's some sort of calculated maneuver behind what he says. Oh, that's so sad. I really do wish he'd view me like a handy tool to wield. An object he could simply throw away in the end without feeling guilty. Something everyone can trust. Because I can't trust anyone. Still, because of what's happened, in the future Notrik will... Detective Brian! Huh? Ah! What the hell? What the fuck? What's going on? What? What's going on? Detective Brian, are you okay? No. Oh! Even the music's so funny. Note, what are you? You're safe now. Leave everything to me. What on earth? No, seriously, what are you doing? I love how we're all like, what the fuck just happened, guys? If you told me this was a scene from a BL or something, I would have believed it because it's so freaking batshit crazy. What is this? This place, it's disguised to be a construction site, yeah? The perfect thing just happened to be parked outside. I mean, if you knew that. It's fine, I know how to operate. You know I got a license. So that's why that freaking gag of using heavy machinery was for? Oh my god! This is the single funniest moment I've had with this game. Me recordó a JoJo's. Sacado del culo, que verga! Right, I do know that, but anyway, detective, this was my plan. Use the dust and grime to hide while I made my way out of the building. Find you based on the sounds made by your opponent, and then... There's your Chekhov gun! It's probably the funniest Chekhov gun I've seen in a while. That's... yeah, the music's killing me! it's... Oh god, I like this game. It's so freaking funny. Oh. Well then, should I lower the bucket? I would appreciate that. It is a very good fit for the moment. It's so funny. I don't know, guys. No, I'm headed your way now. I'll be there in 10, so no need to rush your plan. Just hold on a bit longer. I got a rifle out of the boot. Leave this to me. Hey, Detective Brian's already subdued the suspect. Music is big BL, giant hand grabbing style. It is pretty funny.
はまたしまった方がいい
Oh,
かな。
then I should put this thing away?
それが良さそうで
You
す
should. It's probably for the best.
二人ともそこで待っていて。
Good. Well then, you two just wait for us.
一体どんな報告をするのか。
We'll see what you have to
楽しみだ。
report. In fact, I'm looking forward to it.
はい
Yeah,
気をつけて来てく
they're
ださい。
safe and slow.
チーム長にまで
You
連
called
絡して
Sarge? I did,
備え
just
あ
in
れば
case.
あ
You
壁
think
を
I'll get in
壊した
trouble
の
for breaking down that
問
wall?
題にな
まあ
Well,
建物
since
の
the
オーナ
owner
ー
of the
は行
building
方
has
不明
gone
だから
missing, I don't think it'll
問
be
題
a
がないことを
problem.
祈る
今日はミスの連続で
I'm
す
just
ね
making mistake after mistake today.
後先考え
It's
ずに
not like
こ
you
んな
to act
行動を
without
取る
thinking
なんて
through the consequences
君ら
like
しくない
this.
な。
いえちゃん
No,
と
I
考
thought
え
it
ました
through
よ
well enough.
さっきの状況
If
で
I
は
had jumped into the fray
僕
back
が
there
丸腰
unarmed,
で
I
加勢しても
probably would have gotten
む
in
し
your
ろ
way.
足手まといだった
That's
で
why I
しょ
decided to use what was
それで
nearby.
周
It
り
was
の
a
ものを使
judgment
うこと
call
にした
that
んで
of
す
all available options
今の
was
状
most
況で
likely
僕
to
ができる
work.
とりあえず
I
重機
figured
が
that at the
壁を
very
突き
least,
破ってきたら
breaking down the wall
大
would
抵
scare
は
him
怖が
off,
って逃
and
げ
if
るもの
not,
ですしそうじゃなかったとしても
sorry, the
すみ
truth
ません
is,
ただ
I just couldn't
ブ
trust
リ
you,
アンさんを
detective.
信じられなかった
What?
ブリアンさんは
You told me to leave it
自
to
分
you,
がどうにか
but
す
I
る
was
とおっしゃいまし
nervous
たが
and I couldn't do nothing.
助けるため
I
に来た
told
と
you
言
I
いま
came
した
back
が
to save you, but in
実は
truth, I was just
ただ
afraid.
僕が
I
怖
was
かった
afraid
だ
that
け
I
です
might lose you.
ここ何度も言いますが
I know I keep saying this, but
Brilliant
you
song.
overestimate me.
ブリアンさん
Detective? You must be
まさか
joking.
僕のバカ
I
みたい
never
な
thought I'd see
姿
part
を
of my foolish
君を
self on that
通して
face
見る
of
ことになると
yours.
君はいつも
That's what you always do. Make my lack of belief turn to complete trust.
ノー
Note, thank you. Thanks for coming back to save me.
相手を
I picked the wrong guys to
間違えましたよ。
rush it. Seriously.
本当に
Well, there goes Mr. C.
とりあえず
First
二人
off,
とも無
it
事み
seems
たい
like the two of you are safe and sound.
ええ不幸
Indeed,
中の
a
幸いで
relief
した
among misfortunes.
一体何
Why
があ
is
って
there an excavator
ショ
bucket
ベルカー
sticking
が
through
壁
that
に
wall?
突き刺さってる。
これが暴走
Here's
した
our
販
attacking
売者
seller,
ね
I see. Oh!
それで
So, what
どう
brings
して
you to
二人
here?
のこ
面目ありません
I'm ashamed to say,
ステップを打
we
った
reached
人た
out
ち
to
に
the
接
people
触
who
して
sold that stuff
ス
to
キルについ
inquire
て
about the skills they carried.
僕がやろうと言いま
I
した
told him to do it. I dragged him along against his
しか
will.
も反対する
He
ブリアン
refused, but I pleaded with
手
him.
伝ってほし
And
い
you
と
know
頼
how
み
he
込み
can
ました
refuse a request.
ま
Well,
間違って
you're
ない
not wrong. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
ノート
Note,
ちょろ
you
いと思っ
found
た
it
でしょ。
easy, didn't you?
やめろ
Stop that!
最
It
終
was
的に
my
は
call
僕
in
が
the
決めた
end.
こ
わかってる。
I know that! You're the one in the
結局悪い
wrong
のはバ
here.
カみたいに言
When
われ
you've
た
got
通
a
りに
person
す
who
るやつ
will
がい
literally
る
do
のに
anything you say, you'd be a
利
not
用
dog
しない
not to
方が
use
おか
hand.
しでもね。
But note,
ノート
you, especially you,
君は
I wanted you to be the odd dog.
君だけ乱暴なことして。
Sorry I pushed you.
ブリ
Brian,
アンテナ
wait
と
in the
一緒
car
に
with Fina.
車で待機し
I'll
なさい
figure out what your punishment is
処
after I'm
罰は
through
戻っ
here.
てから
All right.
と面白い話をしようか
You want to hear something funny?
ひとまず
I
頬を
was
叩い
thinking
て
of
から
starting off our
話を
conversation
始め
with
る
a
つ
good
もり
slap
だ
to the face. But
テナに
Fina
先
beat
を
me
越さ
to
れ
it.
たわまあでも
In
最
the
終
end,
的
words
に
are
は
more deadly than
手
fists
よりも
anyway,
言葉
right?
の方
ここに来ることを
When I
決めた
decided to
時
come this way,
ブリアン
Detective
さんが
Brian
ついてきてく
following
れる
me
ことも
was already part of the
計算に入れてまし
equation.
た
He really is like a
本
handy
当に
tool,
どうとで
ready
も
to be
使える
used
道具がそこ
whenever.
にあるクズにでもなった気
But
分
I
です
feel like garbage.
ノー
Note,
トまる
you
で
talk
本
as
当
though
の
you
ク
aren't
ズではない
already
みたい
walking
です
filth.
どうし
Oh,
て
why
販売
didn't
者
you
に
tell me about the lead we had
方法を提案し
contacting
な
the
かっ
sellers?
失敗した時の
Because my risk of failure was so high.
当然
I was sure you'd shoot my idea down.
た
Note,
私は
when I'm on
操
a
作する
case, I think of Brian
ブ
as a
リアン
tool
は道
too.
具だとブリアンだけじゃな
Not
く
just Brian, but you,
Anata.
Fina. Even I'm a
Anna.
tool, not a
そ
person.
して信頼
Trust, affection,
Aisha.
emotion, none of this
Kanjo
can be
no
turned
sei.
into logic.
推理
The
は
thought
論理
of
的
losing
では
one
なく
relationship is already enough to send you
関
down
係
a
を
path of
失う
no
のも
return.
それこれは私の
This
持
is
論
just
だ
a
けど
theory of mine. But
推
you
理に
can't
人が混
mix
ざって
people
は
and reason. Filter all of
全てを
those
ふ
out,
るい落と
and
して
after all that,
最
only
後の
logic
論理
should
だけが
remain.
残らノート
Take your, for instance note. You should have convinced me to come with you. You should have confronted my own logic. Smashed the stubbornness holding it up.
そうだ
Of course, I know what sort of person the sergeant is.
知っていたの
I
に
know, but still.
どうして僕を
Why did I hide coming
ここに
here
来る
from
こ
the
とをチー
sergeant?
ム長に隠したの何がそん
What
なに
exactly was I afraid of?
反省はここまで。
That's enough time for
今から本題
self-reflection.
に入ります。ノート。
Back to business.
成
Note,
果は
did you find anything? I did.
ありました。被害者の命
I
を奪っ
found
た
out
ステ
about
ッ
the
プ
staff
が
that took our
何
victim's
か分
life.
かり、
おお、それじ
Oh,
ゃあ
then
す
let's
ぐ
be
出
off.
発しよう
We're
よ。
running out of time.
テナさん
Detective Fina?
ノート、
No, they heard you're the one who broke that
あな
down
たが
that wall with
突っ込ん
an
だんです
excavator.
ね。
You're not. Oh,
おかしい
you're
な
not
レ
a
ベル
duck.
を
You're
通り越す
insane.
やっ
As expected,
人を
I
見
have
る
an
に
eye
は
for
確かな
people.
んだか
こんなことで機
I
嫌が
had
治
no
るとは。
idea that part would put an end to her anger.
チーム長
Sarge,
テナの言う
just
通
as
り時
Fina
間があ
says,
まり
we're
あり
running
ま
out
せ
of
ん
time.
情
How
報は
about we give you
車
our
で移動
report
しな
while
が
we
ら
drive?
共有
It'll
しては
take us
どう
about
でしょう
15 minutes to return to the
ここから
scene.
車
いいわ。
Okay, everyone, get into the cars and flip over your sports. Let's move.
それから
And note,
はい。
yes,
ショベルカーに
I'll be
つい
wanting
て
to hear about that excavator
後でゆ
later
っ
on.
くり
Oh. There we go, we're almost at the end of the case. Doo-doo-doo.
そして
So just like
僕た
that,
ちは
we
その
called the
店
three
に3
sellers
人
into
の
that
販
shop,
売者を呼び
and
出
we
して
were able to listen
ス
to
テッ
their
プのスキル
descriptions
と
to
ト
find
リ
the
ガーに
skill
つ
and
いて
trigger
話を
for
聞
each
く
piece
こと
of
ができま
staff.
した販売者から得
The
た情報
information
に
not
よる
learned from the
と
sellers
ステッ
about
プ
the
の
staff
各
is as
機能は
follows.
こうです開けた時に
There's a
幻
music
影を見せるオル
music
ゴ
box
ール
that presents visions when opened.
影の中に
A
入り
rubber
込
ball
むと
that sets a
燃
thing
や
of
して
flame when
灰
it
に
steps
する
into
ゴ
the
ムボー
ball's
ル
shadow.
それから
And finally, a
花
dried
びらを引っ
flower
張
that
ると
divides a body in
体
two
を
when a
2つ
petal
に
is
分けて
picked.
しまうドライ
That
フラ
one
ワ
was tucked in between the pages of the
ー
notebook.
ノートの間に挟まっていました
それじゃあベリンが
I
ステップを見つけられなかったの
Then
も
the fact
無
that
理は
Waring
なかった
wasn't
ね
able to identify the staff doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore.
一番危険
It
に
seems
思え
like
る
the
ステ
most
ップはやっ
dangerous
ぱ
of
り
the three is the
ゴム
rubber
ボー
ball,
ルかな
right?
ゴムボールが死体
Couldn't
の
the
半
ball
分を
have
燃
turned
やしちゃ
half
った
the
んじ
body
ゃ
to
ない
ash? Maybe that's why we
あん
found
な
him
状
like
態で
that.
死体に
本気で言っているのか
Are you serious?
どう考え
The
ても
most
一
dangerous
番怪
object
しい
of
の
the
はド
three
ライ
is
フラワー
clearly the dried
被害
flower.
者の状態を
If
考
you
え
think
れば
about
当
the
然だ
state
ろ
of the victim, it's quite obvious.
How are you today?
販売者もドライ
The
フラワ
seller
ーの
wasn't
正
quite
確な
sure
スキ
about
ル
the
を知
skill
ら
of
な
his
いそ
dried
うだが
flower.
人
But it's
間を
clear
真っ
that it
二つに
divides
す
the
る
body
スキ
into
ルという
two.
こと
オルゴールのスキルも
It
正
sounds like
確
the
に
music
は分かっ
box's
ていないから
skill isn't spelled out too clearly either.
事件当時
It's quite possible
オ
that
ル
the
ゴール
music
が
box
開い
was
た
open
可
at
能
the
性
time
が
of
残
the
されてい
incident.
る以上
Thus, we can rule out that it had some role to play in how the
オルゴールが原因という可能性も
incident occurred.
3人がそれぞれ違
All
うステ
three
ッ
is
プを疑って
suspecting a
いる
different piece of staff.
この問
If
題を
I can
解
put
決し
this
ない以
problem
上
to rest, there's no
こ
way
れ
we
以上
can
話
continue
を
our
進めるのは
conversation.
難しそう3人全員の意見
We're
に
going
対
to
し
need
て
to support or
同意か
oppose
否
each
定をし
person's
て
opinion to
事
exclude the
件と
staff
関
that
係が
has
な
no
いステ
bearing
ッ
on
プ
our
を除外
case.
しよ
Okay, let's do some detective work again.
Okay. Couldn't the ball have turned half the body to ash? Music box. I don't think it was the music box, cause then we would have extra footprints, right? Clothing trace marked when the detectives landed the ground door. Oh, there's something that bothers me though. About the victim's bedroom. Trace left by corpse. It was moved around. The victim's fingerprints left on his pocket watch. Footprints, fingerprints on drawer. No, this is not what's bothering me. Protective clothing. Blew up due to an impact. Moved in a rather unnatural way. That might be something, but I don't think it's has anything to do with the music box. So I guess my theory was wrong about the portals. None of these have the staff to the ability to make portals. So there's something. The window thing is still bothering me. Like, why is the window relevant? That's the only thing that I'm not sure about. Maybe let's see this. The body. Where's this? The victim information. I guess we don't have any victim information right here. Corpse. Trace left by the corpse. Where's the one that describes what the corpse was like? A body was here. Only half a body was here. I mean, I guess I'll support this one with the trace left by corpse. Nope, okay, I guess. Start chat photo. Notes. Okay. The clock, 7. There's the fourth thing. -7. The clock -7. Victim's bedroom. Receipt. Bed. Pocket watch. Oh! I just... This one. The pocket -7 of the staff ring. So this is the fourth missing staff. The pocket watch. 7 hours slow. Not set like that. Is it possible that this staff can turn back time? 7 hours? That would change everything. Like, even the alibis. Interesting. Like, I'm not sure it's gonna be relevant for now, but that's the fourth staff. Let's see. Blew up to protect its wearer from an impact. Let's see. I need first the statements, right? The printed statements. These ones I do need. Carrying Europhile, Catalyst Blood. No, these ones are relevant. This one's irrelevant. I stole his notebook. Peter was away. Said, dried flowers, slipped back. I put it where it was and locked it up in the safe. So if someone used the watch to go back in time and grab the... No, but there weren't any... I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just do this. How can I explain it? Crafted music box. This one's not useful. Mouse suddenly caught fire. Do we have any evidence that there was any ash or fire? He plucked off a petal himself. Footprints left at midnight. L corpse clothing trace. Door. Marked make by the door closing made at 5 a.m. No. Peter's handprint. Okay, we know that he grabbed the phonograph. Oh, but this is 1 week before. Maybe so it wouldn't have been there. It hasn't been touched in a week. Perfect. Yeah. In truth, if it were possible the victim opened the music box, we couldn't rule that out that the music box was involved. But as for it having opened, we must discuss if it's a possibility. Which means you're certain the musical box wasn't opened. Yes, I'm certain. Sergeant, do you remember the trace photo of our crime scene? Detective Brian investigated that music box using his skill. I see. Then the trace must be the evidence backing your claim. It is. There was a handprint left on the music box, but it was left over a week ago. So you're saying that if the music box had any part to play in this case, there would be trace remaining, right? Yes. Unfortunately, I do love music boxes. Me too! That's not how you're supposed to sell on a possible cause. One statement dealt with. That leaves me with 2 more on the transcript. Let's print out the transcript once more and connect the information with the correct statement. Oh fuck, I thought it was it. That was everything. Let's see. Let's lock this one in. And then couldn't the ball have turned half the body to ash? Gotta head out early tonight. I'll see you next stream. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thanks for stopping by, Reeps. And thank you for the subs as well again. I hope you had a fun time. It has to do something. Always fun time. That's the spirit. That's what I want to hear. The body was turned to ash. Were there any fingerprints in the bowl? When did you become a detective? I became a detective my first stream playing this game, Staffercase, since it's a mystery game. I grabbed some detective assets and now I'm a detective. I'm Detective Silla Lavenrose at your service. Let's see, was the bowl touched? No, there weren't any Oh, but you wouldn't need to touch it. You would just need to put it in the shadow of the bowl. Clothing trace. Mark left when the protective clothing landed on the ground. Wouldn't it have been like... wouldn't it have been what do you say? Cut in half then? This one's useless. The top of its part was burned to ashes. Stepping in shadows. No. This is useless. 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 Turning to leave, I turned back and there he was in such a state. We don't have the body. Like Peter Miller. Killed when half his body disappeared. Oh, half his body disappeared. I thought that he was just split in half. Okay, trace left by the corpse. And let's see if this works. Oh, perfect, it works. Nice.
テナさん
Detective Thina, the victim was not killed by the ball. Huh? How do you know that?
もしボールのスキ
You're
ルなら
right that if the victim was hit with the
被害者の
skill
半身
of
は
the ball,
燃
half
えて
his
灰
body
にな
would
る
have
はず
turned
です
to
が
ash.
テナさんも知っての
But
通
as you
り
know,
死
Detective,
体の
the
半
other
分
half
は
of his
寝室
body
に
was
残
in
され
his
ていたじゃ
bed,
ない
right?
ですか
あ、これはミス。
Oh, my mistake! Just a slight mental lapse. I swear I knew that.
もう少し考
Why
え
don't
て
we
から
think a
話
little
そう
more
か
before we speak?
こいつ
You little...
いつもよ
The
り
fact that you're
妙
more
に機
cheery
嫌が
than
良さそう
usual
で
only
ムカつ
makes me more furious.
く。わかった。この
Whatever.
ボールは事
So
件と
you're
関係
saying
な
that
い
the
んでしょ。
rubber ball is unrelated to our case? One statement dealt with it. Let's see with one more on the transcript. Let's print out the transcript. Oh, but it's the only one left. Okay. So let's do this again. This part we know it's true. We support this theory. Because it's... I mean, he was split in half, so you know that's pretty strong evidence. The body, memory survey, corpse, the victim was... Then he let out a yell. Moved. The clothing moved in a rather unnatural way. Maybe this one? Maybe? Oh no. And if I were to oppose him? What would it do? Nothing? I'm just curious, honestly. I don't think it is right, but still, yeah. Okay, we want to support this claim, and this is not it. Maybe if I use the same hint, the trace left by the corpse, it'll work? No, but you can see, like, I'm supporting it because he was left in half. Footprints. What else? Search corpse. Trace left by the corpse. Moved. But that was by... Oh, it was divided in half. No, this one's useless. I think all of these... None of this is useful. Put it back where it wasn't locked it up on the safe. See, no. Turn back to him. There he was in such a state. Oh, I'm not sure. Let's use a remark from the transcript. Yeah, I know that part! This is the most useless hint I've ever seen. The issues that we haven't seen. Unless I have to support that by saying it's about the fourth one? No, it's not. Yeah, I know it's not about the fourth one. But how do I support his... I don't want to do that. How do I support his thingy? The victim was throwing out the Larry yell. The door was... Okay. Nothing of this seems useful. If it's not here... And take, I'm not sure about this one. Like, I'm really not sure about this one. Like, it could be anything regarding the corpse, but I'm not sure which exact clue I'm looking for. Put it back. When a dried flower slipped out, but I'm not sure if there was a petal slipping out. I don't know. I don't know this one. This is the first time where I'm really unsure about it. I didn't set foot. I'm not sure. No. Either he was in such a state. I'm not sure. Oh, come on. Let's see. Oh, I think I know. I think I know. Where's the witness statements? There's something weird. Considering he plucked off a petal himself, I'm sure he was right. How would he have known if he died from that? No? Oh. Oh yeah, it's opposing. Whoops. Nice result! Perfect. Hearing about the skill that divides a person in two, it's only natural to connect that with the state of the body. Right, the state of the body is by no means a common sight. Thus it's why obvious to say it was the dried flower that caused that. Indeed, that would be the case. If the dried flower's skill were ripping a body in two. By the way you're phrasing that, that's not the case, is it? Detective Brian, do you remember who the original owner of the flower was? Of course, it was Mr. C, the seller whose attack we just thwarted. No, I mean the person who owned it before Mr. C. Oh, he did say that his grandfather passed the flower on to him. That's right. So everything Mr. C knew of that flower, he learned from his grandfather. He said his grandfather used the staff himself. He did. Yet he mentioned nothing of that killing him. Exactly. So even if someone were to use that skill, it wouldn't necessarily kill the user. In other words, the skill that divides a body in two, as he said, doesn't actually rip a person into two sections. That dividing part must be open to being interpreted in a different way. For instance, maybe it creates a replica or something. Why don't we think a little more before we speak? Indeed, I was too hasty. The memory of seeing the body like that was just so intense I missed the rather obvious detail. Then the dried flower isn't directly related to her case. Why do you sound so cheery when you're wrong? Quite upsetting. But if that's so true, does that mean it's capable of teleportation? Huh? Wait a minute, no. Didn't you say you figured out which piece of staff was responsible for the death of our victim? No, this doesn't make any sense. If it wasn't the rubber ball, the dried flower, or the music box, then what was it? As things stand, all the information we got from our sellers is useless. Yes, it is useless, but it's enough. The pieces of stuff they sold to the victim are unrelated to this case. But that information is valuable to us. I see. We've only got one piece of staff remaining. One remaining? Where? We just ruled them all out, didn't we? You're talking about the fourth, aren't you? Oh! Now that you mention it, Elle did say something to that extent, huh? That's right. Out of the 4 pieces of staff purchased by the victim, we've eliminated 3, meaning that the remaining one must have taken the life of the victim. Bering's notes also clearly show us that there was a 4th. Yet it's not clear that the victim bought all 4 items on the list. Mrs. L. Miller also said that she could have misheard during all the chaos brought about by moving houses. But what does make it clear is that we've got more than just her statement, no? We have evidence that the victim bought all 4 pieces of staff from Bering. That's right.
被害者と
We
ベ
have
リン
two
さんの
different
取
pieces
引を
of
表
evidence
す文書が
documenting the sale.
2つあっ
You'll
たという
remember
こと
that,
を覚え
right?
ています
We
よ
should
ね。
focus on both.
被害者とベリンさんの取
With
引
the transaction between
それが
the
記録さ
victim
れ
and
てい
Miss
る
Bering
文書
and the documents that recorded it.
その関係性を
If we
指
can
摘でき
point
れ
out a
ば
contradiction between
4
them,
番
we
目の
can
ステッ
prove
プの
out
存
the
在を証
existence
明
of
で
the
きるは
fourth
ず
piece
だ
of staff. So I do know what the fourth piece of staff is. Sometimes just pointing the specific things they want is a little bit complicated. Choose a clue. Okay, so we know this one. And if you want to prove that it exists, I would say it's the pocket watch. Let's see. No? I mean, you also, the other one I thought about was the existence of the sale or price. And then the what do you say? The little receipts she had? He had the ledger. Where are we? Fingerprints and notebook. Victim's bedroom. Where did I leave the information? Not this one. Notebook. This one. Protected door. Not this one. Start chat photo. Then where's the info that tells me, like the one that says he spent £5,000 on the sale? Where did I put it? Oh, this one. That's evidence. There we go. There's our evidence.
この記憶調査書を
Look
見
at
て
this
くださ
memory
い。
survey right here.
被
There
害者
was
が
a
ステ
receipt
ップ
of
を
the
買った時
transaction
に
with
作
all the
成した領
information
収
about
書
the
について
sale,
の
right?
情報。
あなたが持っている
You've
の
got
に
the
どうやっ
documents.
て
How
見
are
ろ
we
っていう
supposed
の
to look at them?
ああ、すみま
Oh,
せん。
sorry, force of
つ
habit.
い癖で。
According to the
領収
receipt,
書によ
the
ると
sale amounted
被
to
害者が
around
支払った金
£5,000.
額は5000ポンドです。
かなりの
Again,
金
that's
額
so
な
much money. He should have just given it to me.
それでノートは
So what's the number
この
supposed to
金
mean
額
to
の
us,
意味は
note?
何だ？
I can't think of
これ
any
だけでは
significance to such
特
an
に何
amount.
の
これだけを見たら
It
そうで
doesn't
しょ
mean
う
a
ね。
lot taken in by
です
itself.
が、
But take a look at
Bellin
it
さんのメモと
alongside
一
Miss
緒に見て
Baring's
ください。
notes.
どれ
あ、ブリアンさん。
Oh,
前を見て
detective,
く
eye
だ
on the
さい
road,
前
eyes on the road,
僕
you
が
look
口でちゃん
forward.
と説明しますから。
I'll just explain it to you. Oh my word,
癖
habit
と
is
い
a
うのは
very
恐ろしいものだ
terrifying thing indeed.
ブリアンさん。
Detective
さっき
Brian
から
has
妙
seemed
に
quite
テンショ
tense
ン
for
が
a
高
while
い。
now. He
まさ
didn't
か
hit his head back
さっ
there
き
or
頭でも打っ
anything,
た
did
のか。
he?
ベリンさんのメモに
Miss
は
Baring has the
ステッ
price
プの
of
販
each
売者
item
が
for
書かれてい
sale
ます。
here in her notes.
A さんのステ
Miss
ップ
A's
は
staff was
300ポンド。
£300, Miss
B さん
B's
のステップは
£200, and
200
Mr.
ポンド。
C's
C さん
£500.
のステップは
へえ
Wow, she got a lot, but it's nothing compared to £5,000.
どうして少
Is
ない
it
の
really
かしら
nothing though?
そう
Oh!
です
She figured it out.
僕た
If
ち
you
があ
bought
った
all
販
three
売者
pieces
たち
our
のステッ
sellers
プを全部
sold,
購入して
that
も
would be only around
金額は1000ポンド
£1,000, which puts
被
us
害者が支払った
£4,000
額よ
short of what the
り
victim was
4000ポ
supposed
ンド
to
も
have
少ないで
paid.
すベリンさんのメモに
However,
一
Miss
番下
Baring
の
has
行に
notes at the very
別
bottom
のステ
about
ップ
one
に
more
ついて
piece
の
of
記録が
staff.
あります
Because it's smudged,
イン
I
ク
can't
が
tell
滲
you
ん
the
でいる
exact
ので
figure, but I can
正
see it
確な
starts
値
with
段
a
は分かり
4.
4000ポンド
£4,000.
はい
That's right.
この最後の
If
ステッ
this
プが
last piece of stuff
4000
was
ポンドだとしたら
4,000 and the victim
そして
didn't buy it,
被
our
害者がこ
price
れを
tag
買
of
っていたとしたら
5,000 seems correct.
5000ポンドの支払い被害者はこの
The
メモ
victim
にある
must
ステ
have
ップ
bought all
を
of the
全部
stuff
購
on
入
this
していたん
list.
です
4000ポンドもするステッ
£4,000
プなんて
for one piece of
それ
stuff.
なりの邸宅
You
を
could buy a
丸
whole
一軒
house for
購
that
入で
price
き
of
る金
that
額
one.
その最後
The
の
last
ステ
piece
ッ
of
プが
staff
被害者
is the
の
one
命を
killed
奪った
our victim?
ノー
No,
あなた
you
は
said you
被害
figured
者の
something
命
out
を
about
奪
the
った
staff
ス
that
テ
took
ッ
the
プが
life
何
of,
か
the life of our
分かった
victim.
と言ったわね
So in other words,
その最後の
you
ステップ
already
が
know
どんな
what
も
sort
の
of
なの
staff this last piece is,
もう
don't
予
you?
想
そうなのか
Does he really?
Yeah,
But the
しかし、
only thing left at the
被害者の家に
victim's house were
ステッ
pulling
プだと
staff.
言える
ブリアンさんもチー
Detective
ム長も
staff, Detective
皆さん、
Brian, Sergeant, you
4番
both
目のス
seen
テ
the
ップを
last
見
piece
た
of
ことがあ
staff
ります
firsthand.
た
You
だ
just
それを
didn't
ステ
think
ッ
it
プ
was
だと
staff
思
at
わな
the
かった
time.
だけで
Hola linda, lleva un rato aquí. Ah, hola Shar, ¿cómo estás? Perdón ayer por el stream, se lagueó todo, pero todo bien, todo bien. Aquí volvimos normal. A ver.
でも
However,
ベリンさんが
if
売
you
ったステッ
consider
プ
the
に関する
characters
手が
of
か
all
りと
the
照ら
staff
し合わ
Miss
せれば
Bering sold,
現場の写真から
we
今
can
まで
figure
見
out
過ごされ
which
ていた
item we overlooked
4
in
番目
the
の
crime
ステ
scene
ップが見えて
pictures.
きます
Let's see. Now I can use the hint I wanted to use last time. We have this one, this one. We have this pocket watch and this pocket watch. If it's not this, I will cry. Oh, fuck! Did I not put it here? I did put it there, right? Or maybe it's the other hint. Oh, it's only one thing. But it's not the pocket watch? What? It has to be the pocket watch. Interesting. Picture of a clock -7. It really should be the pocket watch. I'm weirded out. Maybe I'll use the other hint about the pocket watch, I guess. Trace photo. Pocket watch. Maybe. No? But it is the pocket watch. It has to be the pocket watch. Or I don't know. I'm like 100% sure it's the pocket watch, but nothing's working for that. In a statement, yeah, no, that's fine. Or unless it's the window? I'm not sure. No, but like it's supposed to be the pocket watch. Why isn't it letting me? Fingerprints on pocket watch. Drawer. Placed by corpse. Protective clothing. Live there for the rest of your life. Memory survey. No, I don't want to. Stop. I don't want that. Rates notes. Hologram bank. Window. Maybe it's the window, I guess. No, it's a pocket watch. Ah. The door. Oh, the door. Interesting. The door? There's one thing that each piece of stuff sold by Miss Bering has in common. The red mark that shows she used her skill in it. Miss Bering checks these marks to see the paths these items have taken. That's why it's highly likely that every item she's ever sold also bears this mark. We haven't seen the red flower for ourselves, so we can't say for certain about it, but that pattern is on the rubber ball and the music box. In other words, anything bearing that mark is definitely bearing soul. No! I see! Of course! Detective! Eyes forward! Eyes forward! Oh, sorry, these habits will be the death of me. Yeah, they really are frightening. However, I know what you were trying to say before. Bering's red mark was also on the door at the scene of the crime. The door to the storage shed. That's our fourth piece of staff. Well, that's what I thought at first. That's what I thought of at first too. But I don't think any ordinary door would cost 4,000 pounds. The fourth piece of staff is probably expensive in and of itself, even without a skill. What do you mean? Let's see. The pattern on the door was much simpler than the patterns on the rest of the staff. Huh? There's just a single mark in it! If you take a look at Bering's bureau files, it says the lines inside of the circle represent the staff's movement. Considering there are no lines, it means the staff hasn't moved from this spot a single time. So this door was never moved? If the staff were the door and he attached it to his storage shed, there would have been a line in the circle. To put it simply, the staff is not the door itself. Something that hasn't been moved a single time. Then perhaps...
Note,
とんで
I
も
may
な
be
い
going
話か
on
も
a
しれない
wild
が
goose chase with
一
this,
つ
but I
思
do
い出した
remember something.
被害者の夫
The
人
victim's
エル
wife,
ミラーさ
Elle
んが
Miller,
こんな
said
ことを
something.
被害者は
She
運よく
mentioned his
珍しい
comment
ス
that
テ
he
ッ
was
プを
lucky
4
to
つ
find
も手に
4 pieces of her staff.
しかし
However,
その時は
she
引っ越しの
continued
せい
to
で
say
バタバタ
that
していて
because
聞
she
き間
had
違えたかも
she
し
had
れない
just moved there, she may have misheard.
そうですね。
That's right.
被害者
The
夫婦
couple
はス
moved
テッ
into
プを
that
買う
house
時
right when
に
he purchased
今の
the
家に引っ
staff.
越しました。僕はこれが
I don't think we can
偶
call
然
that
だ
a
とは思いま
coincidence.
す。4番目のステップの値段は
Considering the
4000ポン
4,000
ド。
pound price tag, an
家が
amount you
一
could
軒買え
literally
る
buy
値
a
段。
house for,
そ
the
れに見合
product
うも
has
の
to
を
match
被
the
害者は買っ
price
たん
the
です。
victim paid for it.
事件現
The
場、
scene of the crime, the victim's
今の
house.
自宅を
That's how he got his
そうす
hands
る
on
こ
the
とで
fourth piece of
4
staff.
番目のステップ。
と
Then
い
the
うこ
fourth
とは
piece isn't
4
just
番目の
the
ステップは
storage
倉
shed
庫のド
door.
ア
Right.
被害
It's
者が
the
ステップを
storage
保管
shed
して
where
い
the
た
victim
倉庫。
kept his staff.
それ自
The
体が
whole
被害者の
building is the
4
fourth
番目
piece
の
of
ステップ。
staff.
被害者の命を奪
That's
った
the
ステ
thing
ッ
that
プ
killed
の
the
はずです。
victim. Interesting. So my theory about the window may still work out? Logical. That's
ステップ
unexpected.
を保管してい
The
た倉庫
storage shed where he housed
それ
his
自
staff
体がステッ
collection.
プだなんて
I never would have
そ
thought
ん
of
な
that.
発想
It is quite impressive. But that's not the end of this, is it?
はい。
4番目のステ
The
ップは
fourth piece
そ
of
うか
staff is the shed. That's
こ
how
れ
you're
はあなた
explaining
の
it.
説明の通りだ
But
と
what's
思
more
うわ
important is what sort of
Then-
skill that building
それより
holds.
それが説明
If
で
you
きなけれ
can't
ば
explain that note, your
Note.
reasoning about the victim's
被害
death
者が
caused by
倉庫のせい
the
で
shed
死んだ
simply
とい
a
うあな
guess.
たの推理
There's no way for you to
ただの
guarantee it
憶
killed the
測に
victim
過ぎない
otherwise.
チーム長はいつも
The
痛い
Sarge
とこ
has
ろ
a
を
knack
つい
for
てくる
finding
な
my sore spots and squeezing.
ノート倉庫の
Note,
スキ
have
ル
you
について
figured
分
out
かっている
anything
ことは
about
あ
their
るの
warehouse's skill?
怪しいところはあります
I。have my suspicions.
それ
Oh,
な
well,
ら
if that's the case,
え
it is Detective
なので、
Brian,
ブリアンさん、
though it's still a bit
ちょっと
rough around
こ
the
こを
edges.
散らかしますよ。
Oh, it's time for the final deduction? Interesting. Let's see.
この事件、
This case,
死
it
体
has
の衝撃
objects
的
moving
な状
about
態
in
のせいで
strange
目
ways,
立たなかっ
but
た
we haven't seen the forest
おかし
or
な
the
動きを
for
見
the
せた
trees
もの
because of the state
いくつ
of
か
the body.
ありえないところに移動したも
These
の
objects are exactly where
変
they
わった場
shouldn't
所に
be.
あった全
They're
て
all
の
in
もの
unusual places, and if
それ
that's
が
because
倉
of
庫
the
のス
skill
キ
of
ル
the
のせいだと
storage
したら
shed,
それらのものを
then I
全
just
部
need to
つな
connect
ぎ合わ
all
せれ
these
ば
items to figure out
倉
what
庫のス
skill
キル
the
の
storage
全貌
shed
が明らかにな
possesses.
るだろう。
I know it's the pocket watch. And this one. And maybe it blew up due to an impact. Footprints on window. You talked about which set is suspicious. There isn't another set. Oh, there's a good chance the stuff he's got displayed on the set. Maybe it's this one. And then... why is it in there? This is all very vague, but... did I choose all of them already? Let's see. I wonder how many I got right this first time. 5 matched correctly. Okay. Let's see. Let's try with this one. 4 matched correctly. Oh, I was right with this one then. This one stole his notebook. Maybe this one? I'm pretty sure this one's right though. 4, and yeah, this one's right. What else? What else? This one, maybe the fingerprints on the Montague. Revised, handprint elf, fingerprints on. I'm pretty sure that one's right. Then a jolt. Maybe that one is the wrong one. 4, yeah, that was right. I'm crying. Then I'm pretty. No, it's not that one. Then maybe it's this one. I'm just guessing, like honestly. Handprint tell. 5 matched correctly. Huh. Then this is the right. This is the wrong one. No, wait, is it?
Let's see, if I do random point, is it still gonna be 4? Yeah, this is the wrong one then. What's the odd thing? Fingerprints on notebook, Montague, footprints, Peter, phonograph, a gap, There's something wrong with this one, but I'm not sure which one it is. 5. Okay, then. I already put this one. I'm pretty sure I already put this one. Well, fingerprints on that one. Oh, there we go. It was the last one. Oh, I guess it does make sense, but because it was about putting stuff that did not make sense. So yeah, that makes sense. That sounded convoluted. I've unlocked it. Now that I'm really thinking about it, there are many objects I've seen moved about in odd ways. The victim's body was transported from in front of his shed to his bedroom. His pocket watch was taken from his pocket and placed on the bedside table. Half of the victim's protective clothing was moved to the side of the storage shed. The notebook and staff Montague stole were returned to where they were in the shed. And all of these movements occurred on the morning of the victim's death. I understand what you're trying to say. The force behind all of these movements is the storage shed? It makes sense. The notebook Montague stole did in fact move, and none of the other pieces of staff have the teleportation skill. I see! Well then, what is its skill exactly? Every item that moves shares one thing in common. They all return to where they were in the past. You all remember the notes Miss Berry had on her person, right? Do you remember what she drew to represent the skill of the storage shed carried? Picture of a clock. Right, and next to it she wrote the minus sign and the number 7. Plus, the watch the victim was carrying at the time of the incident was turned back 7 hours. So, the minus 7 means it turns back time 7 hours for objects? According to Mrs. Miller's statement about the murder, our victim died at 5 o'clock in the morning. 7 hours before that would be 10 o'clock the previous night. At that time, it wouldn't be unreasonable to think he'd be lying down getting ready for bed. It'd be natural for him to set his pocket watch on the table beside him. Montague wouldn't steal the staff until 2 hours later, so the notebook would still be on its stand. The protective clothing would be hanging in its place in front of the storage shed as well. Then it seems from the state the shed is in now, the storage shed can return itself to the state it was in 7 hours before. That's the shed's skill. And if Mrs. Miller's statement is true, we're here at the scene of the crime. Let's see. When the storage shed skill is activated, it returns everything to how it was 7 hours before. That even includes things that aren't inside the shed at the time, putting them back to where they were 7 hours before. I understand why the victim would want to store his stuff inside the shed now. Even if a piece were to go missing as it did in this case, as long as he activated the skill within 7 hours, the stuff would be right where he left it. Time for sleep. Have a good night. Have a good night! We did solve the case at least, so you got to see that. I hope you had fun and thank you for coming. A thief couldn't steal a single object in this room without taking the whole shed. Oh! Wait! Hold up! Then Barry's disappearance from inside there! Yes, she activated the shed skill and went back to wherever she was 7 hours before. See you next stream. Bye! See you! Quite the bold escape, teleporting with the help of staff. I imagine such a thing could have adverse effects on the body, but I guess she'd rather risk it than stay in her custody. I see you've returned in one piece. Ah, Miss, I mean Elle. Considering it's you all, not officials from another division who've arrived, does that mean you figured something out? Not yet. We're still investigating Ali. Could you give us a little while longer? Of course. I was also hoping to. You can't be here. You'd better go someplace else. All right. Huh? There's more to figure out? Of course. This isn't a staffer-related murder. Steph can choose
自身の
to
意
use
思で
its
スキル
skill.
を使わない。
トリガー
The trigger.
この倉庫のスキルが発動されるトリガーを調べなきゃいけないですね。
The trigger will be directly
そしてその
related to the
トリガーは
cause of the
被
victim's
害者
death.
が見つけなきゃいけま
It's
せん。
our job to figure that out.
僕たちには
We have a duty
被
to
害
find
者が
out
死
how
ん
he
だ原
died
因をエ
and
ルミ
relate
ラ
the
ーさん
cause
に
of
伝え
death
る義
to
務が
Al
ある。
Miller.
でもスキルのトリ
Do
ガ
we
ーみ
have
たい
any
な
way
も
of
のを
figuring
調
out
べる
what the
方法
trigger
なんて
is?
あるの？
意外と簡単か
It
もしれ
might
ま
be
せん。
easier than you think.
僕たちは
We have a witness
この
there
倉
the
庫
moment
の
the
スキル
skill
が
was
使われる瞬
activated.
間を、
ジャドベリン
Seth Bering!
え
That's
え、
right.
僕たちは
We saw
ベリン
Seth
さん
Bering
が倉庫のス
activate
キ
the
ルを
shed
使う
skill.
場面を見たじゃないです
Didn't
か。
we?
あれは完全なミスだ
I
と思
just
った
viewed
け
that
ど、
as your mistake.
まさ
I
か
had
こん
no
な風
idea
に
it could
捜
help
査
our
に役立つとは
investigation.
思わなかった
If Bering left behind any trace
あの
evidence,
時
ありました。
she did.
わずかではあり
It's
ます
small,
が
but
一
it's
つ
there. The
Bering
one
が
piece of
残し
trace
た痕
evidence she
跡
left.
はい。
Right,
そ
the
してその
trace.
痕
We
跡
can
は
make a record of
こ
it.
の資料に記録されて
I'm
います
guessing。it's the way she walked. The exterior, the fingerprints and window. There we go. Perfect, easy peasy. Oh, did it get stuck?
それでは
Oh,
始め
well
ます
then, let's get to it.
この懐中時計
I'm
を
going to set this
倉庫
pocket
の
watch
中に
inside.
ボールの影に
Make sure
入
you
らな
don't
いよ
move
う
into the
に気を
ball's
つけて。
shadow.
よし
There you go. The
あの
watch
懐
was
中時計は
next to the bed in his
寝室の
bedroom.
ベッドの
So
隣にあ
if
りま
we
した。
activate the shed skill,
倉
it
庫の
should
ス
go
キルが
back
発
there.
動され
テナ、ベッ
Dina,
ドの
report
隣
if
に
it returns to the
懐
side of
中
the
時計
bed.
が。
Roger!
よし、ノート、
Alright, note.
窓を
Close
閉
the
めて。
window.
ベリンさんがスキルを
The
使
only
って
trace
残し
Miss
た痕
Bering
跡
left
は
behind when she
こ
used
の
the
窓
shed
の手
skill
の
was
跡
on
だ
this
け。
window.
多
So
分
perhaps when I
この
close
窓を
this
閉め
window.
れば
もうやったの？
Did you do it?
まだ
I'm not
懐中
seeing the
時計
pocket
は
watch.
こっちも
The
懐
watch.
中時計が
It
消え
still
ていま
hasn't
せん。
disappeared on her side.
そんなはずは
That can't be.
ベ
Miss
リンさん
Bering
が触
only
ったの
touched the
は
window.
きっと
There's
あの時
clearly
の倉
something
庫の
different between
状況
now
と
and
違
then.
っているところが
Did
ある
Bering
はず。
ask you to do anything?
確か
It looked
ベ
like
リン
Miss
さん
Bering
は
thought of
倉庫を見て
something, uncertain
何
of
か
it.
思いついたように見え
Maybe
た。
ドアを
the door.
ベリンは
Bering
ドア
asked
を
us
閉め
to
て
shut
ほ
the
しいと
door
言って
just
ま
like
した。
this.
こうやって
It's here! The pocket watch went back to where it was!
これだったか。
Was it that then? Was that it then?
ドアを閉め
Asking
て
us
ほ
to
しい
shut
と
the
言ったの
door.
は
We thought it was
自
her
分の
way of
行動を
hiding
隠
her
すためかと
movements,
思い
but
ま
it
した。
was never about that!
ドアと
The door
窓
and the window, they both
こ
had
の
to be
2つを
shut,
密室を作る。
making the interior of the room
そ
an
れがこの
enclosed
倉庫の
space.
トリガー
That's
だっ
the
たんだ。
shed's trigger!
やっとわかりました。
We've got it now.
被害
The
者は
victim
きっ
must
と
have gotten
倉
himself
庫から
wedged
出
in
よ
the
う
door
と
when
し
he
て
was
ドアに
leaving.
挟ま
みんな、
Great
お
job,
疲れ様。
everyone.
これで
Now, we've only got one more
最後の疑問だ
question と
けが残っ
answer.
はい。
What?
密室にな
We
った
figured
倉
out
庫
that
の
the
ス
shed
キル
uses
で
its skill when it's being
被害者は
closed up
死を
from the
迎え
outside
た。
world. And we've uncovered the truth of how the victim died.
だとすれば、
However, we
その
still
倉
have
庫
to
を
figure out
密室に
who
した人
closed it off.
被害者が死亡
We
した
don't
時
have
の
many
状況を記
documents
し
that
た資
record
料
what
は
was
そう
going
何
on
枚もあるわけじゃな
at the
い。
time of the incident. It
探し出
shouldn't
す
be
のは
hard
難
to
しかっ
find
た
them.
が、
So the only
あの
person
時
there was.
あの場所に
Oh,
い
it
たの
was
は
an accidental death. The wife closed the window when she was cleaning it and then slammed it shut when she was leaving after the argument, so it was pretty much an accident. That sucks. The door. Let's see. This one. The door. Live there for the rest of your life. And then a jolt. And then the footprints in the window. Oh, it's only one, so it's just this then. Yeah, it was the wife. Oh, that's sad. I don't think she meant to kill him.
エルさんの陳述によ
According
る
to
と
the statement made by
被
Mrs.
害者と
Miller, she
喧嘩
got
をした
into
そう
an
で
argument
す。
with the victim.
その原因
The
は
cause of the argument was
エルさんが倉庫の
Mrs.
外を
Miller's
掃
cleaning
除
of
した
the
からで
exterior
した
of the shed.
特に
Specifically, Mrs.
窓を
Miller
掃
said
除
it
した
was
と
about
エルさん
her
は言い
cleaning
ま
the
した。
window.
ノート
Note,
今
what
な
are
ん
you
て
implying?
その後
After she
エル
finished
さんは倉
cleaning,
庫の
the
中に
argument
いた被
happened.
害者と喧嘩を
Mrs.
始め
Miller
ました
shouted at the victim while he was
そして
inside the shed.
エルさんは
Wait,
倉
wait,
庫
wait,
の
wait.
中
I
にい
just
た被害
realized
者
that
に
means
向か
I
っ
was
て叫ん
right
だんです。
about the window being part of the ability to teleport.
teleport. I did get it half right. I didn't expect the part about the door, but I did know that the window had something to do with the teleportation. Whee!
そんなにいいなら一生そこで
She
暮らし
said,
なさい。
you can live in there for the rest of your life.
この声は
That's the
チ
conversation
ーム
the
長が
sergeant
読み
picked
取っ
up
た
from the
ドアの
memories
記
left
憶
in
にも
the
残っ
door.
ていました。
After that, she
そ
slammed
し
the
て
door
その
shut.
喧嘩のドアには
We know that
エルさんの手の
because
跡が
Mrs.
残っていま
Miller's
した
handprint is on the door.
ステップでの瞬
Because
間移
it's
動
stuff
は
we're
安全
talking
が保
about,
証されていま
it
せん
doesn't guarantee the safety of whatever it
被害者がドア
teleports.
を閉め
So
よう
if
とし
the
たエル
victim
さんを
were
見
to
て
see his wife slamming the door,
慌てて倉庫の
he
外
might
に
have
出ようとして
gotten caught in the
ドア
door
に
trying
挟ま
to
れ
get
た
out.
いや悪いが
No, I'm sorry, but
君
no,
の言葉
there's
に
a
は論
flaw
理
in
的
your
なミスが
logic.
ミスですか
A flaw?
そう
Indeed, the
倉庫
shed
が
has
スキ
to
ルを
be
発動
closed
する
off
た
to
めに
activate its skill.
密室になる必
But
要
if
が
a
ある
person were wedged in between the door and the door frame, you couldn't say the room was
完全な
perfectly
密室
sealed
とは
off.
もちろん完全な
Of
密室が
course,
必
saying
要
it
と
needs to
い
be
う条件
perfectly
は
sealed is just
僕
a
の
guess of
推測
mine.
に過ぎない
But according to the experiment we just conducted, the skill was only activated once the door was flush against its frame.
被害者がドアに挟まったとしても
If a victim was caught in between the door and its frame when it was closing, there would still be a lot of space above him. That wouldn't satisfy the condition of the shed's trigger.
ブリアンさん
I'm sorry, Detective
残念
Brian,
ですが
but your
その
assertion
主
is
張はまず
incorrect.
人とドアの
The
間
gap
にできる
between
隙間
the
そ
door
の
and
隙
its
間を埋め
frame,
るあるものが
it had something
明らか
filling
にあ
it.
ったからで
There
す
was something capable of doing that. Did it? Oh, I haven't thought this far yet. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's just the protective suit. Maybe it's just a guess. Oh yeah, it was a protective suit. Good, good.
ブリアンさん
Detective
よく
Brian,
考えて
really
みて
think
くださ
about
い
it. How did the victim look at the time of his death?
どん
それは
Well, oh,
この防護
the
服
protective blow thing.
風船み
It
た
was
いな
blown
素材
like a
でできてい
balloon.
ますよね
Due to the shock, it filled
衝
with
撃
air,
を受けると
increasing in
膨張
size.
して被害者が閉じ
When
る
the
ドア
door
にぶ
heated,
つかった
the
時
suit would have inflated to
この防護
protect
服は
its wearer.
膨らんだ防
As
護
it
服
grew,
が
it
ド
would
アの
have
隙間
become
を埋
big
めた
enough
ん
to
です
block the gaps in the door.
そして
Then, with the
トリガ
trigger
ーの
met,
条件は
everything
満た
inside
さ
the
れ
room was returned to
部
the
屋の
state
中は
it
7
was
時間前の
in
状態に
7 hours
戻ります
before.
まだ倉庫
That
の中にい
includes
た
the
被害
half
者
of
の
our
半
victims
身
stuck inside the shed.
え
That's right. The
7
half
時
that
間
was
前
in
にい
bed
た
7 hours before
被害
was
者の
sent back
寝
to
室
his
に戻っ
room.
たこれが
That's
この事件
the
の
truth
真相です
behind what happened in this case.
これが
The truth
エ
is
ルミラーさん
that the
があ
same
んなに知り
truth
たが
L.
っている
Miller was wanting to know before.
それじゃ
Well
これで
then,
捜査
our
は終わったの
investigation
ね
is finished.
あと残ってい
All
るの
that's left is to figure out how to tell.
エルさんには
As
僕
for
が
Mrs. Miller,
エルミラーに
L. Miller
捜査の
doesn't
過
need
程
to
で
know
判明
every
した
last
情報
detail
を
of our
全
investigation.
て知ら
チーム長
Excuse me, Sergeant.
話すのは
I'm
倉
talking
庫
about
の
the
ス
shed
キルの
skill.
部分まで
If we don't tell Elle about
そ
that
こまで
part,
しか
she's
わからな
apt
か
to
った
leave
と
it
いえ
be.
ば私はこれ
I
がベ
think
ストだ
that's
と
the
思うん
least
だ
we
け
can
ど
do for her.
ですが
Still,
エルミラーさんは
Elle Miller
配偶
wanted
者
to
の
know the
死
whole
につい
truth
て全
surrounding
て
the
の
death
真
of
実
her
を知りたがってい
husband.
ます
To that
僕は
end, I
できる
promised
限
to
り
help
彼
her
女
as
を手
best as
伝
I
うことを
could.
約
単にその約
If this
束の
is
た
just
め
to
だけ
keep
な
a
ら
promise,
やめ
you
て
should
おきな
stop
さい
right there. If that's
そ
the
れはあ
case,
なたの執
it's
着
not
であって
determination to act in her best
エルミラー
interest
の
that's
ためじゃ
driving
ない
you,
わ
but your own big-headed nature.
向き合う前だからこそ
The truth holds
価値
value
のある
only until
真
you
実
come
と
face
いう
to
もの
face
もある
with
の
it.
よ
Even if she says she
今は
wishes,
被
she
害者の
wishes to
死
learn
に
the
ついて
truth of his death.
心から
If
知
she
りたい
finds
と
out
思っ
what
てい
really
たの
happened, she's going to regret it.
実際に自分の手で
How
配偶者
painful
を
it
殺
must
して
be
し
to
ま
know
っ
you
た苦
killed
痛
your
を
husband with your own two
想像
hands.
す
わかりました
Understood. I'll lay my own
僕のための
stubborn
執
nature
着は
to
捨て
rest
ます
on this one.
ちょうどここだったよな
It happened right
Note.
here. Do you
覚えているか？
remember, Note? The first time we
僕
saw
た
a
ちがエ
Miller,
ルミラーさんを
she was
初めて
standing
見た
right
時
here.
そして
She was
倉庫
shouting
に
into
向か
the
って
shed.
おそんなにいいな
You can live in there
一
for the
生
rest
そ
of
こで
your
暮ら
life.
しなさ
あの時エルさん
At the
は
time,
被害者が死んだ時を再現していたんですね
was reliving the last moments she had with the victim.
ずっと疑っていた
She'd
んで
been
すよ
expecting it the whole
自分
time.
自身が被害
She
者を死
suspected
に
it
追い
was
やった
she
ん
who
じゃない
killed
かと
him.
その確信
And
を
to
得るた
confirm
め
her suspicions.
チーム長僕
Sarge,
には
I
配
will
偶者を
never
殺して
understand
し
the
まっ
pain
た
of
苦痛
knowing
は
I
わ
killed
から
my
ないと思いま
spouse.
す
I can't
そ
even
の
begin
苦
to
痛を汲
imagine
み取る
it.
ことですが
However, I
自
know
分
the
を
agony
信
of
じる
not
ことが
trusting
できない
myself
苦し
more
みは
than anyone.
それに
What's more,
誰か
I
が
now
見
know
返
the
りを
relief
求
that
めずに
comes
自 自
when
分を
someone
助けよ
helps
うと
without
してく
putting
れ
any
た
sort
時
of
の
price
安堵
tag
感
on it.
なので
So I'm gonna
話そう
tell
これ
her.
は執着
I
で
may
す
be
が
big-headed, but
僕
this
のため
time
の
my
執
actions
着
are
では
not
あ
for
り
my
ません
own ends. Do you really have such little respect for your own sergeant?
いってらっしゃ
Go
い
ahead.
はいありがとう
Understood.
ございます
Thank you. Oh man, that's terrible. That's honestly heartbreaking. Holy shit. I see. Honestly, I wanted to know.
私が
I wanted to know that I was the one who killed him.
殺したということを
Oh, wow. Man, that was really sad. I didn't expect things to end that way. That was really bad. I bet that the victim keeping his wife out of that shed was out of concern for her safety. After all, there was some dangerous stuff in that shed.
最初から
He probably figured out that as long as he didn't bring those dangerous items into his
少なく
home,
とも
things would
ス
be
テップの
okay.
スキルをエルさんに話していたら
If only he had told
こんな
Mrs.
事件は
Miller
起きなか
about
った
their
でしょう。
skills, none of this would have happened.
真実から見て
Considering everything she
説明を
said,
聞かなかったの
it
は
was Elle who didn't want to
Elvira
hear
の
about
方だ
it.
ったでしょ。
That's why she had no idea her husband had not.
夫が否認化ステップを4つも家に持ってきたことは知らなかったのよ。
Something as moronic as bringing 4 unauthorized pieces of stuff under their roof.
2人が一度でも
If
ス
they
テップ
had
につい
talked
て
about that stuff
Chanta
but a
hanashite
single
iru.
time, they'd have brushed this all off like it was nothing.
やはり
Was
二
it
人
a
の愛
question
情
of
は
their
冷めて
passion
いたんでしょ
cooling
う
as
か。
one might expect?
反対でしょ。
Quite the opposite, with the two
2
of
人
them.
にとっては
Love ran much deeper
信
than
頼より
trust.
相手に落
They
胆
were
する
each
のが
afraid
怖
of
かったから。
disappointing the other, so they gave up on
お
finding out
互いを
more
深
about
く
their
知ろ
better
うとす
halves.
るの。今まではそんな
That
心
mindset
積
made
も
them
りが
happy up
2人
until
を
that
幸
final
せにしたん
moment,
でしょ。
but they couldn't see the flaw in their plan until it brought
何
down
が問題
everything.
だと捜査においては
Trust
信
can
頼
be
なん
quite
て
the
邪魔
obstacle
に
to
なること
navigate
だ
during
け
an
ど
investigation. Yet,
人が
it's
生
such
き
a
ていく
necessity for people to be able to go
やっぱ
about their
り
daily
信頼も
lives.
必要。
Sergeant, about that,
Chimicho.
something strikes me as
そう
odd.
どうして
What do you mean?
信頼なん
You
て
say
捜査の
trust is
邪
an
魔だという
obstacle
割
during
には
investigations.
チーム長
Yet
は
you headed back to the
僕の
scene with
推理
me
を
before
全部聞
hearing
く
all
前
the
に
logic
現場に
that
出
brought me
発したじゃ
there.
ないですか。あれは
That
僕
was
のことを
because you
信じてい
trusted
たから
me,
じゃないん
didn't
です
you?
か。
違う。
No,
ノートを信じ
that
ていた
wasn't
か
me
らじゃない。
trusting you, no.
あの時は
At the time, in fact, I would have been
間違ってて
perfectly
も
fine
構わ
if
ない
you
と
were
思っ
wrong.
てる。
僕
Come
So
to
yeah,
think
but
of it, there's something I've been
Brilliant
meaning to ask
さんとテナさんに
detectives Brian
聞
and
くことがあ
Fina
りました
about.
ブリアンなら
Brian will
専任
probably
チー
be
ムの
down
事
in
務
the
室にいる。
office.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. I'll
そ
be
れじゃ
head
あ
down first
先に
then.
ご苦労様。
Good work today.
チーム
Oh,
長
and Sergeant,
さっき戻る途中
on my
に
way back,
あ
I
るデパート
brought
で
some
紅
black
茶を買っ
tea.
ておきまし
I
た
bought some black tea at a local
デスクに
department
置いとき
store.
ましたので
I put it out
後で
in the
飲んでく
office,
ださい
so have a cup later on. All
それ
right.
じゃあ
Well then. Mm-hmm.
コーヒー
Speaking of dreams,
yeah.
we're out of coffee.
もうなくなっていたっけ。
Oh. Let's see. How very odd.
ブリアンさん
Detective Brian,
Yes,
what's
Miss
going
Ka.
on in here?
あ、ノート。
Oh, note, look
課
here.
長が書類整理を
Wow,
する
the
なん
chief
て
is actually
珍
sorting
しい
through
ですね。
paperwork.
課
That's
長が働
incredible.
く
I think
姿を
this is the
初
first
めて
time
見た
I've
気が
ever
しま
seen
す
the chief do any actual work.
僕も初めて見る。
It's the first time I'm seeing it as well.
課長
Chief,
さ
about
っき
that
頼んだ
favor
仕
I
事は
asked
どうなり
before?
ましたか。
話しかけても
He's
無視
so
して仕
absorbed
事
in
を
his
続
work
ける
that
ん
he
だ。
ignored me when I tried to strike up a conversation.
どこか頭でもぶ
Did
つけた
he
のか。
hit his head or something? Well, I guess he'd know enough to take care of it.
それよりブリアンさん
That aside, I've got something
聞きたい
I've
こ
been
とが
meaning
あるん
to
ですが
ask you, Detective Brian.
ああ、テナと別れた時
Dean
の
and
こ
I
とか。
parting ways.
確かに。
I told you I'd
後で
addressed
話
that
すって言
before,
ったな。
didn't I?
え
You did, and I was
Yeah,
hoping to hear
but
more
it's
about it. Would it be
大丈夫ですか？
alright? If you don't want to talk about it, I could always ask
テナさんに聞き
Detective
ます。
Tina.
結局調べはす
Oh
る
wait,
と
now
いう
that I
こと
think
か。
about it, I did say it was the wife who did it, right? So I got like 75% of the mystery right. I just didn't solve the part about the door and him getting stuck in there, but I did say it was the wife and the Windows teleported things. So woohoo!
まあ関係ないか。前
I
に
mean,
も言
it
ったが
doesn't really matter. Like I
何か
said
言えな
before,
いような理由
there
があっ
was
て
no
別れたん
inciting
じゃ
incident
ない
that
からな。
led to our parting ways. Let's see, 3 years earlier. Hey, Kaki! How long are you gonna keep that up?
そんなことって
Keep what up?
誰かに
Helping
頼まれた
people
ら
without question
何
whenever
か
they
に構
ask
わず
for
手
it.
伝うこと
There must be some goal you're trying to achieve
そう
with
すること
everything,
で
no?
叶えたいことで
I
も
fear
ある
Sila's
の
intuition. Better being upfront with any intentions. I don't want to brag, but sometimes I do get a good reading of people or situations. Not always, I'm wrong many times.
But usually I do get at least a decent reading on things.
できるだけ永
I
遠に
intend to
続け
keep
るつ
it
もりだが
going as close as close to forever
80
as
代
I
になったら
can.
きついかもしれ
But
ない
it may turn out to be different after I turn 80.
げ
Are you serious?
叶えたいこと
Yes, and there is a goal, as you say.
別
But
に
this
無理して
isn't
やってい
something
る
I'm
ことで
forcing
もない
myself to do. I'd probably be doing exactly the same things if I wasn't born a staffer.
僕が他の
If
人に
you're
利
worried
用さ
about
れ
my
るの
being
が
used
心
by
配なら
someone, you really
気にしな
needn't
く
be
て大丈夫
concerned.
だよ
I have certain
これでも
boundaries set as
最
a
低
minimum.
限の
As a
ライン
minimum.
は
まあそれも
I
ある
mean,
けど
that was in my mind, but truly, that's the superpower ADHD gives. Yeah, that's true, that's true.
正直
As the
恋人
woman
の
you're
立場
currently
と
in a
しては
relationship with, I can
や
help
き
but
も
be
ち焼いちゃ
jealous.
うの
I wish you'd direct all that
あんた
commitment
が
my
尽く
way
す相手
alone.
は
君がやめ
If
ろっ
you're
て言
telling
う
me
な
to
ら
stop, I
や
might
め
be
ること
able
もで
to,
きるが
but...
違う違う
No, I'm not
それは
saying
違
that.
うでしょ
I don't want to force you to
無理
stop.
やり正直
Honestly, it was a rather dumb thought. I know how much
それが
all
あ
this
んたに
means
と
to
って
you.
私にも
After all,
人
I've
に
got
理解
aspects
して
of
もら
my
え
own
ない信念
personality
は
that
ある
no
け
one
ど
can come to terms with.
あ
And
んた
I'm
は
sure
それ
you
を
hate
嫌
them,
が
but
り
you
なが
choose
ら
to hold your tongue.
何も言
別に嫌
I
がって
wouldn't say hate.
私が暴
I
力
see
を
how you
振るお
tremble
うと
every
する
time I
と
resort to
毎回
violence.
顔
I
が
see
引きつるくせ
everything.
に
Sorry about that.
いや
No, from society's
社会的観
standpoint,
点
I
から
do
見る
believe that's something I should be
むしろ
apologizing
私
for.
が謝る
I just can't anymore. Kaki, do me just
しょう
one
が
favor.
ない
もちろんいつでも
Of course, anytime.
これからは
From now on,
私がお願いする
don't
こと
do
は
me any more favors.
悪いが
I apologize,
So
but what is
what
that
do you mean?
supposed to mean?
言葉そのまま
Exactly
の
what
意
it
味
sounds like. From now on,
これからは
if you do me one
私のお
single
願いを
favor,
聞いたら
expect a
報われ
bullet
ると思
hole
っ
as
て
payment.
君が言うと冗
From
談
you,
に
that
聞こえ
doesn't
ない
sound
んだ
like
が
much of a joke.
だからね
It wasn't one.
こ
If
の
there's
世
a
にた
single
った
person
一
who's
人
willing to help every
全
other
て
person
の
in
人
this
のた
world,
めその人が頼
wouldn't
みを
it be
断れ
good
る
for there
人
to
も
be at least one person he
一人
should
く
be
らいは
allowed
い
to
てもいい
refuse?
じゃない
I'll be that person for you.
その
ってな
Tina,
今何を言って
do
い
you
る
know
のか
what
分
you're
かっているのか
If you're being serious right now, then everything between us.
うん
Right. It would be hard to
恋
keep
人
a
として
relationship
過ごす
going.
のはでもね
Still, in this way, I'll
こ
be
れ
a
で
special
私はあな
someone
た
for
にと
you
って
in some regard.
どう
What do you think?
いいで
Good,
しょ
huh?
それはちょっと
It's a bit
不公平
unfair.
ってな
Tina, I need you to
今
swear
から
to me that
僕
you
の
won't
目の
hurt
前では
anyone in
人
front
を
of me
傷
from
つ
this
けない
point
って
on.
誓ってくれそれで
Then I can be a
君にと
special
っても
someone
僕
for
が
you in
唯
a
一の
different
存在にな
regard.
る
That
こ
way
れ
it
なら
becomes
公平だ
fair.
ろ
What are
何
you
それ
implying? I knew
やっ
it. You
ぱり
do
嫌
hate
がっ
that
てた
part
んじ
of
ゃない
me.
そうだ
You're right.
嫌だ
I do hate it. I hate
今
it
まで
every
君が
time you
そうする
resort
た
to
びに
that.
そう
Good. I'm actually glad to
そ
hear
れが
that.
それじゃ
Well then, thanks for everything.
今それから
And I'll be
こ
counting
れ
on
か
you,
らもよ
Brian.
ろしくね
Oh, that was she did it for his sake, and that was so romantic though. That's pretty much how things went.
その日以来
From that day on,
僕
our
たちは恋
relationship
人
was
同士ではなくな
terminated,
った
but she became a genuine
本当のパートナー
partner to me instead.
いい話
Good
だ
story, huh?
正直
Honestly, I
よ
really
く
don't
わかりま
follow.
せん
That goes for
Brian
your
さんと
relationship
テナ
with
さんの
Detective
関係も
Tina
そう
and the
ですし
relationship the
ミ
Millers
ラー
have
夫婦
going.
も
Is there really a part you can wrap your head around?
そんなこと
Please
言わ
don't
ない
say
で
it
くださ
like
いよ
that. I've made my fair share of
今日だけでも
mistakes today.
ああ
Oh, there you are! Huh?
なんだこれ
What's going on? There are
課長が二人。
two chiefs?
No.
Huh? He disappeared?
活性化できる時間
A
は
full
30
30 minutes active. Not bad.
何の冗
Is
談で
this
すか
supposed to be your idea of a joke?
課長もステッ
Are you a
パーだった
staffer
んです
too,
か
Chief? Detective Case, that's a horrible joke to make. I just used this.
ドライフラ
The
ワー
dried flower,
被害
that's
者
the
のステッ
victim's
プじゃないです
staff,
か
no?
チーム長が言ってた通
It's
り
just like the sergeant
Version
said,
was good
the
as step
staff
up.
creates a copy of a
命
person.
令通り文章をきちん
He
と
sorted through the paperwork just as I ordered him to. Seems like his intelligence isn't all that different from mine. I'm also quite fond that he disappears alongside the petal I plucked.
我々は捜査官
We're
です
detectives
ステッ
here.
プを使ってもい
Is
い
it
ですか
really okay to be going around using staff like that? What are you going about now? This is evidence. We've got a job to do sorting through it all. Thanks to your active role in everything, we didn't have materials messing in our affairs. Instead, we reaped all the rewards. I got all the anger out of my system, so there's no need to fret. We cleared out all the records of that staff's salary too, so you don't need to worry about her either.
何をしたん
You
です
did
か
what now?
何をそんなに驚いてる
Why are you so shocked? Wasn't that what you requested I do?
僕がいつ
When did I
そんな
ask you
こと
to
を
do
頼んだん
that?
ですか
I asked you to.
まだ
Crap, maybe
遅く
I'm
ない
not
か
too
もしれ
late.
ブリアンさん
Detective Brian, where is materials located?
3階だ。
You'll find them on the third floor. Go to room CA1 and tell them Brian sent you.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks!
まったく
Nice lad. Too late but keeping busy.
捜査官は
The
せわしく
busier a
見えるほ
detective
ど
looks,
信頼で
the
きるも
more
のですよ。
trustworthy he is.
それで君も見習って
Is
い
that
る
why
わ
you
け
seem so busy? Been running around with the underground these days?
まあそれ
Oh
は
well,
別の機会に
I guess I'll ask you about that when the time is right.
私の分身
I was just trying to help Sergeant
ために
Redfins.
働いていた
But unfortunately, it seems like the message didn't get all the way to the detective case here.
どうして今チーム長の
What's
話
this
が
about
出
the
てくるんで
sergeant
すか
all of a sudden?
知らなかったの
You
か
didn't know? Detective Case told me earlier.
今ステップ
He
を打った
told me
者た
he
ちを
called
集
in
め
all of the people who sold their
もし
stuff.
自分が2時間
He
以
asked
内
me
に
to
事
waive
件を解
Sergeant
決で
Redfins
きた
of all punishment if
レ
he
ッド
could
フィン
solve
の
the
チーム
case
長
under
の
2
処罰は
hours.
なかった
On
こ
under
とに
2
して
hours.
くれせっかく頼みを聞いて
I did as he asked, but I must say,
まっ
young
たく
people
最
these days
近
have
の
no
若い者は
manner.
礼儀が
Anyways,
なっ
I
と
should be
ら
off
ん
to
な
test that musical
さ
box.
て私はオルゴールで
バカだな。
Not too smart, no.
よくわからない
Do you really not get it?
君が理解で
I
きない
really
こ
don't
とは
think there's a
一つも
single
ないじゃ
thing
ない
you'd be unable to understand. That's cute. Note, there's
君
something
に
I've been
隠してい
hiding
るこ
for
と
a
が
mute.
君に伝え
You
ない
may
でいる
think my
の
refusal to
裏
tell
切
you
り
is a
だと
sort
い
of
うこと
betrayal,
を知りながら絶対に
but
打ち
this is a
明け
secret
られ
I
ない
just can't let out into the open.
僕が君に
I'll
こ
never
れを打
confess
ち
this
明け
to
る
you in person.
しかし
Quite the opposite. It's a secret you must uncover yourself.
それこそ
After that,
君がこ
it's
の
the
ロンドン
reason
に
you
来る
came.
こと
After all, it's the reason you came to London.
僕はただ
I can only believe that the time will come and wait for it patiently.
君を信じ
I
て
have no choice but to trust in you and wait. So basically, they both have. Everyone has secrets, and I guess the last case is about us uncovering them. But finally, we ended up the third case. Whee! Oh crap! I just wanted to save. Case solved. Return to the title screen. Perfect. So thank you for joining me today, guys. We solved the case. It took us 5 hours. Holy shit. Almost 5 hours to solve the case today, but we did manage to solve it. So, thank you all so much for coming to my stream today. And I hope you will be here. Tomorrow we'll be playing Fields of Mystery and having a chat session. My cozy game streams are usually just like just chatting with something in the background, so if you want to join for that, you're more than welcome to. But otherwise, thank you for the stream, Scylla. Always very fun. Happy to hear that. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night or day, whatever it is over there. I'll be signing off and gonna have some dinner. But good night, everyone. Good night.